many of these coins as you can, because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting, just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind, in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. the Proof Silver Eagle. It's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar of the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a Proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. Since we first aired in 2014, we have assembled some of the finest coin collections for our clients, and we want to do the same for you. I ask you, do you want the best? Watch me on Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV right here on this channel.
I'm excited. Now, coins make me excited just naturally, okay? If we weren't on the air right now, we were just talking to each other, I'd probably be jumping around anyways. Just ask anybody around here. But this is really, really something exciting. What you're about to see is the very last of its kind, and a transitional coin at that, meaning that midway through the year, the design is going to change on this coin. Now, that's big news because this is an American silver dollar that we all know and love since 1986, the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pre-sale of the brand new issue from the U.S. Mint as a business strike in Mint State 70, an absolute perfect grade with our Rare Collectibles TV has an exclusive Reagan Mercanti label. This is an opportunity, folks, to get the last of its kind. And you can see right on the label, it says T1, Type 1. Because this will be the Type 1. This has never happened before. But midway through the year of 2021, the U.S. Mint is changing the reverse design. Gone will be John Mercanti's heraldic eagle reverse, and it will be replaced by a brand new design. Thus, the Type 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a crazy time right now. There's emergency issues everywhere. The U.S. Mint is not able to strike enough coins just for commerce, ordinary change. Now it's happening to paper money as well. Have you gone into your bank lately? I went into the bank the other day. There was a note that said not only do they not have coinage that they're rounding up or you're not getting any change, but they also don't have new bills. They said no new crisp bills, only the old ones. Things have slowed down so much. There's such a shortage of Mint employees due to the circumstances that we're in that regular coinage and paper money is not being produced anywhere near the amount it normally is. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, how about the silver dollars? I mean, there's not going to be anywhere near as many of those. And midway through the year, they're going to cut production off and start over with a new design. Here's your opportunity to get this silver dollar in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. And like I said, Rare Collectibles TV has an exclusive label featuring artwork that was designed by John Mercanti, the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. You can see it in the right-hand corner of the label, the 4 boxes. It's signed by John Mercanti. Now, John Mercanti is the originator of the heraldic eagle reverse on the American Silver Eagle dollar. So this is big news. Since 1986, that reverse has remained on the Silver Eagle dollar, and it has been decided for the year of 2021 that midway through the year, they're going to change designs. Now, if you've been watching our network, you'll note that in order to keep up with any kind of demand whatsoever, the U.S. has been issuing emergency production because they're not making very many coins at all. So with all that slowed down, with hardly any coins being struck, with a transition to a new Type 2 design mid-year, this coin right here is the last American Silver Eagle with that reverse on it, with the heraldic eagle reverse. Huge news, because ladies and gentlemen, there are millions of collectors literally who have put together date runs from 1986 all the way to the present time with that original heraldic eagle reverse. They need this coin desperately to complete that set. And that is where all of the fun is going to start, because you're going to have the highest grade attainable. Most people aren't able to put together a complete collection of Mint State 70 Silver Eagle dollars. It's really hard to do. But you're going to have the last one in the ultimate grade. Rare Collectibles TV has this exclusive label, which only we will have. And in fact, when you look on NGC's website, you will see a count of the amount of these labels that have been issued. And you're going to see amongst these special pedigree labels, ours is the lowest and the hardest to get. Hardly any have been issued so far. Here's the deal. $129 for a single issue in a Mint State 70 for the final year. And you'll note it's going to be the only one, the label that says Type 1, because there will be a Type 2 with a different reverse. It's hand-signed by John Mercanti, the originator, the designer, the creator of the heraldic eagle reverse. Now, it's still going to bear the Adolph A. Wyman obverse, famous since 1916 on the Walking Liberty half dollar. But there you see it in all its glory like you've never seen it before. It is one of the most recognizable designs on a coin in all the world, in all of numismatics, in the history of numismatics. $129. Now, we're offering 5 coins for $620. That's $124 a coin. And you can also put away 10, all in Mint State 70. Those are $119 each, $1,190, and a split pay of $595 twice. So what you'll get, 10 coins for $1,190, $119 each, and you can split that $1,190 into 2 equal payments of $595. What is a transitional issue? Well, let me show you a few that have made transitional issues very famous. In 1907, the last $20 gold Liberty Double Eagle was issued by the U.S. Mint, and the first Arabic numeral St. Gaudens was issued. Same year, 1907. Do you remember 1909? Maybe you don't. But in 1909, the Indian head cent was issued, and that was the last one, and so was the Lincoln penny for 1909. Both designs in the same year, a transitional year. Probably the most famous transitional year of them all, the Morgan dollar transitioning to the peace dollar in 1921. Let's just take a look at some facts and figures. This is one of the reasons why this issue is going to be so incredibly popular. This is a pre-sale, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be amongst the first people in the whole entire world to receive this coin. And by the way, you're going to be guaranteed, no matter what happens, to get yourself coin or coins from Rare Collectibles, no matter what. So the history of the Silver Eagle dollar from 1986 to 2020 is over 500 million coins issued. In proof, almost 30 million. Burnished dies, over 3 million. And reverse proof, just a few issues, 885,000. Now, we don't know what the mintage is going to be of this coin. It's pre-selling. This is your opportunity to get a perfect grade. And I might add that in a perfect mint state, these are the hardest perfect grades to achieve. Harder than the proofs, harder than the reverse proofs, harder than the burnished dies. These coins are struck on high-speed coining presses. When you get a perfect grade of one of these coins, or some of these coins, it is generally coins that are the very first ones off the coining press when they start striking them, as the year of striking begins. So you are guaranteed to get our exclusive rare label. You are guaranteed to get a perfect coin, and you are guaranteed to get a coin that is going to set, and it already has, set the Eagle world on fire, because it's the only time there has been a transitional issue. Now, I heard it directly from the U.S. Mint that halfway through this year of shortages already. See, here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. There's a skeleton crew everywhere, and that includes at the U.S. Mint. So they don't have the personnel to strike the amount of coins that they normally do. And on top of that, midway through the year, they are going to retire Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle Reverse. You won't see it ever again. This is the final. And they are introducing a brand new design. And an entire series will be born. But also, an entire series will be put to bed. So this will be the final issue in mint state to close out that great date run. For those of you who watch our show, you know that we feature from 1986 through 2020 in mint state every year that one of these coins were issued. And we have thousands of collectors who have put together these great collections. This, and perhaps the 1986, the first year, are the two most important coins in that series. Because, you know, it's really not much of a date run without the final. The demand for this coin has been ratcheted up since the U.S. Mint announced that they will no longer be producing this reverse. And to make that even more alarming, and everybody is more anxious to get the coin, is that midway through this really tough year that's full of shortages of everything, they're going to switch designs. And you know the way I figure this, ladies and gentlemen? In a year when the U.S. Mint cannot make simple pennies and nickels and quarters to release into circulation, that they just don't have the means to produce them right now because of everything being shut down. And the BEP, the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, cannot even print bills to to supply our banks with crisp, fresh bills. Well, that has got to tell you that production of these coins are going to be massively curtailed. Massively curtailed. Because though these are legal tender, these coins are not released into circulation. They bear face value to make them coin of the realm, to make them official U.S. currency. But they're not meant for circulation. These are going to be the last coins that get struck. Us coin collectors, we have to take a back seat to normal commerce. But for us coin collectors, that could mean one of the greatest single issues ever to come out of the U.S. Mint. $129. Let me tell you again, that if you were just owning this coin right now, just to have the latest issue in a Mint State 70 for this type of coin, you are getting a truly difficult coin to get in a 70 grade. And everybody knows who collects these coins. You got to get them while you can, in the beginning, while there are a few of these perfect grades for the taking. And at 129, this is tough to do because, you know, to certify a coin at the grading services can easily cost you upwards of $50. $50. How many of these coins would you have to submit to get that fantastic grade of a perfect Mint State 70? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are offering everybody a chance to get in line right now. And right now, where you're going to be in line is in the front. $129 for a single coin. $620 for 5. And $1,190, $119 a coin for 10 coins. And you can split that payment into 2 equal payments of $595. Now let's take a look at how our world of Silver Eagle dollars is changing. Now you see the label? Not only does it say Type 1, T-1, it also says first releases. And even more important than all of that is the Mint State 70 grade. An absolute flawless, perfect coin. That means a lot because in order to garner the grade of perfection on this coin, not only does it have to appear to the naked eye perfect, but it also has to pass the magnification test. Under 5 times magnification, a coin must have no flaws in order for it to be considered perfect. Mint State 70. These coins will do qualify as perfect United States silver dollar specimens of the very last of their kind. So like the 1921 Morgan dollar gave way to the 1921 piece, and the 1909 Indian head cent gave way to the 1909 Lincoln penny, this transitional silver dollar is going to rank with some of the greatest numismatic releases. Number one, there has never been a reverse design change on this coin until this year. And it isn't here yet. But I will tell you this, like we are giving you this opportunity for the last one, you will get the opportunity for the first one as well. Probably the 2 most important coins for the Silver Eagle in years. And I say that because with all of the hundreds of millions of these coins that have been struck, issued every year, collectors love these Mint State silver dollars as a throwback issue to the days when Morgan dollars ruled the world. This coin has become more collected, more popular than even the great Morgan dollars that all us collectors grew up on. It is the American Silver Eagle dollar in the last chance for this heraldic eagle reverse at $129. with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti artwork, hand signed by John Mercanti, by the way, label. John Mercanti, one of the most prolific engravers ever to work at the U.S. Mint. He joined the U.S. Mint in 1974. He had an affinity to Ronald Reagan. He loved him. He was there at the ceremony when this coin was released and Ronald Reagan signed into law the bill that authorized the production of this dollar. His artwork is derived from a sculpted bust that he created of Ronald Reagan when he was at the U.S. Mint. That is the portrait, the profile. That's where it's taken from. This is an opportunity, folks, that few collectors are going to get. Now, I don't think you need to be Einstein to predict that this is going to be one of the seminal events in the history of silver dollars for the U.S. Mint. And let me just say again, to accomplish this on your own, you are going to need multiple coins to submit. And keep in mind, it can easily cost over $50 to get a perfect grade 70 out of the grading service. So at $129 or $124 each if you buy 5 coins for $620, or 10 coins at $119 apiece, $1,190 with a split pay on top of everything. Folks, this is hot. We all know everybody wants one of these coins. Since the Mint announced that Mercanti's Reverse would be retiring, the world of numismatics has this as a single topic. And that's saying a lot. Because this coin has become the ultimate in silver dollars. An opportunity for collectors to get a silver dollar in condition that a Morgan, well, you would never be able to get, unless you were prepared to spend umpteen thousands of dollars, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the chance to get perfection, the chance to get the one and only transitional year, the chance to get the last heraldic eagle reverse of John Mercanti's, it has everything, ladies and gentlemen. And I know this is important to every collector, but without all the quality, without all the exclusivity of that label of ours, without everything that goes into the history of this, the price wouldn't mean that much. But at $129 for a single coin price, wow. Don't miss out on the chance to get perfection. Don't miss out on the chance to get the last of the great American Silver Eagle dollars from the Type 1 series, because forevermore, all those other coins are going to be Type 1s, and from now on, after this last one, Type 2s. So where else but Rare Collectibles TV can you get that special label, that special price, and that kind of deal? Right here, of course. So thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles. I hope to be back really soon. Don't miss out on this silver dollar deal. Be good now. See you soon.
Coins cost too much. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not if you know where to look and what to look for. I have a set today. When I first gave a presentation on this set, the demand was so overwhelming. But the problem was putting the sets together. It's been a long time since I've been able to make a presentation on this set once again. It is extremely difficult because what I'm dealing in are the finest known examples of this set. The set I'm talking about is the 50-state commemorative quarter program. This program, folks, when it initiated in 1999, was the most successful program ever offered by the U.S. Mint. It's estimated that roughly half of the entire U.S. population was involved collecting these quarters in some degree. When you look at the mintages of all the state quarters, again, the program initiated in 1999 and ended in 2008. 5 quarters were issued each year in the order that they entered the Union. So the very first quarter issued was the Delaware, because that was the first state to enter the Union on December 7th, 1787, followed by Pennsylvania, December 12th, followed by New Jersey, December 18th, 1787, and Georgia entered in January of 1788, and so on. 5 per year. Now, these were the mintages of the coins that were offered, struck for circulation, for commerce. And you can see they were issued in the hundreds of millions of coins, the Philadelphia Mint and the Denver Mint. In total, when they finally finished up in the last year, 2008, at the very bottom there, the U.S. Mint struck a grand total of 34,797,600,000 statehood quarters. Phenomenal, phenomenal total. However, as most of you know who are regular viewers, if you're not a regular viewer, if you are a new viewer, my specialty has really been United States proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. They're not struck for commerce, they're struck strictly for collectors. They're meant to offer the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. In order to make a proof coin, the U.S. Mint takes the finest dyes and they polish them until the dyes have a mirror-like finish. And then they'll take the coin blanks and they'll carefully weigh them so they're the exact perfect weight. They'll give them a kind of polishing and cleaning process as well. And while commercial strikes are quickly struck once in a die and then ejected into a bin where they abrade with other coins, proof coins are hand-fed into the die, struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. And then most importantly, once struck, they're not ejected into a bin, but they're individually handled so as not to abrade with any other coins. Now, also of great importance is that proof dies are replaced after they've only struck a few thousand coins. They're not allowed to wear and deteriorate as dies are for commercial strikes. Dies for commercial strikes strike tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of coins before they're being replaced. Proof dies maybe a few thousand coins, and then they're quickly replaced with a new die so that every coin will be absolutely state-of-the-art. Now, what I have today are not the commercial strikes, but the proof strikes from the 50-state quarter series. I have the entire set. And what I have are not the clad issues, the non-silver clad issues, which had no silver content. I have the silver statehood quarter set. And these were struck in much smaller numbers than the clad proof statehood quarters. These represent the top of the line, folks, in the statehood quarter series. Take a look at these mintages. Whereas the commercial strikes were struck in the tens of billions, you look at the proof strikes. 1999, they struck 3.7 million of the clad, but only 800,000 of the proof silver. And you can see on down the line, many of the proof silver issues had mintages of around 1 million coins. Now, they had serious packaging problems with these silver proof quarters and the clad proof quarters as well. Most of them did not survive in exceptional condition. Most of them have developed very hazy toning and are less than flawless when they come out of the holder. I want you to take a look at the 2 statehood quarter sets that I have for you today. The one set is in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the highest possible grade any coin can ever receive. Proof 70, folks, represents perfection. state-of-the-art, a coin that's flawless under high magnification at the grading service. A Proof 69 coin is a coin that's flawless to the naked eye. When then pulled aside and studied under higher magnification, is discovered to have a tiny flaw under the higher magnification. So to the naked eye, folks, these are flawless coins. This entire set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. It's a 50 coin set. Every one, again, these are 90% silver issues. You can see the first year of issue. This set is so large we were not able to fit it on a single stand. We've got the remainder of the set on this stand on top here. It's an amazing set, and the best part is the price. We did all the work acquiring the 1999 set alone, just in raw condition. Just those 5 coins go for about $100, ungraded raw condition. We hand-selected the finest examples. We submitted them to NGC. NGC then proceeded to conserve and curate the coins to keep them as original, haze-free, remove any possible contaminants on the surface of the coin, then grade the coin and encapsulate it in their state-of-the-art holders. These holders, folks, are made from state-of-the-art medical-grade plastics. These holders are the same holders that the Smithsonian uses to house their coin collection, these same NGC holders. This entire process, grading, handling, shipping of a single coin, can run you over $50, and that does not include the cost of the coin. Remember, these are the silver issues, not the clad. Silver issues are far more expensive, especially those early years, especially the 1999 year. So if you were to try to assemble this set yourself, at the very least, it would cost you $70, $75 a coin, folks. Your cost in creating a set like this in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo would be $2,500 to $3,000. I've got this entire set for you today for $21.90 a coin. $1,095 for the entire 50 coin set. $1,095 for the entire 50 coin set. It's extremely difficult putting these sets together. You take a look at these, and every one, again, hand inspected by yours truly, submitted to NGC, curated by NGC to make sure the coin is absolutely neutralized and will be as flawless and beautiful 50 years from now as it is today in NGC's state-of-the-art airtight holder. It's as good as it gets, except for the set I have on my left. Now this set, 50 coins, 49 of which are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When these coins were coming out, and they were being graded in 70 Ultra Cameo, they were going for moon money. Just the first year, 1999 Delaware, folks, there was an example that sold in auction. This was not an eBay price or anything else. This was an auction price where you had bidders competing against one another. This 1999 Delaware in Proof 70, the highest possible grade, sold for over $17,000. Several years later, the Georgia, not quite as rare as that Delaware, just the Georgia, sold for over $6,000. There's a 2002 Indiana, $1,000. There's a 2002 Tennessee, $920. Sasha's got a chart that we made that shows you Proof 70s graded by NGC in this set. In the past, I've offered the complete set all in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, all 50 coins. That set originally was $24.95. I can no longer offer that set at $24.95. If I were to offer a set today with all 50 coins, it would be $27.95 because the demand is far exceeding the supply. Okay, let me say that again. The demand is far exceeding the supply. So I don't have any complete 70 coin sets. What I have is the 50 coin set. 49 of the dates are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. One date that is not is the 1999 Delaware. It's in the 6-9 Ultra Cameo. But you can see that those dates in 1999s, there's a lot of rare dates there. And you can see for those first several years, folks, as we go down the list, these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo are extremely rare, with 1 to 2,000 coins graded total in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The numbers really don't begin to rise until you get into the middle years in the Statehood Quarter Series. When you get to the 2004 issues, where you have coins with total number graded between 2,000 and 3,000 coins for those 2004 issues. Then you get to the 2005 issues and you see somewhere that you have 4,300 graded, 4,800 graded. Then you continue on down through 2006. So it's 2005, 2006, 2007, and 2008 where you begin to see Proof 70 Ultra Cameos not quite as rare as those first 3 or 4 years. Again, we put in all the work. You could buy the entire set, or you can get the individual year sets very, very quickly. If you want to get the 1999 set, where you have the Delaware in 6.9 and the other 4 dates all in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the entire 1999 set is only $279. Okay, 4 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, which, by the way, here's a 1999 set with all dates in Proof 69, not Proof 70. All 5 dates in Proof 69 that a dealer, this is a well-known dealer, a very highly respected dealer, $499 for a 5-coin set in Proof 69. My 1999 set has 4 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The Delaware is in 6.9. The set is only $279. The next year, the 2000s, very rare coins as you've seen. The entire 5-coin set is only $179. $179. That's about $35 a coin. The 2001 set, also only $179. This is going to be a quick presentation because I have a limited number of these sets. We get to the 2002s, folks, they're still only $179, where you saw some selling in auction, individual coins selling for $1,000. I've got the entire 5-coin set for $179. And then we get to the 2003s, where they're not quite as rare as those earlier sets, and the price drops down to $159. That's about $32 a coin. Again, remember the grading fees, handling fees, shipping fees. If you were to submit just one of these coins yourself, would cost you $55, $60, and that doesn't include the cost of you shipping the coin to them. And the chances of getting a 70 are very, very minute, about a 5% chance. The next year, after the 2004s, you got the 2005s, and it's only $149 a set. That's less than $30 a coin. The 2006s, $149. The 2007s, $149. And finally, the last 5 states to enter the Union, 2008, you've got Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona. I believe they entered the Union in 1911, and then ending up with Alaska and Hawaii, the last 2 states to enter the Union in 1959. $149. Now, individually, folks, that still only comes to $1,730 for all 10 sets if you bought them individually. However, if you get the entire set, the entire 50-coin set, 49 in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, get ready, the entire 50-coin set, 49 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, $29.90 a coin. The entire set, only $1,495 while I have them. This is the set I have in very limited supply. I've got about 75 sets in 69 Ultra Cameo. I only have about a dozen sets, like you see here, with 49 coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo and the 1 Delaware in 6.9. Only about a dozen because there are a lot of key dates in this 50-coin set with 49 dates and Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the entire set, only $1,495. Every state had the ability to decide what traditions, what symbols, what emblems they wanted on their quarter. There you see the Delaware. That individual on the Delaware, a lot of people think that it was Paul Revere riding on this horse. It's not Paul Revere. It's a gentleman by the name of Caesar Rodney, very first state to enter the Union, the Delaware. This entire set, folks, only $1,495. This is a special. You get this set now, and if you're able to find one of those Delawares in 70, then you have the complete set at an incredible, incredible price. Nobody else is coming close to this kind of price. I should add it's available on the 2-payment option as well. So if you want to get this set in Proof 70, you just put half down today of $747.50 and the balance in 30 days. And you'll own this incredible ultimate silver statehood quarter set. Thanks for watching this presentation. This is a collector special. This is a series I really love. Each coin is absolutely unique. The designs are so inspirational. You look at each one, all the detail, all the symbolism, all the traditions on every coin. It is a very, very special set. This is a set to put away for your kids, your grandkids. It'll teach them a lot about our country, teach them a lot about our history. It has everything you want in the numismatic coin collection. Again, this set was originally initiated by the U.S. Mint, meant to teach a lot of citizens about our country. And it was hugely popular with the collecting public. It was estimated that almost half the entire U.S. population got involved in the statehood quarter series. And here we have the finest of those statehood quarters in these Proof 69 and Proof 70 sets. It's just a great, great set. It's just absolutely thrilled to be able to offer it at this really ground floor opportunity price. Again, limited quantity of these Proof 70s. We've got a lot of people calling in. I can't oversell it. I'm going to have to end it right here. I want to thank you for watching. But please, stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up. It's something that I think you're going to really, really enjoy. Thanks for watching.
If you're a true dyed-in-the-wool coin collector, then this presentation is going to mean a lot to you. Because it isn't every day that the Mint does something completely different that had never been done before. But that's what happened in 2018. The Washington Quarter is a beloved series of coins that first began in 1932. And the first Washington Quarter in 1932 was actually just intended to be a one-year type. It was issued to honor the 200th birthday of George Washington. The coin really was embraced by the American public. And to this day, the Washington Quarter is still being struck by the United States of America. In 1999, the Washington Quarter changed forever, because at that time, the reverse of the Washington Quarter depicted all of the states of the Union. It honored all of the states of the Union. There were 50 different designs, and they were issued over a 10-year period. It's really credited with bringing millions of coin collectors into our hobby. You may be one of those collectors who, when the Washington Quarter debuted with the new designs in 1999, furiously looked through every single quarter you ever came across to find that specific state that you wanted to put in an album. There was even a big map of the United States that had slots in each state where you could put the latest edition of the state quarter in there. And it said that about 10 million people collected that series. Got the attention of the mint, that's for sure, because these coins that I'm talking about that were filled into these albums were struck to the tune of hundreds of millions, and collectors really loved it. And these collectors began to discover that the U.S. Mint also issued a special quarter every year, and still does, for the collector. And these coins were different than the coins that you would be pulling out of change or getting at the bank. These coins were the coins that were struck especially for the collector. In fact, they were struck with a different methodology than the regular business strikes would be struck. These proof coins would be struck on a hand-operated, slowly operated press with a lot of extra pressure to bring out all of that detail. And the mintages were highly restricted. The coin that I'm about to show you now is the lowest mintage since, wow, 1954. This is the reverse proof Washington quarter like you've never seen before, because you have never seen a reverse proof Washington quarter. And so for 2018, to honor the America the Beautiful coin program, and this is the program that actually came after the state quarter program. And briefly, there was a territorial program that featured 6 of the territories in the United States. And then the America the Beautiful series began. And that also was to be a 10-year program. The latest edition of that program was really special because these coins struck in San Francisco to honor the 50th anniversary of proof coinage being struck at the San Francisco Mint beginning in 1968 were very, very special. In fact, when I look at proof quarters that were struck between 1936 and 2018, we find that you'd have to go back to 1954 to find a coin as rare as these. This is the 12th lowest minted proof Washington quarter of them all. And it's surpassed when you start to look at mintages. Wow, you know, I mean, you have to go back to 53 and then all the way down to 36 to get anything rare. So it's been well over 60 years something this rare has been issued. Now, this will never be done again. This is a one-year type. One of the greatest things about this coin, folks, that you don't often find in quarters that are issued today, but most collectors who collect them, this is a solid silver set. So there's 5 coins in this set. You have pictured rocks. You have Apostle Islands. You have Voyageurs National Park. You have Cumberland Islands. And you have Block Island. This is the greatest price you're ever going to find because I want to remind you that to certify a coin in a reverse proof 69, proof 69 reverse proof, as the label says, you know, each encapsulation is a bit of money. Probably in a 6.9, you're looking at $20, $25 to certify just one coin. We knew this deal was coming a long time ago, and we really got in line. I think we got at the head of the line to get the highest quality at the best price. $200,000 was the maximum amount of each one of these quarters. And like I said, there are famous quarters. The 1932 Washington quarters from both San Francisco and Denver had mintages that were more than twice what these quarters are, over 400,000. And today those coins in the highest grade they can be achieved in the 6.9, are mega thousands of dollars. Folks, this is a 5-coin set for $99. $99. Here's why this is so exciting. These are the 5 coins in the set. Apostle Islands, proof 6.9, being offered at $49. Here's Block Island, $49. Here's Voyageurs National Park. These are the parks involved in the set, $49. Every one of these coins, about $50. Cumberland Island, Pictured Rock, $250 is what it's going to take to land a proof set, all 90% proof 6.9 reverse proof, never done before, totally different than any proof ever issued. It's going to take $250 to land this deal unless you're watching this show right now. Because our set of 5, $99. What's the grade? Proof 69. NGC is the grader. Take a look at the labels. This is a collection for the ages. This is what you want to be able to put away. And as far as price goes, you'll never be able to beat this deal at $99. Because, folks, you're not just going to submit one of these quarters to get a proof 6.9. No, you're going to have to submit multiple quantities to get that 6.9. Here's an opportunity to not spend all your money on grading fees, but to buy numismatic coins in the proof 6.9 grade. That's the second highest grade that you can attain on a coin, proof 6.9 on a proof coin, $99 for the set. Take a look at the quality. Take a look at everything that went into the design of these coins. You know, this was no easy task. Each one of these designs were part of a design competition that was submitted on behalf of each one of the artists who submitted coins for this series of coins to honor the national parks. So a lot of art went into this, a lot of thinking, a lot of, there were commissions for each one of these parks deciding on what designs would be selected. And when you look at the variety, really a great set, absolutely fantastic. I don't think we've ever had the opportunity to offer a one-year type, one of the lowest mintage Washington quarters ever, a unique proof coin for as little as $99. Think about that. $99 for 5 proof 69, and of course reverse proof 69, America the Beautiful quarters, honoring the national parks as well as the San Francisco Mint, the collector's mint, for 50 years of striking proof coinage. And to do it, the mint went totally out of the box, and for the first time ever, reverse proof, 90% silver. Guys, I wish I could spend all day talking about this Washington quarter set because there's so much value for so little money for 5 of these individual coins. Part of the set, a complete set for 2018 of the America the Beautiful quarters in reverse proof, first and only time it was ever done, 90% silver, second highest grade attainable, $99. And I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in to Rare Collectibles TV, and stay tuned for more coins. Thank you.
John Mercanti is known as the U.S. Mint's 12th chief engraver, the designer of the American Silver Eagle, and now our newest guest on Coin Snacks with Jack. Join us live on Facebook and YouTube on January 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, for a never-before-seen live interview with John Mercanti.
The United States Mint puts out various coins to celebrate important events in our country's history. And when it comes to important events, 2020 has ushered in one of the most important anniversaries in recent memory. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, one of the most tragic conflicts that humanity has ever faced. 75 years ago, on September 2nd, 1945, people around the world took a breath of relief as World War II finally came to an end. Since then, we have made a point to always remember the brave soldiers and citizens that fought and sacrificed in that war. To commemorate this momentous occasion, the U.S. Mint struck a limited production half-ounce gold coin that you see here with me now. Like the 2020 World War II Privy Mark American Gold and Silver Eagles, these coins sold out from the United States Mint immediately. the American Gold Eagle coins that were produced are selling for 10 times the amount of the coins that we have here today. And even the American Silver Eagles, which have a mintage of 75,000, which is still an incredibly low mintage in its own right, have a much higher mintage than these coins here. But these 2020W end of World War II 75th anniversary gold coins that we have today have a minuscule mintage of just 7,500 coins. That's it, 1/10 of the mintage of the Privy Mark American Silver Eagle. And that coin is tremendously difficult to find. Now just think about that. Only 7,500 coins struck, and they immediately sold out. Every last one of them is just gone. You cannot get this from the US Mint anymore. This coin is not like the American Gold Eagle where they open up sales for months at a time. This is a one-time thing. When these coins are gone, they are gone. And these ones were gone minutes after they were released. So you can imagine, with such limited availability, the demand for these coins is very high. When you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, finding one of these coins now is just so difficult to do. Now, fortunately, Rick and I were able to acquire a limited amount of these rare half-ounce 2020W end of World War II 75th anniversary gold coins for you today in a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. And the best part is that we're able to get a great deal. And our philosophy here at Rare Collectibles TV is that when we save, we pass those savings directly on to you. So today, we have these remarkable coins available at a collector-friendly price point. Now, we could spend an entire show just talking about America's involvement in World War II and the brave citizens that contributed to the Allied victory. But I'll just give you a quick history, a quick little synopsis of this. Now, by the time we entered the war in 1941, there had already been 2 years of fighting. The Axis powers had pushed the Allies back on every front, but America had tried to stay neutral to avoid the horrors of war. Sadly, we were drawn in as well on December 7th, 1941, when the Japanese attacked us at Pearl Harbor. That attack, however, is what ultimately ended up turning the tide of the war. It was our overwhelming industrial output and the bravery and sacrifice of the 16 million Americans that fought and served in World War II that helped save the world from tyranny. From Omaha Beach to Iwo Jima, it was the courage of our fathers and grandfathers that helped bring World War II to an end on September 2nd, 1945, when the leaders of Imperial Japan signed the official surrender documents in Tokyo Bay. Personally, for me, my grandfather, Howard Enders, served in the U.S. Army during World War II. And as some of you know, my grandpa Howie, who was the person that introduced me to numismatics as a child, and we were always really close, bonding over coins. And he had volunteered service as a teenager and was stationed in Belgium and France during the Battle of the Bulge. He was always, very, very proud of his service. Now, with the war impacting so many Americans, we've done everything that we can to avoid another conflict like World War II. And we've never forgotten the struggle and hardships that our country endured and overcame during that time. So when the 75th anniversary of the war's end came around this year, the Mint knew they needed to commemorate it. Thankfully, they did it in an incredible way with these coins. These are from the state-of-the-art proof issue. The Mint has to strike these coins individually, and there's a lot of effort that goes into making these coins, a lot of extra cost as well. The blanks that these coins are struck from have to be polished by hand and chemically treated to ensure they're clean and ready for minting. And every single proof coin is struck twice during the minting process to make sure that the devices are just razor sharp, super crisp. All this effort pays off because you get these stunning coins with every little detail of the coin's design just fully struck. If you look closely, you can see separation between each and every feather on that eagle. And you can even see the intricate detailing on each of the olive leaves. That's why proof coins are so popular among collectors, because of their rarity and the incredible eye appeal that comes with those mirrored fields and those gorgeous frosted devices. Now, these stunning half-ounce gold numismatic treasures would not have been created if it wasn't for our 11th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Elizabeth Jones. When Jones became the chief engraver back in 1981, there had been a 27-year hiatus from striking commemorative coins. Elizabeth Jones, however, knew that with the 250th anniversary of George Washington's birth coming up in 1982, something had to be done. After all, who deserves a commemorative coin on their 250th birthday more than the first president and the father of our nation, right? So going forward, commemorative coins were going to be much more meaningful, much rarer than they had been in the past. In 1936 alone, for instance, there were 19 different commemorative half dollars struck. Now, modern commemorative coins, however, are struck with much more restraint and in much lower numbers. So the examples that do exist are truly scarce. And that's why when the Mint was producing this coin, they struck just 7,500 examples. I mean, that is a hard limit. There will never be more examples of this coin struck. So each and every piece you see with me here today is a unique treasure in its own right. This coin is truly special to me, and I'm sure it is for many of you as well. Especially those of you who also have family members who bravely served our country during this tragic conflict. The moment you look at one of these pieces, the design just immediately just jumps out at you. You take a look at that obverse, and we have this dramatic sweep of this bald eagle's wing taking up the lower portion of the coin as it clutches that olive branch in its talons. And the olive branch is, of course, a famous symbol for peace. And by having the bald eagle face towards it, it represents our nation's preference for peace. This is one of the most interesting eagles that I've ever seen. I mean, it's just so unique. I don't think I've seen a coin like this ever. Something else that is so cool about this is that you never have a chance to see an eagle featured on the obverse of a coin. They're pretty much always on the reverse. The image was designed by Ronald D. Sanders, who had previously designed coins for the America the Beautiful Quarters program and the 2016 Mark Twain commemorative program. The sculptor for this obverse was Phoebe Hemphill, who also sculpted presidential dollar coins and the 2019 Apollo 11 50th anniversary coin, which was hugely popular. These are two widely respected artists at the top of their craft, which is just perfectly captured by this piece of art that you're seeing here now. Let's take a look at the reverse. Along with the inscriptions like the face value, you can see in the upper right part of the field this sun with its rays shining down. Now, this design element is actually meant to harken back to the World War II Victory Medal, which was issued to members of the U.S. Armed Forces that had served during the conflict. Now, on the medal, there's a rising sun behind Lady Liberty as it crested the horizon, as you can see right down here. On this new coin, this World War II commemorative coin, you can see that the sun has risen all the way to its position in the noon sky. It's a subtle but wonderful recognition of how much time has passed since the end of World War II and how we will never forget the sacrifices of those that earned those original medals. The rays of the sun shine down on that growing olive branch, which is just a beautiful metaphor for how we've been able to prosper and flourish in the peace that they fought for. This reverse was designed by Donna Weaver, and sculpted by Renata Gordon. Both of these women are incredible artists and have worked on coins like the 2010 American Platinum Eagle, the American Innovation Dollar Series, and the America the Beautiful Quarters program. With such a beautifully sleek design for this coin, we as collectors want it to be as perfect as possible. Generally, coins like this with expansive fields, big open areas on the design, are prone to hairlines and flaws and other imperfections. That's why I'm proud to say that all of the examples we have here today have been graded a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. These coins are flawless to behold. These coins are just perfection. And plus, with the size that a half-ounce gold coin provides, they immediately just grab your attention the moment you lay eyes on these. You're probably wondering how much a coin of this kind of rarity and this perfect grade and this historical significance, how much these are. And there are some out there, like I said, they're getting harder and harder to find. Here's somebody on eBay who is asking quite a bit of money. I think this person is a little bit high, but still. $10,599 this person is asking for their coin. Here's one, a little more reasonable, $4,800. You see, this person has almost 75,000 positive feedbacks, 98, almost 99% positive feedback. One sold at this price, $4,800. And I don't think that coin's even graded. The coins we have here are certified, Proof 70 condition. And right now, you can purchase this historic commemorative coin celebrating the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II for just $3,495. If you prefer to split that cost, we also offer a 2-payment option. 2 equal installments of $1,747.50. Once you make that first payment, your coin goes in our vault and you can pay the other half within 30 days and receive your coin. And let's not forget, this is not a bullion issue coin we're dealing with. This is a proof coin. This coin is state of the art and displays the highest possible quality that the mint can produce with modern technology. Proof coins are struck in limited quantities due to the labor involved in their production. These are coins that require specially polished dies to strike and are then sorted individually by machine. These are coins treated with the utmost care and respect to ensure they're in the best possible condition. So several times throughout the show, I've mentioned that these coins are in Proof 70 condition. Now, if you're new to collecting, let me explain to you a little bit. Coins are graded using what's called the Sheldon scale. A 1 means that the coin is so worn down you can barely tell what it is. A score of 70, on the other hand, like these coins, is the highest grade possible. And it means that the coin is absolutely perfect. One of the great things about collecting modern coins like these beautiful 75th anniversary commemorative coins, is that unlike classic era coins like the Morgan dollar, for example, you can actually acquire examples in Proof 70 if you have the patience and the desire and the means to do it. If you look back at classic coins like the Morgan dollar I just mentioned, or the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, Mint State 70 examples don't even exist. The technology of the day just wasn't there yet. Now, on top of these commemorative gold coins having a perfect grade, these are proof coins. These are not coins struck for circulation like the change in your wallet, or for bullion purposes like the American Silver Eagle coins. These are proof coins, and proof coins are far more difficult to produce than circulation or bullion coins. That cameo contrast between the fields and the devices means that these coins just pop. They just grab your attention from across the room, just like any good piece of art should. To commemorate the importance of the 75th anniversary of World War II, they only produced 7,500 coins. That's it. Just 7,500 coins were produced. That is a remarkably low mintage, creating an instant numismatic rarity. And because this was a special one-year issue, there will never be another group of these coins made. When the Mint started offering this coin, they sold out within minutes. Thanks to our large numismatic network of dealers and collectors, we were able to secure the examples that you see here with me now, and they all have that perfect Proof 70 grade that is just so highly sought after by collectors. We went through and we cherry-picked the best examples, the finest examples, because we wanted to offer the highest quality, flawless coins for you. With so few examples available, this is a coin that collectors have been desperate to find in any grade at all, much less the highest grade possible. Given the incredible significance of the anniversary that this coin celebrates, we've seen a ton of interest. You know, this ranges not just from the numismatic community, but military historians and veterans as well. With such a low mintage and so much interest across the board, this is the kind of coin that only comes around once in a lifetime. When you think about the 16 million Americans that fought and sacrificed during World War II, I can't think of a better way to pay tribute to them than with this flawless coin. With just 7,500 examples struck, however, this is a coin that may well become impossible to find in the future. Again, this coin sold out from the Mint in just a few minutes. So the demand for these numismatic treasures has been just through the roof. Today, you can get your very own example of this 2020W end of World War II 75th anniversary half-ounce gold coin in perfect NGC Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition for just $3,495. That's just two collector-friendly payments of $1,747.50. These coins have our exclusive Reagan label with that beautiful artwork of Ronald Reagan designed by John Mercanti himself. Just to add to the uniqueness of this coin, these are also early releases certified by NGC, which means they receive these coins within the first 30 days of release. So you know these coins have not been floating around in the numismatic market anywhere. I love this coin. Now, please, I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity while you can, because if recent history has told us anything, it's that this coin will not be available for long. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you so much for joining me today. Take care and stay safe.
You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. What I have today is a phenomenal first, folks. So whether you're a veteran viewer of several years, whether you're a longtime collector over 20, 30, 40, 50 years, I have a remarkable, truly remarkable collection here. It borders on the miraculous. It's taken me many, many years, several great collections to put this small group that I have together for you today. It's a collection of proof coins for you that I have never been able to offer. It is really top of the line in the highest possible grade ever given by NGC. I have not been this excited about a rare coin opportunity, perhaps in my adult life. I have been specializing in the finest United States proof coins now for over 35 years. I mean, I know my proof coins. When I started working on my first book in the mid-1980s. This book took me almost 5 years to complete. And it's a book I'm very, very proud of because here it was published in early 1992. And the information in the pages in this book is as important and accurate today as it was when this book first hit the stands. And I was very surprised a couple of years ago when my secretary, she was shopping around on Amazon and she saw people offering used copies of my first book for several $100s. And there were even some people who had brand new copies. Mine, as you can see, is a little ragged on the edges. Brand new copies for over $1,000. Now, why did it command that kind of respect among collectors? Again, because the information in here is solid. I wrote this book to be a roadmap for the collector, not only of today, but for a collector of future generations. And I'm very, very proud of that book. And I'm working on my next proof book, which will pick up where this one left off. Now, what I have today, folks, complete proof year sets from 1955 to 1963. 1963, the final year of the Franklin half dollar. For the first time ever, every coin in every year set, the highest numeric grade ever given by NGC. Proof 69. This is extraordinary quality for proofs of this early vintage. Folks, these are proof coins that were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using proof-making technologies that were basically unchanged from the 1800s. If you buy a proof set today, the proof-making technology is state-of-the-art. Here's a set that came out in 1991. This is part of what I call the modern era. And again, they have very advanced technologies. Most proofs now are made at the San Francisco Mint. The proof coins come in hard plastic packaging, like you see here. And the coins are extraordinary quality. This hard plastic packaging is very inert. So here you have some proof coins that are 30 years old that are as pristine and flawless as the moment they were struck. The technology is so good, in fact, I've got some populations of a couple recent proof coins issued by the U.S. Mint. I have some NGC populations of these two coins. One is a 2019 S Silver Kennedy half dollar. It shows you NGC has graded around 2,400 in proof 69 and over 16,000 in proof 70. And this is a coin that came out just about over a year ago. And a 2020 American Silver Eagle, which just recently came out, 12,069 and over 75,000 already graded in proof 70. And a year from now, those numbers will be much, much higher because, again, proofs nowadays are state-of-the-art. Virtually every single example is going to grade either proof 69 or proof 70. Back in this early era, a proof 69 was extraordinary, folks. I have made several presentations in the past where I have offered these year sets in proof 67 and even on rare occasions in proof 68. I am now out of those sets. I don't have them. I can't offer them now because of the Franklin half dollar. There are some Franklin half dollar dates I just cannot get right now in the exceptional grade of proof 68. That is worthy of my Temasca pedigree that you see these coins encapsulated in. I have specialized in the finest Franklin and Kennedy half dollars now for many decades, assembling the finest collections. And the proof coins in this collection, graded by NGC, are in a proprietary Tamaska pedigree, We the People holder that you see here. I call it the We the People holder because Franklin was one of our founding fathers, and We the People, those are the first three words. All the coins in this collection are graded by NGC. However, the Franklins go through a separate process. Every one has been reviewed by yours truly for flawless, exceptional, haze-free surfaces. But I go a step further with the Franklins you see here. I mean, the Franklins and Kennedy half dollars have been a passion of mine now for decades. And the Franklin proprietary We the People holder ensures that the coin you acquire has passed my strictest standards for a coin that has the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. And that's so very, very important, folks, because NGC and PCGS, when they grade coins, there's going to be low-end examples for the grade, there's going to be average examples, and there's going to be exceptional examples. And I've got this one little flyer, which when you get a year set or when you get the collection, will explain the whole concept of this proprietary Franklin holder. This is a legacy I want to leave the collectors of today and future generations. There are two Franklins, same exact grade, proof 67. But one has shallow, hazy fields. Technically, it's a proof 67. It's correctly graded. But when I buy a proof coin, I want it to have clear, deep mirrors like the day it was struck in proof 67 condition. And those are the kind of coins that go into the We the People holder. Every coin that I review. So you get the finest possible proof Franklin half dollars, folks. And I tell you, again, I'm out of the 68s. My inventory of the 6.7s are very low. These 6.9s, folks, I have a limited number of these in 6.9, so this is going to be a very, very short presentation. These proof 69s you see, again, this is the highest grade these dates have ever received. They're extremely rare. Now, for all of our viewers who are new to my show and maybe new to collecting, it's most important you understand what a proof coin is and what makes it so special. There are basically two kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commerce, sometimes referred to as mint state coins. Here's a roll of, for example, Franklin half dollars that are uncirculated, but these were struck for commerce, used for spending. Notice the marks and abrasions over the surface of the coin. These coins struck for commerce need to be struck in very large numbers, and they need to be struck as economically as possible. It wouldn't do if for every quarter, nickel, or cent struck by the U.S. Mint, it cost them 10 cents to make the coin. And so the coin blanks are produced as economically as possible. They're fed into high-speed presses, struck once, dumped into bins. From those bins, they might go through coin counting machines and eventually into mint bags where they are sealed and shipped to banks across the country. All the while collecting all these nicks and scratches you see as they're braided with other coins they are constantly in contact with. And so you could get a brand new Franklin Mint State half dollar and it'll have marks on it. Now, proof coins on the other hand. Proof coins. Since I first started collecting when I was 10 years old, I was most attracted to proof coins. And as you can see, they were the subject of my first book. Why was I so attracted to proof coins? Well, first of all, proof coins are meant to represent the state of the minter's art. The finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, proof coins have actually been struck by the U.S. Mint since the early 1800s. It's a very labor-intensive procedure. It requires a lot of craftsmanship to make the finest possible proof coins. They have to polish the dies until the dies have a mirror-like finish. They carefully weigh the planchets and put them through a cleaning process as well. And from there, they slowly hand feed those polished planchets into the dies. And they strike them not once, but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, they're not dumped into bins like Mint State coins. They're individually handled and placed in their own separate compartment. Now, originally, proof coins were only for dignitaries, kings and queens, ambassadors. It wasn't until 1858 that the public could actually buy a proof coin from the U.S. Mint. To give you an idea of how few proof coins were struck, folks, especially during this early era, from 1955 to 1963, here's a chart that shows the number of Lincoln cents that were struck in mint state condition, over 20 billion from 1955 to 1963. Well, how many proof coins were struck? It barely registers on this chart. 19 million coins, folks. 19 million coins versus almost 23 billion for Mint State. Now, most importantly, very few survive in exceptional condition. Here's a proof set issued by the U.S. Mint. This is the original packaging. This is a 1960 proof set. We refer to them as flat packs because they come in these brown envelopes. And you cut it open and you pull the set out, and each one is encased in its separate envelope so it doesn't abrade with other coins. However, this cellophane is pliable, and the cellophane would rub against the proof coin. And you'll note on the $50, when we zoom in, you'll see a large spot on the top of Franklin's head. The quality control back then, folks, was not what it was today. That spot is what we refer to as a milk spot. It's actually soap residue that was left on the coin blank before it went into the die. And when that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, that soap residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. Now, I've got a 1958 set that's still sealed from the U.S. Mint, folks. Never been opened. The set is over 60 years old. I'm going to open it up in front of you, and I'll bet it's going to have a milk spot somewhere on the surface of the coin, because this was such a common problem with proof coins from this era. The proof silver coins specifically, the dimes, quarters, and $50. So here we have it. I just cut it apart, and I'm pulling the set out. And you take a look at this 58 here, and you see the spots over the surface of the coin. And they don't come off, folks. Not only that, but you get a nice little letter from the superintendent. It says how your proof coins have been carefully inspected before release. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect, it is no doubt a crease in the polyethylene-coated cellophane in which they're encased. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. Thank you. In other words, you're SOL, folks, if you get a spotted set, and virtually all of them are spotted. Okay, here we have this chart I want to show you. Take a look at this chart. This gives you some idea of how rare these coins are in proof 69 condition. This is extraordinary. These are the total populations, folks, total certified by NGC. The 1955 Franklin and the We the People holder, so far I've only been able to certify 68 examples, but that is one of the coins. I bought a couple credible collections. One was from Harry the Hoarder several years ago, and I set some of his proof 69s aside. So we have a handful of 55s in proof 69. But you look at some of those other dates there. 1,000 coins or less for so many of those dates, especially the Lincoln cent. The Lincoln cent, those early wheatback Lincolns, very rare in proof 69 red because they're struck on a copper planchet, the most reactive of metals. Very few survive at proof 69 red. So you look at the percentages of the total mintages certified in proof 69. 1955, 0.1% of all the Lincoln struck in proof have graded proof 69. You look all the way down the charts, They're all around 0.1% or less in proof 69 condition, folks. That's how rare these coins are. Now, the Franklins in the We the People holder are most elusive. I have very few of the 1957 to 1963 Franklins in proof 69 condition. Most of them are with collectors. All the proof 68s I have are out. And a lot of the collectors, a lot of you folks have these later dates in proof 69. I reserved a handful in proof 69 to be able to make this presentation. This is what I'm offering today. I have the 9-year sets, 1955 to the last year of the Franklin series, 1963, where every coin struck that year in proof is in proof 69 condition. Never before have I offered these year sets, complete year sets, in this grade. I've given presentations in 6/8 before, and we sold out of the 6/8s. I have a limited number of these in 69. Folks, these 1955s, they only struck 378,000 sets. I might have to go through 1,000 sets to get just 1 or 2 Lincolns in proof 69. And you can't find 1,000 1955 sets anymore. They're gone. People have picked through them. These coins came from collections, from dealers that I've known for decades. And I've slowly accumulated them to be able to make this presentation today. When you shop for individual examples of some of these coins, the 1955, where we'll start with that year, here's a Franklin in proof 69, 1955, that sold for almost $1,500 in auction, just for the Franklin. Here's the Lincoln Cent, again, the rarest of coins in this series, almost $900 for a proof 69. So you have almost $2,400 just for those 2 coins, folks. Now, I've got this set. Normally, this set would be $1,995. The $50 alone is a $1,000 plus coin. However, again, these came from some collections that I have assembled over many, many years for a limited time while I have these. And you can see, again, how few Franklin 1955s have been certified in the We the People holder. Only 68 to date. So I have a limited number of these sets. But while I have them at the best possible price for you folks. This is a collector special. You can own a 1955 while I have them. The 1955 set, there's a limit of 2 per caller. $1,295 for all 5 coins in this 1955 year set. Again, the highest grade any of these dates have ever received. $1,295. Limit of 2 sets per caller. The 55 is available on the 2-payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $647.50, and we'll reserve one of these 1955 year sets for you. Now, let's go to the second year, the 1956. Take a look at this set, folks. The 1956. They only struck 669,000 proof sets that year. Over 60 years ago, virtually all the finest 1956 have been certified. To this date, NGC has only certified 753 Lincoln Cents in proof 69. That's 0.12% of the total mintage, folks. And then the $50 in the We the People holder, only 182 examples. We've got a couple comps. Here's a 1956 Franklin proof 69, $744. And here's the 1956 Lincoln, wheatback reverse, by the way, in proof 69 red. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Over 1,000 happy customers, $400. So about $1,150 just for those 2 coins, folks. I've got these 1956s. Normally, this set would be $1,295. However, again, these came from these collections, some hoards. This is one of the two Franklin dates that I have some Proof 69s on that I am able to offer at a very special price while I have this group. These 1956 sets are only $795. There is a limit of 2 per caller. $795 for the entire 5-coin set. The next year, the 1957. Every coin in Proof 69. Now, in the Franklin We the People, I only have 41 examples certified. Again, most of those are with collections right now. There's a limit of 1 set per customer if you want to just buy the 1957 year set, folks. But again, the Lincoln cent and the Franklin half dollar are the 2 most valuable coins in the set. Here's a Franklin half. That's in a regular NGC holder. It's in a Proof 68 holder for over $1,700 for a nice Proof 68. And here's a Lincoln Proof 69 red, $500. So $2,200, and again, the half was a 68. Normally, the halves in 69 would sell somewhere in the $700 to $1,200 range. I've got the entire Proof 69 set for $1,295. $1,295, a limit of 1 per customer. Now, again, we have it available on a 2-payment option, half down today, of only $647.50. Now, the 1958 is a key year. Lower mintage, only 875,000 proof sets were issued. But again, most of those silver proof coins were spotted, and most grade very, very low. Proof 69s are extremely elusive. 1958 was also the last year of the wheat-back Lincoln cent. Here's a 1958 in Proof 69. This is just a generic NGC coin sold in Proof 69 for about $1,100 in auction. And here's a Lincoln 1958 Proof 69 for $500. So about $1,600 just for those 2 coins. And again, that's a highly rated dealer with almost 100% positive feedback, several thousand happy customers. I've got these 1958 sets. Again, only 40 examples certified in We the People with the Tomaska pedigree. The Franklin half dollar is really, really rare in this highest grade condition. I've got these 1958 complete year sets, folks, for only $1,495. Limit, again, 1 per customer, available on the 2-payment option, half down today of $747.50. And now we go to the next year, the 1959, which features the first year of the memorial reverse of the Lincoln cent. Now, what is most interesting is that while the mintages go up in these later years, it is just as difficult to get Proof 69s for many of these issues because the quality control became a real issue at the mint. As production went up, the quality declined. And so you see 1959s. To this date, I have only certified 30 examples, 30 1959 Franklins that have been We the People quality, just exceptional proofs, flawless to the eye, no haze, no spots, superior quality for the date and grade. Here's a 1959. This is a Proof 68 example for $700. Again, you're getting a Proof 69, and here's a Proof 69 Lincoln for over $300. I've got these 1959 sets, folks. Again, I've only certified 30 to date. I only have a handful in Proof 69 to be able to offer you. There's a limit of 1 per customer, but the entire set is only $1,495. Again, it's available on the 2-payment option, half down today of $747.50. And now we get to the 1960. Mintage increased to 1.7 million proofs. Not that many, because only 727 Lincoln cents have been certified in Proof 69. That's 0.04% of the entire mintage. and only 22 half dollars in proof 69. Superb Franklin half dollars, folks, are just, let's just say the demand far exceeds the supply. So I only have a few of these 1960s in proof 69 condition in the Franklin half dollar. And there you see every single coin, the 1960 large date, proof 69 red, only 727 certified. That's 0.04% of the entire mintage. That's 4 out of every 1,000 issued. And there's the Franklin. Only 22 have passed through my inspection in proof 69. Here's a 1960 sold in auction for over $1,600 many years ago. Here's the Lincoln Cent. Here's asking price by a dealer of $320. A dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 1,000 happy customers. I've got this 1960 year set today, $1,395 available on the 2 payment option, $697.50 down. Limit of 1 per customer. Now we go to the 1961, where they issued over 3 million proof sets. But try finding one of these coins in proof 69 condition, folks. It borders on the impossible. The 61 Lincoln, only 586 examples certified in proof 69. That's 0.018% of the entire mintage. The 61 nickel, only 484 coins, even rarer than the Lincoln. The Roosevelt dime is usually the most common denomination in proof 69 condition because of its small size on a silver planchet, but only 840 certified in proof 69. Washington quarter, only 563 coins, 0.018%. And the 61 Franklin half dollar in 6.9. To get a coin like this, folks, pristine, spot-free, haze-free, hairline-free, we the people, only 36 certified. The 1961 year set, I've seen the half dollar alone going for well over $1,000. I've got the entire 5-coin set for only $1,295 available on the 2 payment option, half down today of $647.50. And then the 1962, again, a mintage of around 3 million sets. But to get them in high-grade proof 69, the nickel is one of the rarest coins in the series, only 497 examples certified in proof 69. That's 0.015% of the total mintage, folks. And the half dollar, only 22 certified. Only 22 have passed my inspection for the proprietary Franklin We the People holder. The 1962 year set, $1,195 available on the 2 payment option, $597.50 down. And now we get to the last year, the 1963. There was a slight improvement in quality in that last year, but these are still extremely rare. The 1963 proofs are much rarer in proof 69 than the year that follows, the 1964. 1964 was the last year these proofs were struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint and issued in the flat packs. The 1963s are much rarer than 1964s in 6.9 condition. Only around 1,200 Lincolns in 6.9, 924 Jefferson nickels, around 1,200 Roosevelt dimes. The 63 half, I've only got 23 examples in this We the People holder. The set's available for $995. So there you have it, folks. I've got a special on the 1955 and the 1956s while I have them. This is a limited time offer. I have to emphasize that. In this special, currently, you can get the 1955 set for only $12.95. There's a limit of 2 per customer. 1956 set is only $7.95, limit of 2 per customer. And then the rest of the sets, extremely rare coins, especially the Franklin half dollars and Proof 69. Now at those prices, you add it all up, that comes to $11,255. But if you get the complete 45 coin collection, every proof coin in the highest grade ever given by NGC, you can own the entire collection for only $9,500. You save over $1,750 getting the entire collection. This is a limited time offer, again, because of the difficulty of these Franklin half dollars in this extraordinary grade, in this extraordinary condition. You will also get a signed copy of the limited hardcover library edition, the 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy half dollar book. You will also be on the short list for my new proof book coming out when I complete it. You'll be very interested in that book because it'll have information on all these coins. You'll get the brochure that explains the importance of my pedigree for the Franklin half dollar. Now, we've got a lot of interested people. Now, if you want to get the complete 45 coin collection, also, there's a 3-pay option on the 45 coin collection. You put 1/3 down today of $3,166.66. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is to take advantage of the 3-pay option if you want to get this set. Because again, the rarity of some of these coins, especially the Franklin half dollars for many of these dates, folks. I have really limited quantities of most of the later date Franklins. So this is something where if you can reserve a set now, put a 1/3 down, we'll put a set aside with your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 and 60 days, and you'll own the most spectacular set of proof coins with the greatest rarity from this early era, struck the old-fashioned way at the old Philadelphia Mint in the highest grade NGC has ever given all 45 of these coins. I'd like you to take one last look at this chart where you see the 1955 to 1963 population totals of all the coins in this collection and the percentage of the mintage. You can see how rare they are. And then at the very bottom, the last year the coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint in the flat packs, the 1964 year. Definite improvement in quality. You can see they've certified 5,500 Kennedy half dollars in Proof 69, about 3,400 Washington quarters, the Roosevelt dimes, around 4,100 examples. The Lincoln cents, around 2,800 examples. So there was an improvement in quality in 1964. But it was not near the quality of the proof coins coming out today, folks. One last time, folks, the 1955 year set, while I have them, a limited time offer, normally $19.95, but I have a special on these sets for only 2 payments of $647.50. The next year, the 1956, I've got a limited time special on those as well. Normally a $12.95 set. While I have them, limit 2 per customer, $795 while I have them. The next year, the 1957. Again, the Wheatback Lincoln is in that set for only 2 payments of $647.50. The next year, or it was a very tough year, the 1958, one of the toughest years in every denomination. Only 2 payments of $747.50. The 1959, another really difficult year, the first year of the Memorial Lincoln cent. The 1959 year set, only 2 payments of $747.50. The 1960 year, one of the toughest half dollars to get in Proof 69 condition. Limited time offer, only 2 payments of $697.50. The 1961. Rarely will you see a 1961 Franklin in a We the People holder, folks. Every coin, highest grade, 2 payments of only $647.50. And then the 1962, again, another Franklin year, extremely difficult to get in Proof 68, virtually impossible to get in Proof 69. The entire set, 2 payments of only $597.50. And the last year, the final year with the Franklin half dollar, 1963, the entire set, only $995. But you get the entire collection. We've got a lot of people calling in. I'm cutting it off right here. The entire collection, folks, all 9 sets for only 3 payments of $3,166.66. Reserve your set now because, again, limited quantities of a lot of these coins in this highest NGC grade. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. I've never been able to offer proof coins like I have here, this collection, in Proof 69 condition. Again, I've had these year sets in Proof 67 and even in Proof 68 before, folks. But I'm out of a lot of those coins in Proof 68. I'm out of the Franklins in Proof 68. But I've held a handful of these Franklins aside in Proof 69 to be able to make this presentation for you today. I hope you can take advantage of it. I've got them at great prices. Thank you for watching.
James Gerstel, this is Rare Collectibles TV. I'm really excited, more excited than usual, because this is a monumental event right here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to ask you a question. If you had a chance to go back in time and beat everybody out for a coin that you always wanted, maybe that you even own already, maybe one of the most popular coins in your coin collection, or maybe one of your favorite coins, like so many millions of people. The coin I'm talking about is the 1964 Kennedy half dollar, the Kennedy half dollar. Now, the 1964 Kennedy half dollar, everybody knows this, came about because of the tragic assassination of John F. Kennedy on November 22nd of 1963. But what a lot of people don't know is the backstory of how the Kennedy half dollar was put into production to honor the fallen president and stands to this day as a memorial to John F. Kennedy's assassination. For those of us who were around at the time when Kennedy was assassinated, and you look back on it, it was a tragic time. Numismatics has a way of preserving history like no other way of recording it, because it's placed on precious metal. An event is struck on precious metal to endure throughout all of time, to become part of history. That's what numismatics and history have. They bring together a historic time in our past, never to be forgotten. And that's what the Kennedy half dollar is. Today, just like in 1964, every single time there is a Kennedy half dollar that appears anywhere, it seems like it is scooped up immediately by collectors. Because that day, over 50 years ago, over 55 years ago, has never left our consciousness. It's part of the history, one of the defining events of the United States of America. Now, why am I babbling on about this? Because you've seen Kennedy half dollars before. This network is famous for some of the greatest Kennedy half dollars. But here is an opportunity to buy not just a Kennedy half dollar, but a lineage, to be able to trace it perhaps to the very beginning. And here's what I mean by this, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to start out with a headline. Because let me ask you a question again. If you had the chance to go back to 1964 and be in the front of the line when the Kennedy half dollars were first being released at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., and ladies and gentlemen, that event where thousands of people lined up in front of the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., and the date was March the 24th of 1964. That is when the very first Kennedy half dollars were released to the general public. And you could stand in line, and many people did, for hours. And there was a limit of how many coins you could get, just 2 rolls, 40 coins, that was it. Thousands and thousands of people lined up to get these coins, and by the time the day was over, the coins were gone, but the people were not. Now, I want you to take a look at why the Kennedy half dollar is so popular. Take a look at the mintage. The most prolific half dollar in the history of the United States of America is the Kennedy half dollar. Over 429 million coins were struck. And they had to keep striking them to fill the demand well into 1965. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was the first year of issue for the Kennedy half dollar and is 90% silver. Only for 1 year as a regular issue. In 1965, the silver content was lowered, and by 1971, there was no silver in the coin at all, but that did not stop collectors from still wanting the Kennedy half dollar. But there is no more collected Kennedy half dollar than that first year of issue. Take a look at the second line of that table, because it's really historic. First day of issue hoard. The first day of issue hoard was a discovery bag. A bag of $1,000 face containing 2,000 Kennedy half dollars. And as you can see, the percentage of the hoard as the percentage of the total mintage of the Kennedy half dollar is, well, to say minuscule would be kind of an understatement, because you can see there, it looks like it equals about less than 1/2 of 1,000th of a percent. What does that have to do with Rare Collectibles TV? Well, it has everything to do with Rare Collectibles TV. Here's a headline from a coin publication. Now, this was a proud moment for Rare Collectibles TV because it says right here that NGC certifies bag of first day of issue 1964D Kennedy half dollars for Rare Collectibles TV. And you can see the image right there of the bucket that the bag came in. I had mentioned a little bit earlier the date of March the 24th of 1964. And the reason why that was so important to collectors is because that was actually the official day of the launch of the Kennedy half dollar. History can get a little muddled sometimes, right? Because this bag that was discovered, that Rare Collectibles TV discovered, actually had the original label on it that was dated not March the 24th, but take a look at that. That says March the 19th, 1964. So let's do a little bit more investigations, shall we? Folks, I want to tell you this is something special. This is something nowhere else in the world you're going to be able to get. There are only 2,000 of these coins. And I want you to see a little article about the release of March the 24th, 1964, of what was, according to some people, the very first issues of the Kennedy half dollar. Now take a look at this, because this is really amazing. It starts off with a little letter, and it says, very top, Kennedy sold for $18,000 at a 1969 auction. And the question is, wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And the answer, and this is a coin publication, by the way, yes, it was a remarkable sum for a coin that was just 5 years old. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope postmarked March 24th, 1964. This was the new Kennedy half dollars. First day of issue. So The coin sold for $18,000 in an auction. Now, if you go to the very bottom, the person who bought the coin said, just that top paragraph there, said that he was prepared to go to 30 or even more to land this special bag. And you know what was more amazing? In 1967, when the coin first auctioned off, it sold for $2,000, which was a huge sum in 1967. By 1969, 2 years later, $18,000. Now, I don't want to burst those folks' bubbles, but ladies and gentlemen, the bag that we discovered is dated March 19th. So, have you seen the video? Have you seen NGC, the president of NGC, Mark Salzberg, opening up this tin, taking out the bag, looking at the tag? A mint-sewn bag, not just sealed by the mint, no, sewn on a sewing machine. So, an opportunity to buy what history may well reflect as the first bag of Kennedy half dollars. To this day, it's the earliest one ever discovered. Not March the 24th, March 19th. Aho! Now, you're going to get an opportunity to get your hands on one of these coins, if you so choose, or more, to land a piece of history. And like I said, what would you give to go to the front of the line of March the 24th of 1964 at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C. to get your hands on some of the first Kennedy half dollars ever issued? $18,000 maybe? Right now, here, certified, you got to take a look at these, because we're at $579, and these coins are mint state 63s, ladies and gentlemen. And with that will come a certificate attesting to the discovery bag with an image on there of it, giving you an archive, giving you a lineage, giving you history in your hands. MS-63, discovery bag, 1964, first day of issue, Kennedy half dollars, $579. Now, if you're ever going to scream, if you're ever going to do somersaults for a coin, this is going to be it. Because this is an opportunity to get to the front of the line, and not for $18,000 either. This is an or $2,000. This is an opportunity at $579. I want you to take a look at just how the grading went for this one and only discovery bag. 2,000 coins, that's it. So 2,000 coins in the bag. Now, there are only 4 mint state 66s. And today, those 4 coins, they're in the hands of collectors. I got to tell you, I don't think those collectors would sell those coins for $20,000 or $30,000 a piece. They're extremely valuable. They're the only ones. The MS-65, there you have it again. They're the only ones, 136 coins. The mint state 64s, and we are featuring right now mint state 63s, of which there were only 448 out of the 2,000 coins graded. Now, the rest of the coins were graded Choice BU and BU. As a designated numeric grade, you can see how the bag shook out. So I'm really pleased to bring you this coin at an unbelievable price. Now, there have been some very famous Kennedy half dollar. When the Kennedy half dollar was first issued, there was a rare variety known as an accented hair. And the accented hairs, well, everybody says there's between 100,000 and 200,000 accented hair Kennedy half dollars. It's a very rare coin. That coin in the highest grade attainable is 15 grand easily, if you could ever find one. In 1964, somebody discovered a very rare special mint set Kennedy half dollar, 1964. And look what that coin sold for. $108,000 at auction. That was an auction where there was a gavel and people raising their hands, and the coin started really, really low and went all the way up to $108,000. And that was the final hammered price. When you have a bag of Kennedy half dollars that had not been opened until NGC popped the lid on that tin, took that bag out, took that mint-sewn thread off, opened up the seal, and there were the coins inside. And lo and behold, all of them were brand new Kennedy half dollars. The world had never seen this bag of Kennedy half dollars since the day it was put away. To land this bag, Rare Collectibles TV pretty much had to do numismatic miracles to get it. And we did it. And I just want to give you a little idea of why the coin is so valuable and so popular. So I started to look through the archives of the U.S. government, and I found, dated April 30th of 1964, a letter from the acting superintendent of the United States Mint, Miss Eva B. Adams. And what she was saying was there had been a telephone call requesting the designs for the new Kennedy half dollar. And so, also, they wanted Frank Gasparo, who created the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar, and Gilroy Roberts, who created the obverse, to pen a letter going over and recounting their recollections of the creation of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. And as I was reading, I noticed the date at the top of this letter was April the 29th of 1964. So all of this history, all of it is after this discovery bag. So this could be the earliest known Kennedy half dollars. Now, when we look at recorded history, it certainly seems to be stacking up that way. So I want to read just a little bit of Gilroy Roberts' letter, basically to the entire world, of his recollections of creating the Kennedy half dollar. And he starts out by saying, shortly after the tragedy of President Kennedy's death, November 22nd, 1963, the director of the Mint telephoned us at the Philadelphia Mint and explained that there was consideration of issuing a coin to honor the fallen president. And it says here that there's serious consideration being given to placing President Kennedy's portrait on a new design U.S. silver coin. And so they began to discuss, and they talked about the Washington quarter and other coins. They involved the former First Lady, Jackie Kennedy. She actually made the decision that perhaps it's not a good idea to remove Washington from the quarter, or to remove Lincoln from the cent, or to remove any of the presidents. But there was one man, Benjamin Franklin, one of our founding fathers, but never a president, on the half dollar. So the decision was made to remove Franklin and place Kennedy on a brand new issue. And that's how the Kennedy half dollar was born. The designs, and you know, this is the ironic part of the design of the Kennedy half dollar. There is an image of JFK sitting in the Oval Office with two members of the inaugural committee, and he is actually approving his inaugural medal. And as it stands, the design of the inaugural medal was identical to the portrait on the Kennedy half dollar. And a little bit of reworking made the reverse, with the Great Seal of the Presidency, the full image on the coin on the reverse. And that reverse from the inaugural medal was used on the Kennedy half dollar. How ironic that John F. Kennedy himself, in a way, approved the design for the Kennedy half dollar. So the Kennedy half dollar was born in haste, but it was sculpted in artistry. It was sculpted for history. Very rarely will a design be rushed into production as quickly as this coin was. 5 days later, the design was complete and the task at hand had begun. To begin making all of the artwork, all of the dies, getting the plangents together to begin striking these coins. Millions and millions of Kennedy half dollars have been sold to collectors all over the world. But there is only one bag dated March the 19th of 1964 that NGC has certified as the discovery bag. This is a moment in numismatic history that will never be repeated. Never. So Gilroy Roberts penned a letter that was 2 pages long, mentioning here that Mrs. Kennedy's suggestions were carried out on the intermediate size, and another trial die was made for the obverse. And here is a letter also by Frank Gasparo, and this one is dated April 29th of 1964 as well. And it has his recollections on creating the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar. And he goes on to say here that shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a living and significant memorial to his memory, the Kennedy half dollar. So when you look at history, this is one of the most historic issues ever to come to market. There's only one opportunity. There were only 2,000 coins. This is happenstance. This is luck. This bag happened to be sitting for generations undisturbed until it was discovered. And lo and behold, it would have been something amazing to discover a mint-sealed Kennedy half-dollar bag dated 1964, no matter when it was discovered. But to discover a bag with the tag on it and the date from the U.S. Mint of March the 19th of 1964 is more historic than any dollar amount can ever convey. Frank Gasparo, the designer of the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar, Gilroy Roberts, the designer of the obverse, used their artistic abilities, used their technique to rush into production what turned out to be one of the classic coins in history. And I'll ask you again, in 1969, somebody paid at auction $18,000 for a coin that was actually released after that auction, that predate, that great event. It even gets better than this, ladies and gentlemen, because John F. Kennedy was not just a president who was tragically assassinated, but he was really the father of the United States of America's efforts. Well, you could even say, if it wasn't for John F. Kennedy, there would have been no Apollo 11. There would have been no landing on the moon. In 1961, when John F. Kennedy appeared before Congress requesting billions of dollars to send a man to the moon and return him safely to Earth before the decade of the 60s was out, that was John F. Kennedy, the father of the space program, the father of the United States landing on the moon. One of the greatest events in the history of mankind. And because of John F. Kennedy's connection to the landing on the moon, we thought we would couple the beginning, John F. Kennedy, and everything that was to come after, and the culmination of landing on the moon July 20th, 1969. And to honor that connection of history, here's what we're going to do. In 2019, the U.S. Mint issued the one and only Apollo half-dollar coin, a very special coin. Images on this coin were actually taken from photographs that were taken on the moon. The footprint, that's Buzz Aldrin's footprint. The shot that Neil Armstrong took of Buzz Aldrin that actually reflects Neil Armstrong. He got into every picture. Actually, there were only 2 pictures of Neil Armstrong on the moon. Did you know that? That one right there reflecting off of Buzz Aldrin's visor, and another kind of obscure one where he was standing near the lunar lander. He wasn't even looking at the camera. Those are the only 2 images. These are remembered forever on coins, special coins. You'll note that this coin is a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's the highest grade attainable. Now I want you to take a look at another one. Look at that coin right there. A perfect graded 70, $229. I fought for this coin to be included, to make this a bookended set. The beginning of, really, the quest for space and the ending of the triumphant landing on the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting one of the rarest Kennedy half dollars, certainly one of the most historic, maybe the most historic. There is no other Kennedy half dollar that you could trace its history all the way back to the beginning, like this one right here. No, absolutely not. $579. Now, I got to tell you, this coin right here that is now going to make this a 2-coin set is included, $579. And let me tell you, folks, this is not a raw coin. This isn't all scratched up in some piece that you would never want to own. This is the highest grade attainable. This is a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. There are many of our competitors selling that coin right there. You can see one right there at $229. I'm offering one of the rarest Kennedys ever and one of the greatest half dollars ever, and it's a numismatic coin, and the whole kit and caboodle is $579. Now, here's where I get all numismatic, right?
Is the undisputed king of collectible coins right now. Every time a new Silver Eagle is released, millions of collectors rush out to get one. It's why low mintage coins like the 1995 W Proof or the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof command such incredible premiums because the demand is so high and the supply is so small. Now, in 2020, we have this special edition American Silver Eagle struck to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. A first release with a minuscule mintage of just 75,000 coins, this ASE easily ranks among the rarest coins in the entire series. So many people were trying to get this stunning coin that it actually crashed the U.S. Mint's website from the sheer number of people visiting it. In just a couple hours, the Mint completely sold out of these coins. And let me tell you, these are not easy to find. Now, one of the main reasons this coin is so popular right now is its special commemorative nature. This coin was struck to celebrate the end of 6 years of grueling war and memorialize all those who were lost during those years. This coin has special meaning to me personally because my grandfather, Howard Enders, served in the Army during World War II. And as some of you might know, Grandpa Howie was the person who introduced me to numismatics as a child, and we always had a really, really close bond. And he volunteered for service. He was stationed in Belgium and France during the Battle of the Bulge, and he never really spoke much about his experience over there during the war, but he was very proud of his service. So to pay tribute to all the heroes like my grandfather, and to the many others who actually made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, the Mint struck the very first American silver eagle with a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark on a coin, similar to a mint mark. And in this case, it has the letter V for victory and the number 75 to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, we've seen different finishes, proofs, reverse proofs, but this is the first silver eagle to feature a privy mark. This is a coin that is already going down as one of the most desirable American silver eagles ever struck. Now, let's go all the way back to the 1980s. At that time, one of the issues was what to do with the Defense National Stockpile. The stockpile stores and secures raw materials like tin, zinc, iridium, platinum, and other valuable resources that might be needed for a war effort if ever that came. Now, for a long time, however, presidents had been wanting to sell off the silver in the Defense National Stockpile since we produce so much of it here in the U.S., and there wasn't really a need to hoard it. However, there was a lot of opposition to this plan because if they dumped all this silver into the market, it would exceed the demand and cause prices to fall and harm the silver mining industry. Eventually, it was decided that if they sold the silver in the form of bullion coinage, which people could use as investments, it wouldn't impact the silver industry. Now, at the time, they weren't even considering the collectible value of this coin. So we're pretty lucky as collectors that they decided to use such a beautiful design. On July 9th, 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act into law, beginning the American Silver Eagle series the very next year. The first silver eagle was struck in San Francisco on October 29th, 1986. And since then, it has become one of the most popular coins ever. For over 34 years, the silver eagle has been one of the best ways for Americans to safely purchase silver mined here in the United States, as well as giving collectors like us an incredible coin to pursue. When you get into all the different strikes and finishes they've added to the silver eagle, the proofs, the reverse proofs, burnished, enhanced finishes, you've got a coin series with so many options, makes it really fun and really challenging to collect. Now today, the American Silver Eagle is easily the most popular coin in America and around the world, even exceeding the famous Morgan dollar. I mean, that's how popular this coin is today. With everything that's happened in 2020, it's almost easy to forget that it was the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, after 6 years of conflict, the war finally came to an official conclusion on the deck of the USS Missouri battleship on September 2nd, 1945. Since then, we've done everything we can to remember that conflict and make sure that war on that scale never occurs again. We also want to memorialize and celebrate those who fought and sacrificed for our safety and our freedom. And the Mint did it perfectly with these gorgeous proof Silver Eagles. These Silver Eagles are proof issues, so they're struck using the state-of-the-art technology for coin production. The Mint strikes these coins individually, and there is just so much effort and cost that goes into making them. The blanks that these coins are struck from have to be polished by hand and chemically treated to ensure that they're clean and ready for minting. Every coin is struck twice during the minting process to make sure that the devices are just razor sharp. Now, all this effort pays off because you get these stunning coins with every little detail of the coin's design fully struck. You can see all of the details in the pattern of Lady Liberty's dress on the obverse. I mean, proof coins are extremely popular among collectors because of their rarity and incredible eye appeal that comes with their ultra cameo surfaces with these mirrored fields and those gorgeous frosted devices. This coin takes it to a whole nother level. It's the first Silver Eagle to ever have a privy mark, and it's one of the rarest. I mean, this is actually one of the first U.S. coins with a privy mark. It's only been used on a very small handful of coins before this. It was used on some platinum coins and a couple of quarters. It's never been used on a Silver Eagle. It's never been used on a silver coin. I mean, this is a big, big deal, but especially on a Silver Eagle, the most popular coin in the world. Now, of course, a big part of why the Silver Eagle is so popular among collectors is because of the artistic beauty of its design. On the obverse, you have that classic Walking Liberty, which was originally used on the $half starting all the way back from 1916 up until 1947. This design was created by Adolph Weinman. Weinman was a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. You know, these guys are some of the greatest artists in American history. So Adolph Weinman created this design on the obverse, and it's remembered as being a coin ahead of its time. The obverse showcases a glorious full-body rendition of Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag. She strides forward toward the rising sun of a new day with an outstretched arm that beckons in hope and freedom. It's just a truly stunning coin design, an inspiration, a guiding light. It's almost as if this design was struck specifically to help us through difficult times, much like the times right now that we're going through. Remember, this coin was used originally on the $half during World War I, during the Great Depression, and World War II, some of the most challenging ordeals our country has ever endured. But when you look at this design of Lady Liberty striding towards the new day, you just can't help but feel a little uplifted. You know, it's as if it's just reminding us that a new day will come. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the day, the Mint had a hard time striking this Walking Liberty design on the $half, and most issues were weakly struck, lacking a lot of the detail. That's why it's so great for us as collectors that when John Mercanti adapted the design for the Silver Eagle, he was able to fully realize Weinman's work with new technology and new techniques that saw every last detail fully and beautifully struck as it deserved to be. Now, one of the most important features of this particular coin is that it is the first American Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark or a symbol that was traditionally used to identify the mint or some other aspect of the coin's origin. You know, the mint master, or like almost like a maker's mark on antique silverware. And this was done to prevent counterfeiting. Here in the US, we usually don't use privy marks, and we rely on other elements to prevent counterfeits, but they are popular in other countries like Great Britain and Australia. Now, if you look at the obverse, you can see this oval with the inscription V75 inside of it for the 75th anniversary of our victory in World War II. This oval, you can see it's not exactly oval, has a little indentation to it there, is actually directly modeled after the Rainbow Pool in West Potomac Park in Washington, D.C., which is part of the World War II Memorial in the District of Columbia, which is dedicated to every American that made the ultimate sacrifice. This is the very first American silver eagle to feature a privy mark, which is why this particular coin is so incredibly popular among collectors. When we turn this coin over, you get to see that gorgeous reverse designed by John Mercanti. As the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Mercanti produced over 100 different coin and metal designs, and his work is considered some of the best ever produced. The reverse he designed here captures all of the classic elements of American coinage. You've got that majestic bald eagle with its wings outstretched, the olive branch and arrows in its talons, the shield protecting its chest, and of course our motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. When you look at the reverse, you can see every tiny little detail, from the patterns in the eagle's feathers to the creases in the leaves on the olive branch. It is a testament, not just to Mercanti's craftsmanship, but to the precision and the engineering of the technology used to strike these coins. This is a piece of art that could go in a museum, but it fits in your pocket. One reason why the coins we have for you today are so great is that these coins have John Mercanti's signature on the label. And this isn't a facsimile, it's not a reproduction. And every single one of these coins that you see with me here has his signature. You look at that label and you see this piece of art depicting Ronald Reagan. Now, Reagan, as I said earlier, was the one who signed the Liberty Coin Act into law and initiated the American Eagle program. And the piece of art that we have here is a way to pay tribute to him. This pop art label is actually based off of a bas-relief sculpture of Reagan that was created by none other than John Mercanti himself, meaning that even the label for this coin is a work of art. Now, when I have a nice work of art, I want a nice frame that accentuates it, and I want it signed by the artist. And for me, there's no better way to do this for the American Silver Eagle than with one of our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. If you look at that label, you also see the first release pedigree that NGC has given this coin. This coin comes from the very first release. It's only given this designation if it's received by NGC in the first 30 days of issue. And don't forget, this coin has one of the lowest mintages in the entire series. Just 75,000 of these coins were struck by the US Mint, making it the third lowest in history. That is remarkable when you consider there's over 90 coins in this series. If you purchase one of these 2020W 75th anniversary Silver Eagles, one of the keys to the entire series, you'll also receive a complimentary book at no additional charge. This is American Silver Eagles, a guide to the U.S. bullion coin program. It's written by John Mercanti himself with Miles Standish, the renowned coin expert and vice president of NGC. This book is a full guide to the history of the American Silver Eagle series, and it goes deep into the historical and technical aspects of these coins. Now, also included in this offer is a Rare Collectibles TV exclusive baseball-style trading card dedicated to and signed by John Mercanti. This is also included in the offer at no additional charge and is only available through Rare Collectibles TV. This card features all the facts and figures about John Mercanti, such as his date of birth, how many coins he designed for the mint, how long he worked as an engraver, and it also features John Mercanti's signature as well. This is a $29 value, and it's included at no additional charge when you purchase one of these Silver Eagles. If you follow numismatic news at all, then you'll know that the Mercanti reverse will be getting phased out in 2021 with a new design for the reverse. This means that there may be fewer and fewer opportunities to acquire Silver Eagles with this stunning John Mercanti heraldic eagle design on the reverse. If I could add just one American Silver Eagle to my collection, this first release 2020W end of World War II example would be a very strong contender. The only two rare coins in the entire series, the 1995W and the 2019S enhanced reverse proof, would cost multiple times more than what this coin is today, making this a great value. Let me show you here. First off, that 1995W. This proof coin, second lowest mintage in the series. Notoriously rare key date coin. For a long time, Silver Eagle collectors have been just going nuts looking for this coin. When the first 1995W coins were graded, proof 70, collectors just started going crazy. They weren't really grading modern coins at that time. So when they started grading these earlier issue proof Silver Eagles, there were so few 70s, collectors were going nuts. Here's one that sold for $86,000. Since then, they've leveled off a little bit, but still, here's one, $40,000. $50,000. I mean, these are coins that regularly sell for upwards of $30,000 a coin. $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a 95W in proof 70 is not unusual. Now, here's that 2019S. Just came out a little over a year ago. Took the crown as the lowest mintage Silver Eagle. Here's one someone is asking almost $95,000. This one happens to have the signature of the mint director, but still, $95,000 for a coin, the lowest mintage in this series, just to show you how popular this series is, what people are willing to pay for these type of coins, what these coins go for these highest, most sought after coins, these low mintage key dates in the series. Here's another 2019S. This one they're asking almost $12,000. Here's one, $5,000. I don't think this one's even graded. $5,000 for this enhanced reverse proof. Here we go, $6,000 for a proof 70. I mean, these are the same grade of the coin we have here today. Proof 70. These are the number 1 and number 2 lowest mintage in the series. The coin we have here today is the third lowest mintage, right behind these two coins. Third lowest mintage, one of the major key dates to the most popular coin series in the world. These are a fraction of what you have to pay for these other coins, these other key dates of the series. This is a great opportunity. Right now, you can purchase this historic American Silver Eagle commemorating the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II for just $1,495. If you prefer to split up that cost, we also have a 2-payment plan for only $747.50. When you make that first payment, your coin goes in our vault and you can pay the other half in 30 days and receive your 2020W with the Privy Mark. And let's not forget, This is a proof coin. This is a state-of-the-art coin, and it displays the highest possible quality that the mint can produce with modern technology. Proof coins are only struck in limited quantities due to the labor involved in the production. These coins are, they require specially polished dies to strike them. They're sorted individually. These are coins treated with the utmost care and respect to ensure they're in the best possible condition. But even with all of that care, the majority of these coins will never be certified as being perfect. But the examples we offer here today are all graded a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, or NGC. You can look at these coins under 5 times magnification and you still won't find an imperfection. These coins are flawless. And don't forget, these coins are in our exclusive NGC-signed Reagan label, and you get the John Mercanti autographed trading card and the American Silver Eagle book included as a bonus, free of charge. Now, throughout the show, I've mentioned that these coins are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. If you're new to collecting, coins are graded using what's known as the Sheldon grading scale to determine their quality. On this scale, 1 means that the coin is so worn down that you can barely tell what kind of coin it is. A score of 70, on the other hand, is the highest grade possible. And that means that the coin is absolutely perfect, flawless. Now, one of the great things about collecting American Silver Eagles, unlike classic era coins like Morgan dollars, is that in the modern era, you can actually build a collection of coins graded in a perfect Proof 70, if you have the patience and the desire to do so. It's still a lot of work, but it can be done. If you look back to classic coins like the Morgan dollar or the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, mint state 70 examples don't even exist. The technology just wasn't there yet to produce flawless coins back in those days. Now, on top of these 2020W Silver Eagles having a perfect grade, these are proof coins. These are not coins struck for circulation or, to be used for change, or they're not coins struck for bullion purposes like the normal mint state Silver Eagles. These are proof coins, which are much more difficult to produce than bullion coins or circulation strike coins. The blanks need to be treated, polished, cleaned to ensure that the strike is high quality, and the dies have to be specially polished as well to get that gorgeous frosting that you see on the devices. And all that effort pays off, though, as you get these stunning examples like the ones you see now. That cameo contrast between the fields and the devices just means that these coins just pop. They grab your attention from across the room like a good piece of art. It's not very often that the Mint institutes a hard limit of how many Silver Eagles get struck in a particular mintage. But for this coin, we have a confirmed mintage of just 75,000 examples of this coin struck to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. These coins are an incredible rarity, but that's not all. NGC has recently confirmed that they are going to assign a separate category for Silver Eagles with the Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, making the population for these prestigious coins even more exclusive. There's so much demand for this coin, even in an ungraded state, that the U.S. Mint's webpage for this coin crashed from the sheer amount of visitors that it had. People are going insane trying to find this coin. People are going nuts. The website crashed, and it is just one of the rarest Silver Eagles, like I said. Let me show you for a second, just to get, I've said it a few times that this is the 3rd lowest mintage in the series. And this is a pretty big series. Here's the entire Silver Eagle series, all the different versions. The regular uncirculated version, also known as the mint state or the bullion version. You see a typical strike for the uncirculated coins well into the millions. At the top of the chart, you see several issues over 40 million, over 30 million. Even by the bottom of this page, we get down here, they start to get much lower mintages here. I'm sure there's got to be at least 5 million Silver Eagle collectors in the country, but you see here we're getting down to coins with mintages of only about 5 million coins. We get to page 2 here. We start to get to some lower mintages again. Here's the 1986, first year of the series, that uncirculated or bullion issue, about 5 million coins struck. Now we start coming down here and we start seeing some of these proof issues. Like I talked about earlier, because of the amount of work taken to strike these coins, it's just so much more difficult. The mint makes much lower numbers of these coins specifically for collectors. And you can see almost all of those coins are struck in very limited quantities. Just about all of them, except for 2 issues, were struck under 1 million coins. We get down here, only about 500,000 coins struck for some of these dates in the, in the 80s and early 2000s. And then we get to page 3. Here's the last page where you start to see the really rare dates for this series. You see some of these burnished issues, 2008, 2006, some of these proof issues, low mintages. We're getting under 500,000 coins struck. These are some of the rare coins, harder coins to get in this series. 2006 reverse proof, that's a special anniversary coin, only a little less than 250,000 of those coins struck. You've got some of these other burnished reverse proofs, low 200,000. I mean, these are low mintage coins. Then we get down here, under 100,000, some of the rarest coins in the series. 2011 reverse proof, 2011 burnished, and then we see the coin we have here. Only 75,000 coins struck. The only 2 coins in the series that have a lower mintage are that 1995 W proof, which has been a famous, notorious key date, that enhanced reverse proof. This coin only came out, about a year ago, and this coin, look at that, 30,000 coins struck. Those coins already selling for thousands of dollars in proof 70. I showed you some comps earlier. One that sold over $80,000 in proof 70, regularly selling, from $30,000 to $50,000 in the same grade we have here, proof 70 for that coin. Multiples above what you can get this coin for today, at only $1,495 for this 2020 W World War II Privy Mark coin. I mean, that just tells me this is a great opportunity to get the 3rd lowest mintage, one of the keys to the series. Now is the time while they're still available. Now, with how much demand there's been for this particular Silver Eagle, I would not be surprised at all if it becomes one of those issues that people hunt after obsessively, just like that 95W or that 2019 S enhanced reverse proof coin that I just was talking about. When you take the American Silver Eagle, the most popular collectible coin series in the world, and you combine it with the historic weight of the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, you end up with this incredible coin with an incredible story behind it. And then when you factor in that it's a first release coin here, these are coins from that first 30 days, although these coins were all sold out the first day, but these coins got out and got released in the first group that was shipped from the mint. They were the first group that got to grading, that first release. And more importantly, there's only 75,000 examples of this coin struck. That's absolute rarity. This coin is rare no matter what condition it's in. But when you have a coin only 75,000 struck from the American Silver Eagle series, it is obvious that this is a coin that will be in demand for years to come. Right now, you can purchase this coin for just $1,495 or 2 payments of only $747.50. And don't forget, every order comes in our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. And you receive the Mercanti Collector's Card, also signed by John Mercanti, and the American Silver Eagles book for no additional charge. With how few coins there are in this mintage, if you're going to buy just one American Silver Eagle, this is absolutely the one. Take advantage of this opportunity, because once we sell out, there's no telling if we'll ever be able to offer these again at this price. I mean, this is just such an amazing opportunity. One of the rarest Silver Eagles ever produced since 1986. 90 coins so far in this series and counting. And you have a coin that's the third lowest mintage. This is a big deal. This is a great opportunity. This is a great price. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you so much. And take care and stay safe.
Gold double eagles. I have been most fortunate to handle many of the most desirable United States rare coins over the past decades, and placing these treasures with fellow collectors who love and appreciate these gems as much as I do. I know my gold double eagles. Here's one. This is an 1896. It's a proof. It's the finest known 1896 proof double eagle. This, if it ever came out to the market, could be $1 million coin. All the PCGS graded proof double eagles, this is the highest graded example for the entire series. And in fact, we have a client who has the #1 ranked set, #1 ranked proof double eagle set, gold double eagle set on the NGC registry. It's the Everest collection. Now, I have a great gold coin for you today, folks. This coin really should not exist in the condition that I have it in. It's a coin well over 100 years old, and these coins I have never been in circulation, all right? They've never been in circulation. In other words, they were taken from a mint bag like you see here. This is one of the original mint bags that was the source for many of these coins. They have been sitting in a bank vault since the 1930s. But I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'd like you to take a look at these coins that I have for you today. This is the rarest Liberty Double Eagle we have ever offered in quantity, the 1893P in MS 62 condition. That means they're mint state, uncirculated coins. How can a coin over 100 years old have been preserved in such great condition? They are so rare in the condition you see these coins in, folks. Now, these are gold double eagles. They're the largest gold coins struck for commerce by the United States Mint. Over the centuries, the Mint has struck gold coins in many different sizes and denominations. And here's a chart that shows the different sizes of gold coins that the U.S. Mint struck from the late 1700s through 1933. The coin on the far left there is a $1 gold piece. It's a tiny coin, folks. It's smaller than a dime. Very small coin. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece. And then there's a $3 gold piece. And then there's a $4 gold piece, which is referred to as the Stella. And then you have a $5 gold piece, which is about a 1/4 ounce of gold. It's about the size of a nickel. That's a larger gold coin. And then you have the $10 gold piece, which is about a half an ounce of gold, and it's referred to as the eagle because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. And so they referred to it as the eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848. And with this abundance of gold, our nation was able to strike even larger gold coins, which was of great benefit to the banking system. And this larger gold coin was twice the size of the eagle, with virtually an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the double eagle. And there's an example. It was a specimen. Only two were struck in 1849, and the first example struck for commerce came out in 1850. Now that coin you're looking at, folks, that coin is considered the single most valuable coin in all of United States numismatics, that 1849 double eagle you're looking at. It's valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. For commerce, they began striking these gold eagles for the general public in 1850. Right now, at this point in time, is a great time to acquire rare, high-grade gold double eagles. There was an article that came out. The title of it is "It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold?" And this just came out a year ago, and there's a paragraph in here that encapsulates what the article is all about. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." Now, what do they mean by that? Well, when they refer to spot, they were referring to the value of the gold. And right now, spot is around $1,900 for an ounce of gold. I'll give you an example from my personal experience. It's 15 or 20 years ago. I had some gold double eagles. And gold at that time was about $350 to $400 an ounce. And these were uncirculated gold double eagles, common dates. They weren't rare date Liberty gold double eagles. They were like a 1904, one of the most common dates. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500. Now, the Liberty gold double eagles I have for you today are a much rarer date. They're from the 1890s, folks. Rarely do you find mint date Liberty gold double eagles from the 1890s. The story of these coins really starts with the Great Depression. It was economic devastation for our country. In 1933 alone, folks, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Now, back then, there was no federal deposit insurance to guarantee your savings. So if you had your nest egg, your life savings in the bank, that you spent 20, 30 years saving for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's closed shut, it failed, you were wiped out. And they had 4,000 of those bank failures, affecting millions of Americans, just in 1933 alone. Now, you can imagine for all those other Americans who had their money in banks that had not yet failed. They were terrified. So what people began to do, and I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position, they began pulling their money out of these banks, that paper money. You know, with the economy the way it was during the Great Depression, that paper money could be worthless in 6 months or a year. So they began taking their paper money, and with that paper money, they began to buy gold and gold coins. Because throughout human history, you could go back to the ancient Egyptian times and the times of the great pharaohs. Across all cultures, gold has always had value. So here you had all these people pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold coins. This created additional stress on our banking system. And so then President Franklin Roosevelt, in an effort to stop this hemorrhaging of our banking system, passed Executive Order 6102 in April of 1933, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, gold was about $20 an ounce back then. So that means you could own 5 double eagles, but that was it. The rest you had to return to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. And you had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not obey that order, folks, they prosecuted. And it was a severe penalty. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, and this happened to many citizens, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And it was prosecuted. So what did the government do with all these gold coins? Did they put them away in a vault for future use for, maybe sometime in the future, 50, 100 years in the future? No, they melted them back down into gold bars. These statistics from 1933 to 1940, fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. That's over 50 million coins melted back down into gold bars, gone forever. Which is just one of the reasons that finding any gold double eagles is extremely, extremely difficult. There are very few survivors. What I have today, though, is from what's called the Great European Bank Hoard. The gold coins you see today, folks. The Great European Bank Hoard was a solution to a problem that all these American citizens faced back in 1933. Not every citizen turned their gold coins in. A lot of people were stuck between a rock and a hard place. You either turn your gold coins in exchange for paper money, which they did not want, or you hold on to your gold coins and you get arrested and thrown in prison, which was not very desirable. But there was a third alternative. There was nothing in that executive order that didn't say you couldn't own gold in another country. And so you had a lot of citizens and institutions who proceeded to take gold coins and to ship them to banks in Europe for safekeeping in the early 1930s. In bags, just like you see here. This is one of the original bags from what we call the Great European Bank Hoard. Now, most of the gold coins, folks, shipped to these European banks were of the more recent vintage. Again, remember, this is happening in the early 1930s. So most of the gold coins were struck in the 1900s. A lot of them were St. Gaudens double eagles, which were the most recently struck gold coins. Rarely do you see any coins prior to 1900, like we have today. And you certainly don't see them in Mint State 62. Coins are graded on what we call the Sheldon grading scale. It goes from a low of 1, which is the lowest possible grade. That's a coin that's very heavily worn, where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. Only the most modern coins, proof coins and mint state coins struck by the U.S. Mint today over the last 20, 30 years ever grade 70, when they have advanced technologies that allow them to strike perfect coins. There are no Liberty double eagles, folks, that grade MS-70 or even MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-62 is a coin that was never in circulation, with very, very minimal bag marks. it somehow has survived the process of striking the coin. Again, these were large, heavy coins struck for commerce. They didn't receive any kind of special treatment. These heavy coins, 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar, were struck in the die press, ejected into a bin. They would go through coin counting machines. They would get dumped into bags and get shipped to banks throughout the country. So that by the time you would get one of these coins from the teller, even though it had never been in circulation, it would have numerous heavy bag marks. I've got a couple examples right here as an educational tool. Here's a 1903, never in circulation, but look at the deep gouge on Liberty's lower jaw there. This coin is not even gradable. When you have a deep cut like that, again, from one double eagle falling on top of another, it's not even gradable. Here's another one, a 1907, a later date. And you could see the deep scuff on Liberty's cheekbone and on the lower part of her neck there, just deep gouges. So even though this coin is not circulated, it's uncirculated, it wouldn't be gradable. You could send it to NGC or PCGS and they would say uncirculated, damaged. Even that 1849 in the Smithsonian, folks, even though they only struck 2 specimens in 1849, you'll notice at about 8 o'clock in the fields, 3 very prominent and deep reading marks. My guess is this was the first of the double eagle struck. And it fell into the bin. The obverse was facing up at the bottom of the bin. And then the second coin that was struck, as it was ejected down into the bin, the rim of that coin with the reeded edge, the rim landed on top at 8 o'clock on that first coin. And that's those reading marks you see right there. It's probably MS-62, MS-63 quality. So the fact that these have survived at MS-62, when you take a look at one of these, folks, these are a miracle. Never been in circulation. A coin that's never been in circulation grades MS-60 and higher. MS meaning mint state. Anything below MS, if it's a grade of 58 or 55, it gets an AU, meaning almost uncirculated. These are mint state, and they're mint state 62, meaning they're uncirculated with very minimal bag marks. The Smithsonian has the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, including the 1849 double eagle, which is valued in the tens of millions of dollars. Take a look at the Smithsonian collection of the Liberty double eagles that I have here that we've been able to offer on our show over the past years, beginning with some of the earliest dates. And take a look, folks, the 1893P that we have for you today. Look at that. The Smithsonian doesn't even have an example of the 1893P. You know, if we had this in AU50 condition, almost uncirculated, that would be extraordinary. But these are mint state 62 specimens, among the finest known. They are so incredibly rare. These coins we got were among the best from the European bank hoard, and we have a very limited quantity. The best part of all is the extraordinary value we have these coins priced at. They are all graded by the best grading services, the top grading services in the country, either PCGS or NGC. Those 2 companies are the leading companies in the world at grading coins. This guarantees you that the grade of the coins is what it says on the holder. Take a look at this 93P, folks. I mean, so pristine. It is extraordinary. Again, the Smithsonian doesn't even have an example, even in circulated condition. And here we have this extraordinary MS-62. to be able to get these coins, we have nearly 100 examples. Total number certified by PCGS is only around 2,400 coins. The Smithsonian doesn't even have one. At $7,500, this would be a reasonable price. $4,900, it would be a really good price. At $3,900, it would be an exceptional price. But this goes back to my philosophy here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. We have our coins priced not on what the market will bear. The coin prices are based on our cost. That means when we get an opportunity like this, when we get coins where we get the entire collection and we're able to acquire the finest examples, and when we're able to then get them at a great price, we pass the savings on to you. And so we have these coins today, folks. Again, limited quantity. Call in now. $3,900 would be a great price. $34.95 is a phenomenal price, folks. That's a phenomenal, extraordinary price. Call in now, because if you call in now, I actually have these coins today while we have them. Once they're out, that is it. Like so many of our gold presentations, when we get a deal like this, once we sell out, the deal's gone. You never see it again at these prices. Because today, we have them for only $3,295 a coin for an 1893p. Folks, this is a coin that is rare in any condition. They only struck about 344,000 examples. So many hundreds of thousands were melted down. So few exist today. I want everyone out there watching today who desires one of these ultra-rare Liberty Double Eagles from the 1890s, one of the rarest issues, the 1893p. If you would like to acquire one of these, we have a 2-payment option for you. So all you have to do is put down $1,647.50 today. We'll hold one of these, put it aside with your name on it, and pay the balance in 30 days. And that is so very, very important, because when we get a rare date like this, the demand is extraordinary, and we sell out very, very quickly. So often, we have people who will call in a week later or 2 weeks later and ask to buy one of those coins they saw on our show a week or two earlier. And there have been so many times when we have to tell them, we're sorry, but we no longer have those coins. Not that date and not at that price. This is one of those coins, folks. If this were a 1924p St. Nemes 62, that would be one thing. I mean, a 1924p is a very common date. But it's an 1893p, ultra rare. Now, exactly how rare? Well, take a look at this comparison chart of double eagles that we've offered over the years. Again, when it comes to the European Bank Hoard, the most double eagles were the most recently minted when found in the European Bank Hoard. So you saw a lot of St. Gaudens double eagles, especially the 1924p. Over 300,000 have been certified, 44,000 in 6.2 and over 50,000 in 6.5. Because again, the more recent double eagles were generally higher condition. They hadn't been in bags for as long a time as the earlier double eagles. So the St. Gaudens double eagles, you can see the populations there. But then when you get to the Liberty double eagles, the last year of the Liberty double eagle series was 1907. But the European Bank Hoard had an inordinate amount of 1904p bags of Liberty double eagles. So you see 200,000 have been certified by PCGS, of which 64,000 were 6.2s and over 5,600 were 6.5s. Now, the 1904p is by far the easiest date to locate in mint state condition. The Liberty Double Eagle series has about 150 different dates and mint marks. And if you find a Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition, there's about a 35 to 40% chance that it's going to be a 1904P. The second most common date is a distant second, the 1900P, which we'd offered in the past. Even though it's number 2, it is much, much rarer than the 1904P. But then you get to the bottom of the page and look at the 1893P. Total number certified, only 5,495 coins, only 2,399 in 6.2 condition, none in MS65, 2,399 coins, folks. When you add up the higher grades, it's, especially with the total number certified, it's approximately 40 times rarer than a 1904P. Again, that is the common date, and you will find those available in coin shops at coin shows. And here's what they typically sell for, the 1904P, again, the most common date in the series. Here's an example in MS62 that sold in auction for almost $3,900. 1904P, most common date. Here's one, a dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $5,400 for an MS62. Again, this is the 1904P, by far the most common date. Now, I couldn't find any comps of what other people were selling 1893Ps for in 6.2 condition because there weren't any out there. Amazing specimen. Again, none have ever been graded in MS65 condition. This is an MS62. None exist in the Smithsonian. There are no 1893Ps. A very low mintage to date and to survive in uncirculated condition. To give you an idea, folks, of what a great opportunity this is, here's a chart that shows some of the rarest Morgan dollars. 1893S, 1889cc, 1879cc, and how many have been certified by PCGS. An 1893S in even AU condition is a $50,000 to $100,000 coin. In extra fine condition, it's a $15,000, $20,000 coin. An 89cc in AU condition is a $25,000, $30,000 coin. A 79cc is a $3,000 to $4,000 coin in AU condition. Folks, it would be much easier for me to fill this stand with 1893S Morgan dollars in various conditions from fine to AU condition and charge anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 a coin. And I'd be making a lot more money, but it wouldn't be the best coin for you. These are the best coins for you. These rare date 1893Ps that are absolutely irreplaceable, and where I am able to offer them for only $3,295 a coin. You get the ultimate in eye appeal, quality, rarity in Liberty Double Eagles, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. From the 1890s, this very rare low mintage date, folks. I hope you get at least one. If you can swing 2 or 3, please, I would encourage you to do so. Again, all you have to do is put half down today of $1,647.50, and we'll hold one of these for you with your name on it, and you pay the balance in 30 days. The reason I love my work is that I get to offer you coins that I really believe are great coins for you to own. And I never, ever try to push a coin on you that you do not want to own. So for me, it's really a dream come true. With using all my experience, my decades of experience in numismatics building the finest collections, to be able to get a great Liberty Double Eagle like this in this extraordinary condition, to be able to offer it at this kind of price, folks, it's a dream come true for me, because 20 years ago, I didn't think something like this would be possible. But that's what we do here on Rare Collectibles TV. These are not the kind of coins you're going to find at your local coin shop or your local coin show or any other coin show on TV. It's only here on Rare Collectibles TV. And that's why I always tell you to please stay tuned to our show, because you never know what we'll come up with next. Thank you for watching.
Rick Tomaska, knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So happy you're tuning in today, folks, because I have got a cherry picker special for you. This is an area of proof coins that I know is going to be a great collector series for the future. Not just today, but most importantly for the future. Because right now, these coins in the condition I have them in, I've been able to focus on this series for about 35 years, and it's given me the opportunity to make a lot of connections in the business, to make a name for myself where a lot of people know I specialize in proof coins, and so I get first crack at some of the best deals. And I'll tell you, being a specialist in these coins now since the early 80s, the coins I have are so much more difficult to find now than they were, say, even 10, 15 years ago. Most of the nice proof sets from this era that I'm focusing on today, the 1950 to 1964 era, most of these sets have been picked through 10 times over. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'm going to be real quick with this because, again, I've got a limited number of these sets. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So the Mint goes to a lot of work to make proof coins. They take the dies and they will polish them to a mirror-like finish. And then they will give the coin blanks a kind of polishing treatment as well. They'll feed them into the die at a slower rate and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, they aren't dumped into bins as commercial strikes are, but they're individually handled. Now, nowadays, when you acquire a proof set from the U.S. Mint, you have to order them from the Treasury. They truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a set that's struck in 1991, folks. This is what I would refer to as the modern era, when technology was so advanced at the San Francisco Mint, and the packaging was very advanced. So here you have a set that's over 25 years old, and the coins look like they just came off the die. They're absolutely superb. High grade, at least proof 68. So this is what a proof set should look like today, with today's technology. Now, the only downside to owning these sets in this modern era is that, they strike, usually around the 2 to 3 million, 4 million sets a year for collectors. The only downside is the quality is so good that when you buy these sets, they're all high grade. So if you took all the 1991 Jefferson Nichols struck, for example, and submitted them for grading, they would all grade proof 68, proof 69, a few proof 70s, without exception. Now, the era I'm really interested in, though, is that era in the mid-70s and earlier, when the proof technology was not as advanced as it is today. And especially those proof coins struck from 1950 to 1964, because these were the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, using old technologies that were really not much different from the technologies that they used to make proof coins back in the 1800s. It's so really surprising the differences in this small period in time, the differences in technology, the differences in packaging. Here's the last year of a Philadelphia issue proof set. It's 1964, and they came in these envelopes. This is an original envelope with the shipping label. They shipped it third-class insured mail. And you take your set out, and here's, I left this coin in the set, the $50, just so you could see that coins actually did come like this, folks, from the Philadelphia Mint back in this era. Their quality control back then was not like it was today. So you see, the quality was really spotty, no pun intended. And the other thing is the cellophane packaging. You see, it's pliable. So in other words, imagine this set, you know, in the envelope going third-class mail, snail mail. This cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which creates friction, which creates very light little scratches, what we call hairlines on the coin, which lowers the grade of the coin. So it's very rare that you get high-grade proofs from this era when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then on top of it all, you get this set, folks, and you open it up, and you're expecting the state-of-the-art, right? You're expecting this state-of-the-art, something. The very first coins I ever bought as a kid, when I was 10 years old, as a kid, you know, when I started collecting, was a set of proof coins, a 1962 proof set I went to my local coin shop, saved up my lawnmower money, bought a 62 proof set for $7, right? Because I like the idea of getting perfection. But in this era, I mean, it was so, you know, this is so typical. It's so typical because of the poor technology, the poor quality control, the poor packaging. And then on top of it all, to add insult to injury, now you've seen this set. This is from the U.S. Mint. Okay, you got this little letter with every set, and I have to read this once in a while for our newer viewers. Your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Nevertheless, sooner or later, tarnishing may occur. Care in handling and storing will help to prolong the newly minted luster of the coins. Heat and direct sunlight are especially harmful. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. This is from the superintendent of the U.S. Mint. Well, what are you going to do? What I have today, folks, are some of the finest proof Jefferson nickels. The last years of the Philadelphia Mint, proof condition, proof 68. And this is part of a collection. Many of these came from a collection. You may be familiar with Harry the Hoarder. He had some incredible collections of United States coins, 55S pennies and MS-67 red. That's the highest grade NGC's ever given that date. He had over 1,000 of them. You know, rare coins. He had over 1,000 55S pennies in MS-67 red. He had several thousand war nickels in MS-67. The guy was he wasn't just a hoarder. He was a sharp, astute buyer with a great eye. And he put away, finally, I was able to acquire some incredible proof sets that he accumulated over many, many decades, beginning around 1970 when he started cherry picking the sets. Take a look at these coins that I have for you today, folks. These are my cherry picker specials, some incredible 1961, 62, 63, and 1964 Jefferson nickels. The highest grade these dates have ever received from NGC is proof 69. You look at one of these, you don't see any spots, any unattractive haze or toning. Despite, you know, again, struck in 1964. This coin is over 50 years old now, folks. This is struck from an earlier era. Every single one, flawless to the human eye. The only way you might see the tiniest little hairline would be to get it out of the holder and look at it under a magnifying glass. That's a 64. And you can see a 63 there, 62, all the same quality. 61, let's show them the 61, Sasha. Got to move quickly on this. I'm going to price these out to you right now, folks. There's the 61. That's a little tougher. That one's a little tougher. Here's, Sasha's got the populations on these here for you to show you how many have been graded by NGC. And you can see in proof 68 condition, the 64 is the least difficult of those early years. 64, that final year at the Philadelphia Mint, the quality definitely improved over the previous years. They've graded 3,500 examples of the 64 nickel, only 1,500 of the 63 and the 62, 1,600 of the 61. So those earlier years are considerably more elusive in high-grade proof 68. Now, understandably, the dealers want, nice premiums for these coins. Here's a 1964 in proof 67, folks. Not proof 68 like I'm offering, but proof 67, $40. Here's a 1962. Again, proof 67, not proof 68 like I'm offering. You go from 6.7 to 6.8, you usually at least double or triple the value, the price of the coin. These are 6.7s you're seeing comps of, $99. Here's a 1963 in proof 67, $59.50 or $60. Again, proof 67s. Let's price these out. That first coin you saw, the 1964. If you want a 1964 in proof 68, call in now. This is a Cherry Pickers special. This is the time where I've set this presentation up so that if you are on a limited budget but want to take advantage of a great numismatic opportunity where you get a beautiful, top quality, rare U.S. coin for an incredibly low price, this is the time to do it. I've gone through these, and you're getting some of the finest surviving proof Jefferson nickels from the early old Philadelphia Mint era. This 1964 you're looking at, folks, worth 6.7s going for $40, $50. You'd expect to see 6.8s for around $100. $29 for this 1964. $29 for this 1964, not in proof 67, but proof 68. Now, it gets even better because you don't have to buy the 1964 if you don't want to. If you want to get a different date, like the 1963, for example, if you want the 1963, guess what? You can pick that date as well if you don't want that date. It's also only $29. Despite the fact that it's twice as rare as the 1964. It's still $29. $29. So there you've got the 64 or the 63. Take your pick, $29. Get both of them. If you want to build a set, this is the time to do it because that 62 you see there, it's actually a little bit more difficult than the 63 as you go earlier in the years, but it's also, again, you saw the one on eBay, $99 from a top-rated seller for a 6.7. Here's a 6.8, $29. $29, again, folks, because it's based on my cost. When I bought this collection, it was a cherry-pick collection. I submitted the finest examples. I got the good grades, so my cost was much lower than normal. Normally, I would have to sell these coins for considerably more, but when I get a great deal and I can pass it on to you, like this is exactly what we're doing today. And then we've got the 61, folks. The 61. Highest grade ever is proof 69. Here's a 61 in proof 68, also only $29. $29. That means that you get all four. You can own all four of these in proof 68 for only $116. There are dealers asking just about that much for a single coin in proof 67. Think about that. Think about the opportunity you're getting today. Now, I do have to have one little caveat on this. If you just want one date in particular, say in 1961, you can certainly buy that in 1961, but it's a limit of one coin per customer. In other words, I can't have somebody calling in and saying they want 45 1961 nickels in proof 68, because what that would do is clean me out, and then everybody calling in who wants sets, we would not be able to fill those sets because we'd be out of the nickels. So if you just want one date, you can get one date, but there's only a limit of one per customer. However, if you want to get the sets, you can get 10, 20 sets if you like. But don't stop here. If you're calling in now, don't order quite yet, folks, because it gets even better. We go to an earlier date, the 1960. This coin, again, the mintage drops in half. As you go earlier in the proof series, the mintages get lower and lower. They've graded around 1,500 examples. A mintage of only 1.69 million. Notice how the mintages drop as you go into the 1950s. That's because as you go into the earlier 1950s, folks, we had a country that was just coming out of World War II, a lot of young families that couldn't afford to collect. And it wasn't until the early 60s when these families got established in their businesses and in their work, when they began to really earn some significant income, where the middle class really began to blossom. Home ownership exploded. A lot of people owned 2 cars, television sets. All that came around in the 50s and early 60s. So as you go into these early 50s, you don't see as many proof sets being acquired because people couldn't afford them. So you got the 1960 here, folks. Take a look at this coin. If you want to add a 5th coin, the 1960, even more elusive, this coin should be more expensive than those last 4 dates that you saw. The 1960, where they struck about half as many as the 61, 62, 63, and 64. This 1960, it's not sold separately because, again, I have limited quantities when we get to these earlier dates. But if you want to add it to that set of 4, I will add it to the set of 4 for only an additional $29, the same price, $29, $145 for the entire 5-coin set. The entire 5-coin set. That's $145 when if you would shop around, you could buy these sets in 6, 7 and pay $300, $400. And here's an incredible 6, 8 set, 5-coin set for $145. But don't order just yet. All the operators there, just tell everybody calling, tell them to hold on just for 1 second. Take a look at this. We're going back in time, folks. Now we're going to go into the 1950s. What a great time to build an amazing set of proof Jefferson nickels in proof 68 condition at a price you will not find anywhere else. I will add these dates, the 1959, 1958, 1957, and 1956, all in the identical proof 68 condition, every one the same, amazing, flawless to the eye quality, no haze, no spotting. You know, I get so many proof coins offered to me, folks, in high grade that have haze or spots or unattractive toning. These are all as brilliant and flawless as the day they came off the die, like they were struck from the die and you caught them on a velvet pillow and stored them perfectly over the last 55, 60 years. This is an amazing quality. Now, these earlier dates, I mean, the mintages are much, much lower. Again, you have a lot of these that had fewer than 1 million struck. Fewer than 1 million struck. So dealers understandably ask considerably more. Only in 1959, only 1,400 examples. 58, 1,400. 57, that was a high point, 1,800. And the 56, 1,500. A lot higher percentage of those have been submitted because they are rare dates. But you see there, you have a couple dates there, especially the 58 and 59, really difficult, 1,400 each. So you got dealers, top-rated dealers, selling these. Here's the 1959, proof 68. Just the 1959, $199. At the other end, here's the 1956 proof 68, $200. So, you know, $399 just for those 2 coins. $399 just for those 2 coins from a top-rated dealer with over 5,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback, meaning they liked his coins and they liked his prices. Here's the 9-coin set. You had been paying $29 a coin, folks. You get the 9-coin set with these 4 rare dates, and the entire set is $27.66 a coin. $249 for the entire 9-coin set. Okay, now you're saying, all right, now I'm all in. Now I'm buying. One last coin I'm going to add to this set. This is where I got really lucky, because Harry had some 1955s and an abundance of 1955s. He really focused on that date because he knew it was a semi-key date. They only struck 370,000 1955 proof coins. It's a much tougher date. So number one, the mintages were a lot lower, and the packaging was terrible. Now, Harry had a bunch of these, and so he's added to that population. As you can see there, 2,032 coins. Several hundred of those are Harry's, okay, from that estate. They came in these boxes, folks. This was the packaging used 1955 and earlier. We call it the box set era. Half of the 55 sets came in flat packs. Half of them came in these box sets. And these box sets were even worse than the flat packs. This is an original box set from 1955. They were wrapped in tissue paper, and then each of the coins came in this little envelope where a lot of them would tone and discolor. It's terrible packaging. They only used it for about a year and a half because of the problems with this packaging, this polyvinyl, whatever it was. It was an oil-based type of material. It would leave a residue on a lot of the proof coins and just ruin the coins. A lot of the coins you'd send for grading, and it would say PVC on it from the residue from this packaging. So a lot of these 55 nickels are destroyed. So when you see a 55 nickel, a lot of dealers want significant premiums. Here's a 55, again, a top-rated seller, proof 68, $275. I'm adding the 55. Get the entire set, folks. The entire set. I'm adding the 1955 for only an additional $30. The entire 10-coin set for $279. Call in now while I'm able to offer this incredible special. $279. That's $27.90 a coin for proof 68 Jefferson nickels. If you were to find a superb proof Jefferson nickel, submit it to NGC for grading. It's going to cost you about $25. They're going to send it back to your registered mail. That's going to be over $20. The cost of the coin, your cost is going to be over $50 a coin if you do this yourself. If you go shopping around, you're going to pay anywhere from $50 to $200 a coin for the coins you see here. Yeah, buying them individually at coin shows. I mean, you might put a set together, but it's going to cost you, for the entire set. If you get really lucky, $500, $600, $700. If you get lucky and you find some great coins at low prices. And here you got the entire set for $279. And I got to tell you, these cherry picker specials that I've done on the Jefferson nickels, the Lincoln cents in the past, the Roosevelt dimes, the Washington quarters. I have sold out on a lot of these sets, especially the early dates. When I first offered them, I had to, and I was really upfront that I had limited quantities of them. We sold out on a lot of them, and so I'm ending up having to, because I was sold out, having to raise the prices on many of the dates, which means I have to adjust the cost on the sets that I had offered just a month and a half ago. Expect to see the same thing with these sets you see here today for only $279. Call in now if you want 3 sets, you want 4 sets, I can offer you 4 sets while I have them. This is an incredible cherry picker special you will not find anyplace else but here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Think another 2 sets of 10. Thank you very much. Think about this. You're getting incredible eye appeal. Proof coins, incredible eye appeal, incredible quality. Great rarity. Great rarity. 10 coin set. The last 10 coins struck in proof at the Philadelphia Mint. The last 10 Jefferson nickels in proof for only $27.90 a coin. I hope you're able to get at least one of these. If you've got 3 kids, get one for each of your kids. Okay? Have them put it away. It's a great way to start collecting. This is a perfect set for the collector of the future. From Sasha and I, thanks for watching this Cherry Picker special. But stay tuned, because I've got a nice little presentation coming right up. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a proof Jefferson nickel in proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some proof 68s at a great, great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of the Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in proof 68 and how many in proof 69? And you can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193, because poor metal flow. Poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets. Every one of these, highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this year, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in proof 68 and only a handful in proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, these are top rated sellers on eBay. There's a top rated seller with a 1955 proof 68, $274 for a proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, proof 68. $199 for a proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 and proof 69, top rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're gonna love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10 coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, we just had the lines that just lit up on this all of a sudden. $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets. And if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, or whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But you know, this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel plancha, it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the plancha, because that's the deepest portion of the die, and the hardness of that nickel plancha was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962, only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10-coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down. The dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed, and the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar of the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse. That was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do. Because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had 2 parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued. and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty Half Dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
John Mercanti is known as the U.S. Mint's 12th chief engraver, the designer of the American Silver Eagle, and now our newest guest on Coin Snacks with Jack. Join us live on Facebook and YouTube on January 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, for a never-before-seen live interview with John Mercanti.
Hello, we're back.
Hello, coin collectors. We are back. How you doing, Rick?
I am doing great, especially when we have something this exciting for another installment from the great American Silver Dollar Hoard. Over 50 bags of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. But before I get into what we have for our clients today, Jack, we've got here a picture of a coin that you handled.
Yeah, I get to see this coin.
Folks, before Jack talks about it, this is the very first silver dollar ever struck. Right here.
Yeah, this coin is this is a wonder coin that shouldn't exist. I had the opportunity at a coin show a while back to hold this coin in my hand and inspect it under a magnifying glass.
amazing.
And it is a coin that shouldn't exist. 1794 was the first year we struck silver dollars at the U.S. Mint.
We're looking at it close up, just the hair detail. You don't see this on a,
The hair detail is insane. Most $1794 that exist, first off, I think there's only about 100 or 200 that exist, period.
Yeah.
And typically, even in high grade, the date isn't even all there. There's hardly any hair detail. When you look at this coin, you know that there's something special about the way not the way it survived, which is also special, but the way they made the coin. This coin looks like a proof. It has mirrored surfaces, and PCGS graded it SP, meaning special strike or specimen, because there's no record of the making of proof. But when you look at this coin, there is no doubt that this was made in a very special way, and that's why most experts believe this is the very first silver dollar that was struck by the U.S. Mint.
You studied every square millimeter of this coin. You handled it. I believe it's the highest price ever paid in auction for any U.S. coin.
Yeah, I believe it's the only coin to break the $10 million barrier in numismatics. Period.
I would wager, Jack, that if this coin came up today, it would go for at least double that. For you folks who may not have seen our Great American Silver Dollar hoard presentation in the past. Again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've never handled anything like this. Over 50 bags of brilliant, uncirculated silver dollars. That is just extraordinary. And we've been going through these bags, and what we have for you today are some really, really special coins from this incredible once-in-a-lifetime hoard. Now, before we go any farther, Jack, we have to talk about the fact that Morgan dollars were struck in very large quantities. They struck over 600 million.
Millions and millions. Most
Sasha
years
has a chart here. The key to Morgan dollars, folks, is condition rarity. Because they were struck in very large numbers, but it isn't until you get into the higher uncirculated grades that they become really valuable. And you can see here by this chart, over the entirety of the series, they struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. A lot of them were melted down during the Pittman Act in 1918.
Almost half.
But that still left, close to 400 million coins, but only about 6.5 million of those have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's only 1.7%. Now, as an example, typical Morgan dollars. I picked these up in a coin shop, Jack, for like $30, $35 a coin. First one.
They look pretty typical.
I'd
say so.
And that's the most common. They struck, about 40, 50 million, 1921 Ps?
Yeah.
And you see it's heavily circulated. That's among the most common dates. But now we get to this next coin here, this 1886. And you flip it over, and there's an O mint mark at the bottom.
Oh, wow. Much better date.
1886 O, but I got it for the same price because it's very common in low-grade condition. They struck about 10 million of these.
Yeah.
And then the next coin is a 96 O, which they struck in the millions.
But they all circulated.
But they're
virtually all of them.
And a 96, and again, you can see the O mint mark. But then if you find these coins in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really, really rare. They have tremendous condition rarity. There's one of the finest 86 O's, and it's a 6.5. That sold many years ago for $161,000. It would be well over $200,000 today. But even 6.3s are, tens of thousands of dollars. And there's a 96 O in MS63, a nice choice piece for over $20,000 because it's uncirculated. This is where they're really rare. So what we have, if you've never collected silver dollars before, we're starting off with a date, Jack, that is a great coin to build a Morgan dollar collection with. We have an 1880s Morgan dollar. You take a look at this piece. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen.
You look at that luster. ADSs are known for their luster. I mean, the San Francisco Mint in that first part of the series is known for
very few bag marks.
Really great quality control.
Incredible luster, full strike, just incredible eye appeal. This is not the kind of coin you find in your local coin shop in this kind of uncirculated condition. You see a full strike. You see the S mint mark at 6 o'clock at the bottom there, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. I spent a day putting this chart together, ranking the rarity of Morgan dollars in terms of their condition rarity in uncirculated condition. With the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition first, and they become progressively rarer as you go down the list. And it's several pages long because there's over 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. In our earlier presentations, Jack, the first coin we offered was the 1881S.
Right, which makes sense.
Yeah, you can see there, it's the most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition. Even though they struck 12.7 million, you can see they've only graded about 268,000. So, you know, again, most of the coins are circulated, but you do have about 270,000 in uncirculated condition. There's an MS63 for almost $400. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 20,000 happy customers.
Right.
Okay, there's an MS62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, over $400.
Right.
So these are not fly-by-night dealers. These are people who are
established dealers, right.
established with 100% positive feedback. If you've never purchased a Morgan dollar before, this is the perfect time to start. We have these ADSs. We're starting with this coin 1. It's a gorgeous, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. We've got these coins, Jack. You want to give them the price? You do it.
Yeah, this is yeah. Sure, I'll give them the price. They're probably expecting it's going to be a little more than what I'm going to say.
I'm sure they are.
They're probably guessing if they can get this below $150, I'm going to pick up my phone.
I would say, yeah.
But right now, again,
I would say I'm thinking right now. Okay, he's going to say $99. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, 99 would be great, but as you said, we've been very fortunate with this deal, and right now it's only $59.
$59, folks. You heard correctly. We got such a great deal, and we're passing our good fortune on to you. But that's just the first coin, because we have 9 coins here,
right.
And each coin, folks, in this set is progressively rare than the preceding coin. The ADS is the most common coin in this group. The next 2 coins we have are the 1886P, and you can see it's rarer than the ADS, only 146,000 graded.
Right.
And then the last coin in this initial set we have offered is the 1898O.
Right. And that's about twice as rare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And over twice as rare. That's a New Orleans mint coin.
Historic mint.
Historic. These are great coins, folks. This 1886P, again, Jack, these coins were meant for commerce. They're large, heavy coins.
Right.
Folks, these were struck from the die press. They're ejected into bins. One coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting machines.
They're sorted. They're put in bags.
Dumped into bags, thrown onto a train where they go cross country.
Right.
How it survives like
and
this.
Thrown onto a train is a key statement there, because
Yes.
when you're moving hundreds of bags of coins that weigh about 55, 60 pounds each, these
They're
guys
heavy.
these guys
They're
are
heavy.
not just tenderly stacking these. They are tossing these bags of coins, and the coins bang against each other. They get abrased.
Look at this 98O. And there, again, you see the O mint mark, meaning this coin was struck in New Orleans at 6 o'clock at the bottom there. It was struck in New Orleans.
And I love New Orleans mint coins.
We actually tried to break in there,
We
right?
tried.
We tried.
We were chasing each other around the basement there. But I love it because there's the history of, this is the only mint that struck coins for 3 different governments. Struck for the Union, it struck for the state of Louisiana, and it struck for the Confederacy. There's a lot of history there. And then, of course, by now, in the 1880s, 1890s, it's back in Union hands at this point, striking these Morgan dollars.
They closed down, what was it, 1907 or 08, something around there in 09. Early 1900s, the New Orleans Mint closed down. So a New Orleans Mint is always one of the most valuable, value.
There's such a story there. And as coin collectors, we love those stories, the history. I mean, that's the big reason why I collect coins.
Here's the best part, folks. Here's the best part. We've got a couple of comps on the 1898O. Again, Jack found top-rated sellers. Here's an established seller, almost 1,500 happy customers, 100% positive feedback, 1898.0. You take a look at this piece here. I'm assuming it's a brilliant uncirculated specimen, $475, okay? Here's another one, 1898.0, $625. Some toning that doesn't look very attractive to me. Very established seller.
Right? Looks like a real BU.
Yeah. Very established. Again, 100% positive feedback, over 400 happy customers. We've got this entire 3-coin set, Jack.
Yeah.
All 3 examples. Folks, you can start with just the ADS for $59. But then we have this 3-coin set where you get the 86P, that's even rarer than the ADS, and the 98.0, that's over twice as rare as the ADS. And all 3 for only $59 a coin. In other words, all 3 for only $177. Doesn't get any better than that, Jack.
And these are, as we mentioned, increasingly more rare. That 98.0 is twice as rare as the ADS and almost twice as rare as the 86P.
Well, that's the amazing.
But we didn't raise the price. We left the $59.
That's the amazing thing, because when you get talk about the Morgan dollars, it's really only the first, 10 or so dates. Relatively easy to get an uncirculated.
Right, where there's
After
over
that,
100,000.
they get really scarce, beginning with this 98.0. But folks, okay, this is where it gets really, really interesting. Okay, those are the first 3 coins. We've got 5 coins to go here. But if you want just that, if you can only swing, like a couple $100, if that's your coin budget, that's a great place to start with those 3 coins.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. But now we get to the next coins.
Here we go, the scarce dates section of our
Now
chart.
look at this. We started with.
By the way, I love these charts you make, Rick. This is awesome. This is so informative.
It takes me a day to put this together. Yeah, but I know it really puts it into perspective, because you don't realize how rare they are until all of a sudden you see the numbers. You say, "Holy cow! I knew it was a tough coin to get."
Exactly.
But this explains why it's
That's
so tough.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I go, some of these I know they're tougher than others, but then I look at the numbers and I go, wow.
Yeah. The 4th and 5th coins are the 98P and the 82P. And you've got coins that are about almost 10 times rarer than the ADS in the 98P and the 82P. And interestingly enough, Jack, you've got coins like the 1878CC in BU is what, about a $400 or $500 coin?
Wholesale. I'd pay more than that for almost anything. Easy.
I mean, and the 8185CC, because they're low mintage, but still, some of them go for $1,000.
Well, what I was going to say too is, looking at this chart, what stands out to me is just what you said. The 81 and 85CC are very famous key dates, very low mintages, which to me, the 98 and the 82 that we're about to talk about here are real sleepers. Everyone knows about these Carson City coins. They know the mintages were tiny, but what they don't realize is the 98P and 82P, even though they had much higher mintages, they did not survive. They were melted, they were circulated, and they do not exist.
Jack,
so these are the sleeper coins.
You made the most important point here. Here, take a look at this 98P. So difficult.
Any of those 3CC dates we just mentioned in the same grade here, in the same grade we have here, would be over $500, like $500 to $800
and this condition, that I'd say they'd be in the $1,000 price range or more. This is a spectacular piece. And then the next coin, the 82P. Over 11 million struck, yet only 21,700 certified in uncirculated condition. And here's a beautiful, fully struck example. There's no mint mark at the bottom, meaning it was struck in Philadelphia. If there's no mint mark at the bottom, there's no O or no S or no CC or no D. It's just plain. It means it was struck in Philadelphia.
Because that's the headquarters of the mint. Originally, Philadelphia was the only mint, and then the other ones that they established, they call branch mints.
We found one comp for you, an 82P, $500.
Uncertified. Looks like a BU, but it's hard to say from a picture.
Yeah. It is a much rarer date, as we've been saying. And again, a top-rated seller. Here's a seller, over 3,300 happy customers, 100% positive feedback for a nice BU 82P. Here's what Jack and I are offering. Okay, we've got the 3-coin set for $177. But if you want to add the 98p and the 82p, those extremely rare dates, you could own all 5 of these coins, folks, for $355 for all 5 coins.
Coins of similar rarity are
Yeah.
selling for well over the double, triple the $355
for single coins. And again, these were coins we hand selected. There were a lot of other coins in the bags, in these bags, but these are coins we said, boy, as far as future potential, as far, like you said, Jack, as far as being underrated, you know, that they're just super sleepers. These are our top picks in this collection from this great American silver dollar hoard in this particular set here. So we've got this 5-coin set. If you want to get the 5-coin set, it's only $355. And then finally, we have,
this is
what would you call this? The grand finale.
Yeah, grand finale is good.
This is the grand finale.
This is good.
We've got 4 other coins. You saw that last page where we're getting into the scarce dates, so we call them the scarce dates, the 98p and the 82p. So you saw we added those scarce dates, the 98p and the 82p. Now the last 4 dates, though, are going to be on the following page. Take a look at this. Extremely scarce. Total certified under 20,000 coins. Look at this, wow. 97p, only 19,500 certified. 810, 18,000. The 03p, 13,500. And then this is the best coin of all.
Yeah, this is the cherry on top here.
1878 8-tail feather. We started off this presentation, folks, talking about the first silver dollar ever struck that Jack handled, the 1794. The 1878 8-tail feather was the first Morgan dollar ever struck.
Right.
First struck 1878 at 3:17 p.m. at the Philadelphia Mint. They only struck this coin, what they call the 8-tail feather variety, for maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
Right.
They
short
discontinued
period.
the coin. This is a fascinating story.
Right.
The eagle shouldn't have 8 tail feathers, should have only 7 tail
Right, it should have an
feathers.
odd amount of tail feathers, you know, the longest feather in the middle. Who even is studying it and noticing that? I mean, I don't think there are as many serious numismatists in 1878 as there are today.
Right.
I know there aren't. So whoever noticed that in the first place, is, you know, hats off to them.
Yeah.
But they decided
They completely changed, you know, they changed the eagle to 7 tail feathers, and the majority of 1878s are the 7 tail variety.
Right.
At the Philadelphia Mint. The 8-tail feather is only around fewer than 750,000 coins struck. Again, they only struck it for about 3 to 4 weeks. Take a look at these folks. This is extraordinary. The best part of all, again, is the price we're able to offer these at. But we're starting with that first coin, the 1897p. So rare in this condition.
Right.
In brilliant uncirculated condition, only 19,500 certified in all grades of uncirculated condition. Look at this brilliant uncirculated specimen. Absolutely breathtaking. The luster, the strike, everything, Jack.
Love getting to look through all these different dates and mint marks and varieties. Oh, it's so fun for me.
The next date, the 1881-0, though. Talk about a sleeper, only 18,000 certified.
Oh, that's a great date, 81-0. Those O-mints are tough.
This
in high
New
grade.
Orleans mint is so underrated. So underrated. It's so difficult to get. And there you see that O mint mark at the bottom. And this one is a full strike. So you got the 81-0 there, and then the 03p. Again, only 13,595 certified of the 03p. This is one of those coins where, again, they struck about 4.5 million. A lot of them were melted down. Very few survivors in uncirculated condition. But then the granddaddy of them all, and this is the coin I'm so proud of being able to offer. This first silver dollar design ever struck, first struck in March 11th, 1878 for perhaps a few weeks. He only struck 749,000
certainly,
examples.
certainly a short period of time.
Only 12,700 certified in uncirculated condition. We flip it over, you see the 8 tail feathers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This unique design, first Morgan dollar design ever struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce. We're in this set today.
I mean, this is one of those coins really that has kind of all of those factors we look for as coin collectors. You got this story. It's the first coin in the whole series. So right there, everybody loves the coin.
Yeah.
You've got the quality, obviously, we're showing you. These are beautiful, beautiful
I
coins.
mean, if you don't buy a single Morgan dollar,
right.
you get the 8 tail feather, the first one design ever struck.
But then, of course, like you're mentioning, again, I love these charts you make, Rick, because then you look at that, only less than 13,000 have been certified to date. I mean, it's obviously it's got the rarity as well.
Yeah.
You know, these are the kind of coins. 1878 8 tail feather is a coin I buy every one I see. When I go to coin shows, I do not pass an 1878 8 tail feather.
And the thing is, we have a few comps. We couldn't find one for the 8 tail feather. You take a look at some of these comps. Here's an 1897. Again, an uncirculated specimen.
It's actually a really good price.
That's a good price, $300. This dealer doesn't have 100% positive. He's only 97.5, but that's still
that was an
very
A+
good.
when I went to school.
You're right. And then we got another date here. 81.0, this really tough O-mint in uncirculated condition, $800. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. The last comp we have, here's the O3P for basically $500. O3P, $500, over 8,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback.
That's a pretty good track record.
And then the rarest coin of all, we couldn't find a comp for, folks, but it is the most valuable coin of all. Folks, Jack, again, I'm going to give you the honors. We've got 9 coins here. 9 coins.
9 coins. A lot of them we've shown comps, $500 coins.
And more.
And more. And we have all 9 for way. I hear people's jaws drop.
Can I say it?
You can do it. You can do it.
Folks, it's $995 for the 9 coin set. Yeah, this is a spectacular set. You can't do any better than this. We're going to have other sets from the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, but the coins in this set, with the first silver dollar ever struck, the 8 tail feather, that 97p, 81.0, the O3p, and all these others for only $995. You will not find a better silver dollar deal anywhere else in the country than you're seeing right now from this Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. Jack and I were so fortunate, and we're passing it on to you today. The 9 coin set, we got a lot of people now calling in, getting the complete 9 coin set with these extraordinary rarities, all for only $995.
Yeah, that's a lot of bang for your buck right there.
It's incredible. And this is the key to it, because the easiest thing for Jack and I to do would be to just offer you 9 really common dates.
Right.
We're not doing that. If you're going to start collecting these coins, we want to give you a taste of the entire series. A couple common dates in the set, but then you're getting some scarce dates and some extremely scarce dates.
Right.
You're getting the entire package, the full range, for only $995. Again, as we showed the viewers earlier, there's some dates like that 96.0 and MS6263 is a $20,000, $30,000 coin. 1893S, the king of them all.
Yeah, MS60, just an MS60, not a 63 or 65. MS60 is about 200,000 or so these days.
Yeah, exactly. So these are the dates that have tremendous rarity, tremendous condition rarity, tremendous bang for your numismatic dollar. Again, when we got these coins out of the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, to be able to get these key dates and to put them in a package for only $995. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. We have a limited number of these sets, I should add. We don't have that many because of the difficulty of the 8 tail feather, especially that
Especially
one
that coin.
coin.
There's a few coins, but this in particular, that one.
Because not only is it extremely rare, but it's understandably a date that's in the highest demand because it is the first silver dollar design ever struck. Again, March 11th, 1878, at 3:17 p.m. at the Philadelphia Mint. That's when the 1878 eight-tail feather was first struck, and they only struck them for a few weeks. 3 to 4 weeks, 749,000 examples. They discontinued the design because they decided that the eagle should not have 8 tail feathers.
Right.
It should have only 7 tail feathers. So they stopped production. We have to have
Stop
it with
the presses. We gotta
7
fix
tail
this.
feathers. So anyway, that's the story of the coin. And I'm looking at this one. Did this one have 7 tail feathers? I suppose.
Good question.
I suppose so. That's why, the keeping with tradition, I guess that's what it was all about. That's the story. And this is what makes collecting these coins so much fun.
I wish I counted the tail feathers now when I got to look at that coin in person.
We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. We're going to have to close it out right here, Jack.
Yeah.
Because again, limited number of these sets.
Exactly. I think we could talk about these coins all night, but like you said, there's only so many coins, so we're going to have to cut it off at some point.
This has been a lot of fun.
It has been.
Oh boy, Jack. We want to thank you folks for watching. Jack and I will have more surprises around the corner. Keep tuning in to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, the Coin Guys, because you never know what Jack and I will come up with next. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm here, Rick Tamaska, along with Kimberly, who's going to be showing you some of the most exciting silver dollars that we've ever offered. And I am like a kid in a candy store right now, folks. I get this way when I get some coins that I think are really, really nice coins that I think are just undervalued. It doesn't matter what the gray sheet says or what the blue sheet says, because sometimes those sheets do not reflect the true value of a coin. I'll give you just one brief example. The blue sheet a few years ago had, for the 1956, it wasn't the blue sheet, it was the PCGS and NGC price guides. They had, for the 1956 Type 1 Franklin, in Proof 68 Deep Cameo, they had the value listed at $8,000. Now I knew that was way off, that if one was ever offered to me, I'd be willing to pay at least double that. But the thing is, because it was such a rare coin, the last one that had been on the market was many, many years earlier. And at that time it sold for $8,000. And so that was the value reflected. And here it was, 7, 8 years later, and things had changed. And so one came up in auction. And I didn't, usually when I'm bidding on a coin in an auction, I like to see the coin up close in my hands under a halogen light. Halogen light is the most important tool. If you're new to collecting, that's the most important tool you can have at your disposal, because with a halogen light, you'll see things even if it's graded. Because a lot of times a coin that's in a graded holder will develop a little spot or something like that. And it's harder to see if you don't have a really good halogen grading light. So anyway, I didn't get to see the coin close up. I saw it on a computer monitor, and I still bid something like $17,000 for it, and I lost. It went for about $20,000. If I had gotten to see the coin up close, I probably would have gone up to $25,000 on it. But so anyhow, the price guide value went from $8,000 to $20,000. In a matter of a week, because it's a really rare coin. Now, on the other hand, when you get coins that aren't so rare that are traded on a regular basis, those numbers are usually reasonably fairly reflected in the price guides because they trade regularly. And so when you see, say, a Common Date Morgan, 1881S, for example, or a Common Date Peace Dollar, 1922P and 6.5, those trade every week. And so those values can be relied on a little bit more than the values for some of these rarer coins. And it's in these rare coins where there is the opportunity, the greatest opportunity today. And we are taking advantage of it big time here with what we have for you today, folks. This is one of those opportunities. I just feel like Santa Claus really right now. It is so exciting. You know, there's such a thirst today among collectors to own something really special. Now, many of you folks tune in to the various coin shows and all too often end up watching hour after hour of slickly marketed common coins trussed up as if they were really something special and extraordinary. Well, I know this because of the response we have had from a couple Key Date Morgan and Peace Dollar sets I've offered over the past few months. The response among the viewers has just been off the charts. You know, we would spend the time to put together some Key Date rare coins that you viewers wouldn't normally get to see, that you normally wouldn't see at your local coin shop or your local coin show. And we had them on our show, and the response has just been extraordinary. And we thank you. And one of the things we're most pleased with is that I was talking to Greg, and he said, you know, Rick, I used to work at be partners at another coin show, and the return rate on our show is so much smaller. It's a tiny fraction of what it used to be on that other show. Now, there's always going to be a return here and there. I mean, when you sell, if you sell 100 of something, there's going to always be a customer that doesn't like a particular coin for a particular reason. But ours is at the lowest on TV, and we're very proud of that because we offer a quality product. Now, the coins we have are key dates in the Peace Dollar series. Now, we refer to a coin in a series as a key date when it ranks among the most difficult coins to acquire when completing a collection. And when we're talking about Key Date Morgan and Peace Dollars, we're talking about some very rare coins that will often be very, very expensive. Now, when it comes to discussing rarity, and this is really important, in either the Morgan or Peace Dollar series, it's important to understand that we're talking about rare coins, that there are really two different kinds of rarity. In U.S. numismatics, you have coins that have absolute rarity, and then you have coins that have condition rarity. Now, absolute rarity would typically be a coin that's very, very low mintage, that is difficult to find in any condition. So, for example, the example I like to give most often is the 1913 Liberty nickel in proof condition. They only minted 5 examples. So even if you own the worst of those 5 examples, it's worth millions and millions of dollars. Another great example that I often cite is the 1916P Standing Liberty Quarter. They only struck 52,000 of those. So even if you find one that's been cleaned and heavily worn, it's worth a few $1,000s because it has absolute rarity. Now, when it comes to Morgan dollars and Peace dollars, we're usually talking about condition rarity, because Morgans and Peace dollars were actually struck in very high numbers for most dates, and hundreds of millions of them. In fact, I've got a little chart here that Kim is going to show you of the surviving mintages of the Morgan and Peace Dollar series. And if we could just hold that up for a couple minutes while I talk about it. In the Morgan series, there's surviving, they originally struck over 600 million, folks, but they melted over 200 million during the Pittman Act in 1918, so they're left with about 386 million. Peace dollars, they struck about 100 million during the course of the entire series. That's the entire series, 1921 to 1935, all 24 dates, 190 million coins. So it's not like it's difficult to find a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar. You go to into any coin shop, you can find one. And usually they're heavily circulated because these coins were all, after all, struck for commerce. Virtually all of them are circulated. And this is what this chart is showing you there. When you look at the number of the coins in each series that PCGS and NGC combined have graded in uncirculated condition. Uncirculated would be a coin that grades at least MS60. Anything below 60 is a circulated coin. The highest possible grade is a 70. There aren't any Morgans or peace dollars in 70. In fact, I don't think there are any peace dollars in 6.9 even. And there's only a few Morgan dollars in 6.9. So in uncirculated condition, you can see in the Morgan dollar series, PCGS and the NGC combined have graded about 5.7 million coins. That represents only 1.5% of the total population. In the peace dollars, that number is only 0.6%, less than 1% of the total population. So now those coins, those uncirculated coins, are coins that we refer to as having condition rarity, because when you get into the uncirculated grades is when the coins become rare. Now Kim has an example of a circulated peace dollar to show you. And when you get peace dollars, typically when you see them, this is how they look. Over 99% of them are circulated, and they're very common like this. Folks, these kind of peace dollars and Morgan dollars are out there by the bag full. Again, they struck hundreds of millions. Most are circulated. And that's the typical quality. Now, in uncirculated again, you get true rarity. And in fact, this is one of the things I like most about the Morgan and peace dollars in uncirculated condition, because in uncirculated condition, you have real protection against the ups and downs of the silver and gold market. Silver can go up, silver can go down, but through all that, if you've got a numismatic coin in uncirculated condition, like a silver dollar, you've got a lot of protection. I've got a little chart here I put together that shows, for example, it starts in November 2012. Now, I'm a silver bull, but I'll tell you, if I'm going to put my money into something that's silver, it's not going to be a bullion coin. It's going to be a numismatic coin, and it's going to be a coin that's in uncirculated condition. You look there in November 2012, silver was at $32.50 an ounce. The latest spot price is, this sheet is actually a little bit old where it says $19 an ounce. Right now it's below $18 an ounce. It's had a drop of over 40% in the last couple of years. Now on the other hand, peace dollars, circulated peace dollars, have dropped a lot less than that. If you look at the latest coin dealer newsletter, over that same time period, circulated peace dollars have dropped around 10% in value. So there was some protection there because they had some numismatic value. But it's not until you get into the uncirculated coins where you see, despite that huge drop in silver bullion values, uncirculated peace dollars have actually risen in value about 15% across the range for the entire set, in the face of steeply declining silver values. This is why I like these coins in uncirculated condition. Now, in uncirculated condition, there's a broad range of rarity. When it comes to Morgan and peace dollars, typically when you see uncirculated coins, what you usually see are the most common, easiest to find examples. And it's for the simple reason that it requires a lot less work on the part of the show host to offer these kinds of coins. All it really takes is a call or two to a Morgan or Peace Dollar coin dealer wholesaler, and voila, they can order 500 or 1,000 uncirculated Morgan or Peace Dollars and have them shipped express to their door the next day. It's really that easy. And most of you folks know that, because if you've been watching these shows for any length of time, you keep seeing the same coins over and over again. And they talk about them as being rare coins. Well, if they're that rare, then why are they able to show them so often? You know, my goal is to find those brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace Dollars that are not on the easy to find list. Because if you're a collector, I mean, that's the point of collecting for most of us. Going back to when I first started, this is one of my earliest Whitman books. This is my Buffalo Nickel book, folks. And I was looking for Buffalo nickels out of change. And I wasn't very successful because most of them had their dates worn, and they were, but I had a lot of the more common dates here. But boy, if I could have found some of these dates on the first page here, I mean, the rarest dates, I would have flipped out. I mean, so, and that's what makes collecting so much fun, is when you can get some of the rare dates, which are the most desirable. Now, in the past, I've offered some really cool 5-coin, 6-coin, even 21-coin collections of silver dollars that featured these more difficult dates. Now, when I offer something like this, the only way to help make any sense out of it for you, the viewer, is by showing you the rarity ranking charts I took the time to assemble for the Morgan and Peace Dollars. Now, in these charts, the rarity rankings are not organized by mintage totals, because as I have said in every one of my presentations on these coins, minages usually have very little to do with the Morgan or Peace Dollars rarity in brilliant uncirculated condition. You've got some Morgan dollars with very low minages that are relatively available in uncirculated condition, and then you have some Morgan dollars which have very high minages but are very rare in uncirculated condition. Here, for example, let's see, I'll try to do it from my angle if we can show it here. This is the first page where I start with the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition, beginning with the 1881S. And it has a mintage of 12.7 million, and over 200,000 have been graded in uncirculated condition. And we go down the list there, and these are ranked in order of their rarity in uncirculated condition. And on that first page, you end up with the 1900O. And you're already down to just 40,000 coins in all grades of uncirculated. So by the time you get to the 1900O there, you're getting to a pretty scarce coin in uncirculated condition. Now we go to the second page, though. We're getting to a greater and greater degree of condition rarity. The second page is coins total minages of 40,000 to 15,000 in the Morgan series. And again, you can see some coins. Now, in the middle there, you see the 81cc and the 85cc. Tiny minages, only a few couple hundred thousand coins struck. So they're rare in an absolute sense. In terms of their condition rarity, they're rare coins, but they're not on the super rarity list. That's going to come out, we're going to get to that on the next page here. Because on the next page, we're going to coins where there's been under 15,000 to 5,000 graded in all grades of uncirculated. And this is, now we're getting to some coins that are really, really difficult to find in uncirculated. These are, you're getting to coins that we could start calling semi-key dates in the series. Hard to find in uncirculated condition, brilliant uncirculated condition. Now the last page, these are what I call the key dates. Fewer than 5,000, and these are tough. These are really tough. And again, you can see some of them have very high minages, but you have, for example, dates like the 1898S. They minted 4 million, but they've only graded less than 2,000 in uncirculated. It's really rare. Really, we're getting to really rare coins here, folks. And finally, on the last page, we got the rarest of those, the 93S at the very bottom. Now, that is a low mintage coin, and it also happens to be the rarest in uncirculated. The 93S in just MS60 grade is a $100,000 coin. Now, that's the Morgan dollar series. Here's the Peace dollar series. Now, the Peace dollar series, here are all the dates, and you can see the total mintages of each of the dates. Beginning with the 21P, just over 1 million. The highest mintage dates are the 22P and the 23P. And the lowest mintage date is the 28P, 360,000. Now, but how do these coins rank in terms of their condition rarity? These are their mintages, but how do they rank in terms of their condition rarity? And here's where I've put together a chart where I've added the condition rarity, and there's some vastly different numbers here. You see some dates where they've graded over a couple 100,000, which with high mintages. But now, I'm going to show you that Morgan chart where I had it divided up by groups. Here's the Morgan, the Peace dollars where they've graded over 40,000 in uncirculated condition, and you could see the most common dates. They have higher mintages, the 23P, 22P, they are the most common to find in uncirculated condition, followed by the 25P and the 24P. Okay? So when you find uncirculated Peace dollars, 99% of the time, they're going to be one of these 4 dates. Maybe 99%, figure 97% of the time, okay? Now what about that second group, the coins that have population totals in uncirculated condition between 15,000 and 40,000 in the Peace dollar series? Well, here's the chart for those. There aren't any. So you have the first 4 dates that have populations over 40,000. There aren't any in the 15 to 40 range. So let's skip to the next one. This is the third page here, 5,000 to 15,000. This is the next group. Then here we are getting to, again, this is where you have the semi-keyed dates, where you have coins with a high degree of condition rarity, beginning with the 21P high relief, 22S over only 5,100 coins. And now the last page, like the last page in the Morgan series, the key dates. These are the toughest. These are the toughest, folks. Now you notice the 28P there at the top. That is the lowest mintage date in the series, but it's not anywhere near the rarest as far as condition rarity on this last page. You've got a lot of coins on that page, higher mintages, but rarer in uncirculated condition. And these, when you're talking about, folks, when you're talking about coins where they've only graded 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 examples in all grades, NGC, MS60 to 69, all grades, we're talking about some very, very rare coins. Again, versus the most common dates like the 23P, 22P, 81S, where they've graded a few 100,000 examples. And here you're talking about a couple thousand examples. These are the coins I'm interested in. These are the coins I'm interested in acquiring for you and that I'm offering today. Folks, I have 9 brilliant uncirculated silver dollars that I have selected that are absolute winners if you get them now. They're not just rare, but these are very rare key dates in their series that just happen at this point in time to be priced well below silver dollars of comparable rarity. In fact, there are silver dollar dates, folks, of comparable rarity to these 9 coins that individually, some of these other dates are selling for double what I have this entire 9 coin set priced at. I mean, these are so rare. we are able to assemble fewer than 30 sets. So I can't go too much longer in this presentation. We have fewer than 30 sets. This is another one of those presentations. You must understand that once these are gone, I don't know if I'll be able to replace them at this price. I got to tell you, just a brief story. About a month ago, I discovered that many of you actually tape my shows. And I can understand that because you're not able to watch them when I happen to be on, so people tape them. And so what often happens is a viewer who has taped a show and watched it the next day or the day after will see something they really like and call our customer service representative to order it. And our representative would take the order, and I would get a call requesting 2 or 3 more of a particular Morgan or Peace Dollar or Franklin set that I had offered a night or two ago. Now, the only problem has been that in several cases, I was no longer able to build one of those sets at the price I originally offered the coins at. Now, we did honor the orders because, I mean, the customer service representative took the order. We honored the orders. I put the sets together, but I did take a loss on the sets because of my higher costs. So, you know, we had a meeting at Rare Collectibles TV, and we discussed this with the customer service people. If we sell out of an item on the night we show it, it may not be possible to offer another set at that price. You have to understand the process. The work it takes assembling these sets like I have today. Jack and I have spent a lot of time, many, many months, getting these coins together for this presentation. To be able to get the best possible coins at the best price possible to give you the greatest opportunity possible. If they were relatively common coins, it would be no problem going out, make some calls, and round the coins up. But when you're talking about true rarities, as these coins are, where we have essentially drained the market of these coins for this presentation today, acquired every choice example we could locate, every choice, brilliant, uncirculated example we could locate. Typically, the only way to coax additional examples out of hiding is by paying more for them, raising our buy price, because the demand at that point is exceeding the supply at the current price levels. Supply and demand is really at its most basic level, and that's what happens. And that's by the way, why many of our original, very successful Morgan and Peace Dollar presentations and Franklin presentations have been discontinued, because those values are gone. The demand you viewers have created in acquiring these sets is what moves values of these rare coins higher, because they are coins with true condition rarity. Now, I want you to take a look at this chart here. Let's see, which one, where did I put this one? It's the one I want with the Peace Dollars in it. Here it is. We started off with the most common Peace Dollars. Okay, and you know, we've offered, I have a presentation on these where we offer them by the roll, and they're a great deal. Again, as I showed you, you know, if you like bullion, get some nice BU Peace Dollars, and you've got good protection. If silver, these have been going up in value despite the fact that, you know, silver has been going down in value the last few years. So these are the most common dates. You see right there. Okay, this is the second page. There aren't any Peace Dollars in that range. Here's the third page. Here you're getting to some really rare coins. This last page, let's see here. Next to last page. Here we go. Here's the one you want to see. Here's the coins in red in this set. What I did was take the 3 rarest dates, Philadelphia Mint, the 3 rarest Denver Mint dates, and the 3 rarest San Francisco Mint dates in terms of condition rarity for this 9-coin set. The exception being the 34S. Why didn't I put the 34S in there? Because the 34S is basically as much as the other 9 coins combined at the price I have this set at. The 34S, if you go shopping around for one, they're around $3,000 and more. Here's one, you know, for a nice choice BU example, $3,055. Here's another one for $3,800. And now, folks, I use eBay a lot. You know, eBay is not a flea market. Some of the most high-profile dealers now are using eBay, and you'll find more nice coins on eBay than you will going to your local coin show. eBay has kind of replaced the coin show when it comes to finding nice coins. In fact, there was a Morgan, there's not a Morgan dollar, but I saw on eBay, here it is. These are high-profile dealers using eBay now. I mean, it used to be when eBay started years ago at the very beginning, it was kind of a flea market, but you've got dealers now. Here's a piece, take a look at this coin, $1.3 million. That's a legitimate price. If you call this dealer and negotiate with him, don't expect to get it for $900,000 or $1 million. That's a legitimate price. eBay is a serious marketplace for rare coins. It is probably the most, one of the most influential forces in U.S. numismatics today, and that's why I use eBay to show you where these coins are. Now let's take a look at these 9 coins we have for you. Starting with the first one there, Kim? Oh, okay, all right. There you have a 28p. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated. She's going to flip it around and beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated. That's the first coin. That coin is, and then we'll go to the second coin. And again, on our rarity chart, folks, here we'll switch over here real quick. You can see actually the lowest mintage coin. Lowest mintage coin. In terms of condition rarity on this list, it's actually the least rare, but it is very rare. The next coin would be the 27p, which has a higher mintage, but is a little rarer than the 28p in brilliant uncirculated condition. It's a beautiful 27p. That's the second coin. Now, again, the first 3 coins you're going to see are the Philadelphia Mint issues. And the third Philadelphia Mint issue, these are the 3 rarest Philadelphia Mint issues in the piece dollar set in terms of condition rarity. The third one is the 34p. Only 4,600 examples in all grades of uncirculated. There's a beautiful, brilliant, look at the strike on that, all the hair detail. You know, sometimes when you get an MS-60 coin, you'll see a lot of gouges all over the cheek. When you get a coin with so relatively few marks, it's a beautiful coin, and the reverse is equally as spectacular. We'll flip that around. Spectacular coin. That's the third coin. Now we're going to get to the D mints. The first one. And here, folks, only 3,000 graded. All grades of uncirculated. This is really rare. Here's a 26D. 26D. Choice, brilliant, uncirculated. You see the little mint mark to the left of the eagle's tail feather there, below 1. It's very tiny. You can barely see it. It's just it's like a speck there. That's the D mint mark. That's your 26D. Only 3,003 graded, all grades by NGC. The next coin, 23D. Less than 3,000. 2,975 coins. Coin number 6. And then the third D mint, the rarest of all the D mints, 27D. Only 2,552 examples in all grades of uncirculated, 27D. Beautiful example. And then we get to our 3 S mints. 27S, only 3,100 coins. Now, it's hard to believe. You add the total number of these graded, I didn't add these up, but there's your 27S. That's a nice example, a nice strike. S-mints had a huge problem with strike. This is a really well-struck example. Beautiful luster. You know, all 9 of these, you add up the total number graded, it comes to about 30,000 coins. All 9 combined. That's how rare this group is. This is a phenomenal group. And what I like about it is that the prices that I have it at are just offer you incredible, incredible opportunity. And then the 35S. 2,709 coins. Now again, I showed you the 34S. It's a $3,000 coin. Now here's what I really love about this set. At the price I have it. Because when we're talking about some of the key dates in the Morgan Dollar series, in uncirculated, just nice, brilliant uncirculated. Here's an 1895-0. You want one of those in just brilliant, not a gem, just a nice, brilliant uncirculated MS61. It's a $35,000 coin. Okay, now that was in 2005. Well, you know, it's a really rare coin. That may be the last time one was on the market in MS61 in auction. Here's a 92S, another rare date. This was an MS62. 48,000. Now here's a date with the same, in the same rarity range, they've rated around 3,000 in uncirculated condition, 79cc. Okay, they've graded around 3,000 in uncirculated condition. NGC has, where we have a lot of these peace dollars are 3,000 coins graded or less. We have some here with pops at 2,500, 2,700 that are actually rarer than the 1879cc in uncirculated condition. Here's a top-rated seller. This is an AU53, folks. This is a circulated coin for $2,900. Here, if you want one uncirculated, you know, not gem, just a nice uncirculated, it's $7,000. Okay? 7,000. This is why I was saying at the beginning that we have 9 coins here that have incredible rarity, with a lot of them rarer than coin that for the entire 9 coin set is less than half the price of some Morgan dollars. And that 79cc is an excellent example. Let me get to the price of this set. Okay, we've gone this far. This is what's so exciting. You've got these coins with incredible rarity. This is one of those deals, folks. Again, once we get cleaned out of these, replacing them at this price, this is by no means any kind of a guarantee. You know, there's a lot of shows, coin shows, that they make tape presentations, and they've been running the same tape presentations now for 3-4 years. Generally, the tape presentations that we started doing a few months back, there's very few that we can still continue to run. A lot of them we've had to discontinue because when we're dealing in coins of rarity, a show like this is a big megaphone. And when we have people calling in and ordering all these in one day, you have a huge impact on the market. And you have a huge impact when you get one of these sets because they are so difficult. There are so few of these. Here you go. You've got coins. You'd think these coins would be about $5,000 each, and that would be $45,000 set at that point. Folks, we've got the entire set. It's not $45,000 or $35,000 or $25,000. I wanted to be able to do this for under $5,000. I figured, boy, if a 79cc that has the same rarity as 5 or 6 of these dates is $6,000, $7,000, if I could offer all 9 coins for under $5,000, that would be a great opportunity. Now, at some point, these 9 coins you're looking at will be $50,000 or more. But today, as Jack and I were able to acquire these coins and put these sets together for you, we've got them today for $3,295 for the entire 9 coin set. Now that set will also come in a beautiful custom holder. Kim, if you could show them that. We really are leaning towards this custom holder because of the fact that it is so good for display purposes. It doesn't scratch up like a capital holder. The coins don't rattle around. Our viewers love it. And to make this deal even better, we're offering this 9-coin set on our 2-payment option. If you would prefer, you can put down $1,647.50 today, and we'll put a set aside for you in our vault. And then in 30 days, you pay the balance of $1,647.50, and the set's yours. But there's one last thing. We've got people calling in already on this. There's one last thing I got to talk about. This is really important. Really important. About a few days ago, I was working on a deal of the key date peace dollar, the 1934S. There was a dealer who had a half roll of these, 10 coins. 10 coins, 10, a half roll of 1934S's. I don't think a complete roll in BU condition exists. What he had represented a hoard of 34S's when you got 10 coins. I bought the deal. They're being delivered to me, folks. I got a very good price on it. A while back, I made a statement on another presentation. One of the things I really loved about the Peace Dollar series is that you can complete a set, an entire set, for less than half the price of the rare estate Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition. The rare estate Morgan dollar in an uncirculated condition is the 93S. Here's an MS-60. A 93S and just MS-60 is a $100,000 coin. So I made the statement that you could complete one of these sets, all 24 coins, for less than half that price, less than $50,000. Well, we're able to do this, folks. In acquiring this key date 34S, we will be able to assemble 10 sets. The 34S is the toughie. We'll be able to assemble 10 sets. We've got people calling in for this 9-coin set right now for $32.95. But this is an opportunity. If you want to assemble the entire set, I mean, this to me is an opportunity of a lifetime. An entire set of U.S. silver dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition. Now, you can find these in circulated condition all over the place. They're a couple $1,000s. They're not rare like that. To get it like this, you've got something special. This is the kind of set, complete, that has the potential to be worth $100,000 and more. We're going to be able to assemble 10 of these sets. Get online if you want to get one of these sets at this price. Because it's not going to be $50,000 or $35,000 or $25,000. We're going to be able to do it with the great deal I got on these 34S's. We're going to be able to assemble 10 sets for $9,900. $9,900 for a complete set, all 24 coins of the peace dollars. We have the 9-coin key date set here for $32.95, the entire 24-coin set for $9,900. And we have the 2-payment option on the complete set of 24. Half down today and half due in 30 days, and you can have a great set that you will be proud to own. Every date and mint mark for 2 payments of only $4,950. This is something this is a dream for me, to be able to offer these kinds of silver dollars with this kind of rarity at these kinds of prices. This is just, if you're a collector, if you love silver dollars, this is an opportunity I really would encourage you to take advantage of. I mean, it's going to be a small window of opportunity, folks, where you're going to be able to own a complete set of these for under $10,000. I would not be surprised if a year or 2 or 3 from now, the entire set would be around $20,000, $25,000 because of the rarity of all these key dates. We just have one person ordering one of the complete set for $9,900. We've already sold, looks like 7 or 8 of the 9-coin sets. Another looks like another one sold at 9. Okay, we already have 2 sets reserved of the complete sets. Call in for these. What's going to happen is, as with all our offerings, it should be noted for any of you folks who are new to my show, when we take your order, you are not charged until we have the set complete, packaged, and ready to ship out the door. Once it's ready to ship out the door, only then will you be charged for the set. So if it takes us, I'm expecting the coins in about 5 days. It'll take us a day to put this, the rest of the set together. So it'd probably be about a week before we're able to put it together for you. Also, the case that the complete set is coming in. Kim, if you could show them this special custom case we have, it's the other one actually, because this one is so big, it requires 2 shelves. Looks like we have another one, another complete set sold, 2 more sold of the 9 coin sets. This is really, this is what is, and that's the first tray there in the tray, and it's so great to display because you could just pull 1 coin out at a time for yourself or to share with your friends. We decided to use these instead of the capital holders because the capital holders, they scratch up easily, and once you get these large capital holders, they're easy to scratch, which kind of ruins the presentation of the value of the coins, number one. Number two, in the capital holders, the coins have a tendency to kind of clank around and rotate in the holder. So when you're turning the holder around and you hear the coins clanking inside the holder, you don't have these when they're in these airtight holders in these trays. It's an ideal presentation box to preserve your collection. So that's what we're going to for these nicer sets. As long as we can get these nice custom boxes from the supplier, we hope they keep making them because this is really the way to go for the really nice custom sets we're offering. And for the 9 coin set, Kim is going to show you, and this is what the 9 coin set will come in. And your 9 coins they'll be in the 3 center rows like that. And you can see there. And as you want to fill your collection, you could just add them in there. It's really a beautiful deluxe carrying case. And this is part of the package. $3,295. If you've just tuned in, I've got the 9 rarest dates by Mint in the Peace Dollar series. $3,295. That's barely over $300 a coin. The rarest, with the exception of the 34S at the very bottom there. Why didn't I include the 34S? Because the 34S by itself is a $3,000, $4,000 coin in brilliant uncirculated condition. These 9, I've got all 9 for only $3,295. This 9 coin set has so much upside potential, folks. If you've been buying bullion coins and you want to, look, if you like bullion coins, that's great. We offer bullion coins here. We offer bullion coins at the best prices. Jack's going to have some bullion coin specials for you where if you bought bullion coins from anyone else, Jack's going to have better prices on those. Bullion coins, you should not have to pay 30-40% premium on bullion coins. But my recommendation is to go with numismatic coins, especially when you can find them at these kinds of price levels, because you get the bullion, but much more importantly, you have coins with extraordinary condition rarity. And that means there is a finite quantity. And the rarer the coins, the more finite that quantity is. Again, putting these sets together, we essentially drain the market of most of the rare dates to put these sets together for you people. And we've got a lot of people calling in on these. So I'm only going to give this a couple minutes longer because this is something we do not want to back order. Again, this is not an item we want to back order because if Jack has to go out and try and make more of these sets, like we've done in the past where we've had to discontinue presentations because the costs, the values have gone up because of the coins we pulled off the market that were sold to you folks, the sets could be a lot more expensive. And we're locking you in when you order at $3,295. Another complete set, though, looks like is being reserved for another caller. That's a Mr. T. Same initial, Mr. T in Iowa. Thank you, sir. Mr. T has reserved this set. We will have that shipped out to you probably in about a week as those 34S's I just purchased arrive in our facility. It was so exciting to be able to acquire that half roll of this rarest Peace Dollar date in brilliant uncirculated condition. A half roll, 10 brilliant uncirculated examples. So we're putting together 10 sets for people. We're selling a lot of the 9-coin sets. We've got several of the 10-coin sets sold already. This is one of those presentations that I was thinking about for a long, long time. When I was at the old show, this was in my head as a dream presentation. And I was thinking to myself when I was at the old show, at the old station, boy, if I ever get my own show, this is one of the key items I want to offer on my show, because I know how good it is and how good it is for you. And then we were finally able to get the coins together, and we're finally able to do it. So this, this is something I am really happy to be able to do for you. I need to mention one more thing. One last thing. I talk about the use of a halogen light and how important it is. The fellows I buy proof coins from, before he offers me any proof coins, he takes all the proof coins that he's got to sell. He goes into he's got this room, dark room. There's no light coming in. There are no lights on in the ceiling. The only light on is the light of his halogen. If you could bring that over to me now. And he studies every one of his coins under this halogen light to find out the quality of the coin. If you're new to collecting, this is the most important tool you can have. And if you're ever going to buy ungraded coins, this is the tool you want to have to study the coins. You have to go in a dark room. If you go to any of the grading services, the room is dark in the grading room. And each grader is in his own cubicle, and the only light they have is this halogen light. And I know other shows are making fun of it, but this is about, you remember that Kim saw it and she's laughing. They were making fun of the fact that I have a halogen light on and talk to you people about a halogen light. And I'm thinking, well, this is not about me and it's not about them. This is about you folks watching and for all our new viewers. This is important information. If you're interested in collecting and want to learn how to grade coins, you need one of these. Now, it's my, about a week ago, one of my good customers called me and said, Rick, this fella, I've known him for over 20 years, and he watches all the shows. And he said, do any of them know that you belong to the PNG, the Professional Numismatist Guild? I said, well, no, I really haven't talked about it. He said, well, you should mention that, and I said, well, that's a good point. So here's what I brought along. And the Professional Numismatist Guild, folks, is the most important organization a dealer can belong to. Now, a collector can belong to this as well, but you can't be a full member. Full members are reserved for dealers like myself. And you notice those three words there: knowledge, integrity, and responsibility. There's only 320 some of us, I think it's 324 members in the entire country who belong to the PNG. And we take those three words really seriously. And that's why I like to talk about things like this, why I like to show you pictures of finest known coins, why I like to give you all this information, because the knowledge isn't just for myself. The knowledge is to share with you. And because there's nothing that I do standing up here that's magical. It's come through a lot of hard work and a lot of study, and all I'm doing is sharing my experience with you when I give these presentations. That's what the PNG is all about, and that's why I'm a member. I believe I may be the only member on Coin TV who's a PNG member. I could be wrong about that, but it's very important. So just to recap, the 9-coin set, folks, are those dates you see highlighted in red, beginning with the 28P, the 27P, the 34P, the 3 rarest Philadelphia mints. And then you get the 27S, 26D, 23D, 24S, 35S, and 27D. Those are the 3 rarest Denver mints. And the only rare S mint is the 34S, which is not part of the 9 coin set because that coin by itself is a 3,000 plus coin. So the 9 coin set is highlighted in red. And that set is $32.95. If you want the entire set, every date and mint mark struck in the Peace Dollar series. The first date in the series is the 21P. Second date is the 22P DNS, 23P DNS. You're getting every single one of these dates, in the entire set, 24 coins that was ever struck of the United States Peace Dollar is in this set in brilliant, uncirculated condition while we're able to do it for $9,900. Just an amazing opportunity today. So please take advantage of this if you're able to. This is just one of those that, again, I've dreamt about for years, and to finally be able to offer this is, as a Coin Show host, a dream come true for me. So anyhow, I'm going to wrap this up because this is not something we want to oversell. We have sold, in the meantime, a couple more of the complete sets and several more of the 9 coin sets. And Jack's kind of waving to me saying, hey, we better cut it around here. We do not want to oversell and backorder this item. Thank you for listening to this presentation. I really do hope you take advantage of one of these sets. This is just a great, great opportunity to all own some of the rarest silver dollars for so relatively little. It really is a tremendous opportunity, folks, to own coins that are on the irreplaceable list and to own the complete set for only $9,900. I mean, really. 5-10 years from now, you'll be looking back and if you do get one of these sets, you'll be looking back and saying, I'm really glad I took advantage of that opportunity. On the other hand, if you don't get it, but you can afford it, and you don't get it, 5-10 years from now, you'll be looking back and saying, you know, I probably should have gotten one of those. Anyhow, thank you for watching from Kim and I. Please stay tuned for our next presentation. It's been a thrill to offer you something as special as these sensational, rare, key date Peace Dollars. I'd like you to take a look at this, folks. I hope you're impressed when you see this because I've dealt in gold coins for many, many decades, and I am impressed with what we have for you today, folks. This is extraordinary. These are gold double eagles, over 120 years old, Smithsonian quality that we have for you today. And what you see here is just a portion of the entire collection that we acquired. Hello? Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I am your host, Rick Tamaska. You know, United States gold coins. Of all the coins struck by the U.S. Mint since 1793, it's those gold coins which have always been most highly prized. Originally for commerce, gold has always had a special magic. You go back to 2500 BC. The ancient Egyptians believed it was the flesh of the sun god Ra. Not a lot has changed since then. Of course, if you have never owned a gold coin before, the larger the gold coin, well, my preference and the preference of the vast majority of people who buy and own gold coins is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. In fact, one of my clients owns the #1 ranked Proof Liberty Double Eagle gold collection featured on the NGC registry. There you see the Everest collection. And here is actually one of the coins from that collection that we have pictured here for you today. This 1896 Liberty Proof 67 plus DCAM Double Eagle. It's going to be $1 million plus coin one day soon. the Liberty Double Eagle, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, with nearly a full ounce of gold. I have a most extraordinary rare gold double eagle for you today. And the fact I am most fortunate to be able to offer these historic national treasures at these most collector-friendly prices to you gives me the greatest joy and pleasure. They are United States minted gold coins struck over 120 years ago, and they are among the finest known surviving examples. Let's take a look at these. Stunning, stunning 1900 Ps, meaning they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, Liberty Double Eagles in the year 1900, folks, in mint state 63 condition. That means they were never in circulation. They were in a mint bag where they had been sitting for decades and decades and decades, never made it out of that bag. We acquired the entire group. And here we have this display of MS-63s. This is not all we have. We have a limited number of these. I will say that, folks. We have just over 200 examples. But once these are gone, that is it. And right above them, from that same bag, that same group, 1900 Ps, an extraordinary mint state 64. Now, to give you some idea of how superb the quality is of these coins, folks, if you go to the Smithsonian, they have the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. And you go look at the 1900P in the Smithsonian. Their 1900P is an MS-63, which is an extraordinary grade. Look at this piece. To find it this superb, the only reason these have survived in this condition, well, there's a most compelling story surrounding these rare gold coins. If not for this story, these coins would not exist. The backdrop for the existence of the gold double eagles that I have for you today is, interestingly enough, the Great Depression. In 1933, our nation was drowning in the midst of the Great Depression. The unemployment was between 20 and 30%. It was estimated that in 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. And there was no FDIC back then, folks, no federal deposit insurance. So if you had 20 or 30 years of your life savings in the bank, your nest egg for your retirement, you go to the bank the next day, it's shuttered shut. A bank failure, you were wiped out. It was gone, your life savings. Now, this devastation took place, and millions and millions of people were absolutely economically devastated. Now, other concerned citizens whose banks had not yet failed, well, they began withdrawing their savings, their money out of their own banks, you know, just in case that their bank would be next. They didn't want to be caught in the same situation. And they began withdrawing their savings in the form of paper money, but they didn't hold on to that paper money because the paper money, I mean, who knows what those paper bills might be worth in a year or two with the way our economy is going. They took their paper money and they started buying gold. Gold coins. I mean, if I had been in their position back then, folks, I would have done the same thing. Because throughout human history, you go back in time, thousands of years, across cultures, in every culture, gold has always had value. And so, you had all these citizens buying gold coins, which created additional stress on the banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, effective in 1933, issued in April of that year, made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And if you were caught with over 5 gold double eagles or over $100 worth of gold, you faced serious consequences. You faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, it was enforced. They were serious. And now, what did they do with all that gold? Well, the Treasury took all that gold that was being turned in and they melted it back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. That was over 50 million coins. Well, when this executive order was announced in 1933, it caught a lot of people, a lot of citizens between a rock and a hard place. I mean, they could keep their money in the bank and risk their bank failing and then be completely wiped out. They could buy gold coins and then be arrested and imprisoned for owning gold, over $100 worth of gold. But for some citizens who had the means, there was a third choice. There was nothing in the executive order that said you couldn't own gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and some institutions as well began buying gold coins while it was still legal and shipping them in bags to banks in Europe. Most of the banks were in France. And that's where they've been ever since. And they have started to come out of these banks several years ago. Over the past 6 years, we have handled some of the greatest gold double eagles ever offered in the history of Coin TV. Superior to anything you could find in your local coin shop, your local coin show, and at a great, great price. But never have I been able to offer a group of 1,900 Ps of this quality and this quantity, folks. Now, we have just over 250 examples, and these sell very quickly, so it's a limited time offer. We acquired the entire group, few bags, and we acquired them at a great price, and we're passing our good fortune on to you today. The surviving 1,900 Liberty Double Eagles I have for you today, again, rank among the finest surviving 1,900 Liberty Double Eagles to elude the great treasury melt of the 1930s. Stunning MS-63 jewels equal to the specimen in the Smithsonian. For a Liberty Double Eagle, folks, that is an exceptional grade. But also MS-64, superior to the Smithsonian specimen? Gold is currently on a run I haven't seen in over a decade. Last I checked, it was around $1,900 an ounce, about $600 an ounce higher than less than 2 years ago. Now, folks, these gold double eagles I have for you at the price I'm able to offer them at. These 1,900 Liberty Mint State 63 double eagles and MS-64 that I happen to have. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. Folks, the Liberty Double Eagle, it's a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but it's about 25% heavier. These are heavy coins. I've got 2 in my hand, and you can feel the weight. By some miracle, to survive in the condition you see these coins, they really should not exist in this spectacular condition but for the extraordinary circumstances surrounding their existence. These were some of the coins that were shipped to the European banks in the early 1930s, and they've been sitting in a vault for almost 90 years, sitting in the corner, undisturbed. And that's the only reason you see them in this incredible, incredible condition, folks. Look at this piece. So near mark-free. Now, there are no mark-free Liberty Double Eagles. They don't exist. Okay? These coins were struck for commerce. They were ejected into bins. One coin would braid with another. They would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags, thrown onto trains, and be shipped to banks around the country, all the while accumulating marks. And what you see here is virtual perfection. I have a couple typical Liberty Double Eagles. Again, the heaviness of these coins, the softness of the metal. This is a 1903 Liberty. Take a look at this piece. Take a look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw, as well as all the cuts around the coin. This coin is ungradable. Here's another one. This is a 1907, the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These coins are struck, ejected from the press. They fall into bins. I mean, a bag of Double Eagles, folks, is extremely heavy. Imagine if you put a bowling ball, a 16-pound bowling ball in a bag, a mint bag, and picked it up. It would be heavy. Well, that same quantity of Double Eagles that would take up about the size of a bowling ball would weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. That's how heavy and dense these coins are. So to survive in this condition is miraculous. Folks, to put it in perspective, the single most valuable coin in existence, which resides in the Smithsonian, is a Liberty Double Eagle, the first one of two ever struck in 1849. It's valued in the tens of millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of millions. But you take a look at this coin, and this is most instructive, even though only two were struck. My guess, this was the first example. It was ejected into the bin, and the second coin was struck, and the rim of that coin, with the reeds on the rim, landed right at about 8 o'clock in the field, right below Liberty's chin. And you could see the deep reading marks in the field. So even this coin, even though only two were struck, would probably grade MS62 or MS63. And then you have these coins that are MS63 and MS64. It's a miracle. The Double Eagles were the workhorse of our banking system. The banks loved them because these large coins really facilitated large transactions. So the vast majority went into circulation. And you take a look at all the Liberty Double Eagles and St. Gaudens Double Eagles ever struck, surviving in an uncirculated condition. The St. Gaudens have a higher survival rate because they were more recently struck. But only 2.6% of all the St. Gaudens ever struck have been certified in uncirculated condition. Now, that's uncirculated MS60 or higher, folks. And the Liberty Double Eagles are even rare. Only about 1% have survived in uncirculated condition of the total mintage. 1%. And that's mint state 60 and higher. Now, this specific date, the 1900P, when you find a Liberty Double Eagle in high-grade condition, it's almost always a 1904P. That is the most common Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition. But even that coin is very rare by comparison. You look at this little comparison chart I made. We have two St. Gaudens dates, and you can see how many have survived in MS63 and MS64, two of the most common dates. And then below that, you have the Liberty Double Eagles. You have the 1904P I just spoke of, about 150,000 graded in 6.3. But again, very scarce, and only 79,000 in 6.4. But then you look at the 1900P. It's 3 times rarer than the 04P in 6.3 and almost 4 times rarer in MS64 condition. As I said, when you find a Liberty Double Eagle, it's usually a 1904P if it's in uncirculated condition. And you see some dealers, they're asking prices for 1904Ps. Here's one in MS62. Not as nice as our 6364s. It's almost $3,900. That's what it's sold for in auction for an MS62 1904P. Here's another 04P. Again, MS62, $4,600. Here's another one, MS62, $4,200. This is the going rate for a Liberty Double Eagle 1904P. There's one for $5,400 in MS62. Again, I'm picking grades, quality that's below the quality of the coins I'm offering you today, okay? Folks, here we are when gold is around $1,900 an ounce. They have virtually an ounce of gold. Rare, superior quality 1900Ps in MS63. Dealers are selling the much more common 04Ps in 6.2 for $4,000 and $5,000. Here's this extremely rare 1900P Smithsonian quality. Call in now. This is a coin that we could offer for $4,500 and we would sell them because it's a great, great value at that price, a great opportunity. But it's not based on our cost. Our philosophy from day one and the key to our success, when we get a great deal, when we get a collection and we were able to acquire it at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. Which means we can offer these coins while we have them, folks, for $3,295 a coin for an MS63. And if you can't swing the entire amount, all you have to do is put half down today. Half down of $1,647.50, and we'll hold one of these coins for you, put your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. That is so very important because, again, once these are gone, that will be it. We will not be able to replace these coins for this kind of price. So if you can reserve one now, please do so. And then we have the top-of-the-line specimens. The Mint State 64s, superior to the Smithsonian. Folks, look at this specimen. Now, normally when you go up a grade, you usually about double the price. In other words, if a 6.3 is $3,300, you might expect a 6.4 to be around $6,000, $6,500. $4,900 would be a great price, and we would sell them at that price. And we have people calling in. But that's not the price we have for you today, folks. Our best price, we have these MS64s for only $700 more than the 6.3s, folks. That's right, $39.95. $3,995, and it too is available on the 2-pay option. So all you have to do is put half down today, $1,997.50, and we'll hold one of these ultra high grade, ultra rare 1900P Liberty Double Eagles for you and pay the balance in 30 days. I've got to close it out here in just a minute or two, folks. But there was a great article that came out, and this is what I've been telling our clients here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show for several years now. And the title on this coin magazine is It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold? And I'll read you this really important paragraph out of the article. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." And what they mean by that, giving you some of my own personal history as a coin dealer over the decades. I remember it was about 15, 20 years ago. I had a common date Mint State 63 Liberty Double Eagle. I believe it was a 04P. Now back then, gold was around $300 or $400 an ounce. It was between $300 and $400. I sold the coin to a dealer for $3,500. In other words, I sold it to him for about 10 times the gold value. Today, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. 10 times the gold value of an MS-63 is $19,000. And here I have MS-64s for just about double the gold value for 6 4s. And 6 3s, folks, for only $32.95. Again, these are virtually a full ounce of gold. This is a numismatic opportunity, a rare coin buying opportunity, folks. I hope you can take advantage of this. This is, when I get to offer something like this that no other show will be able to offer, this incredible display you see here of Smithsonian quality 1900p Liberty Double Eagles, MS-63s, and then superior to the Smithsonian, the MS-64s. At these prices, again, if you've just tuned in, what I have here are these 1900p Liberty Double Eagles that should not exist. The only reason we have these coins in this condition is because of the great European bank hoard. These were coins that were shipped to Europe back in the early 1930s because it was illegal to own gold, over $100 worth of gold in the United States. So you had a lot of citizens, a lot of institutions shipping gold coins, United States gold coins, for storage in banks in Europe. And this was one of those groups, these 1900Ps. And we have the finest specimens from those bags that have been sitting in those banks for almost 90 years, sitting in a corner, collecting dust. They haven't been shipped from bank to bank. They haven't been getting abraded, being moved around. They've been sitting idle in the corner of some vault for almost 100 years. And that's the only reason that they've survived in this extraordinary condition. They are so rare, and they have so much future potential, folks. These are national treasures. These are historic treasures. These are keepsakes for your family. If you can get an example for each of your kids or grandkids, this is a kind of coin you really want to hold in your family to pass to future generations. These coins are absolutely irreplaceable. Again, the quality, it's all about the quality, folks, because it's Smithsonian quality. The Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. And the 1900p in the Smithsonian is a fabulous, fabulous Mint State 63 specimen. And we have fabulous MS-63 specimens on a 2-payment option of only $1,647.50. And then, though, we also have a limited quantity of the coins above that normally you'd expect about a doubling of the price because of the Mint State 64 grade when you go up a grade. But we have these 100Ps in Mint State 64 for only $700 more than the Mint State 63s. You can acquire these also on our 2-payment plan, folks, of only $1,997.50. This is a very limited time opportunity, folks, but it certainly is one of the opportunities of our lifetime to be able to offer gold double eagles, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint in this condition, folks. The last time the U.S. Mint struck gold coins for commerce was 1933. To own something from this early era, it really is a national treasure. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching, but please stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up.
Thanks for joining us here.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Back, folks. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. This is, again, I've never been able to offer these Kennedys in this condition before. And I'm really stoked about this. These are two really, really tough dates, really undervalued dates, really rare dates. I'm just getting all my paperwork together here. It's the 1971S and 1972S Kennedy. And in the past, I've had them in star condition with beautiful obverse cameo contrast, but really no cameo contrast on the reverse. And then I've also had them in cameo condition where they've had nice cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse. And Jackie, here's a couple examples so you could show the viewers. Here, for example, is a 71S in cameo, where you could see it has nice contrast, nice but not outstanding contrast on the obverse. And also on the reverse. And so it gets a cameo designation because it has cameo contrast on both the obverse and reverse. You see, folks, the cameo grading standard is something that I developed with David Hall back in 1992 when I came out with my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage. He got a copy of the book. He said, Rick, let's sit down and, I suggested we develop deep cameo grading standards. And so basically, if a coin, Kennedy, doesn't have any frost on the portrait, it's called a brilliant proof. This would be a brilliant proof, and it would just get a proof grade, like whatever, proof 65, proof 66, proof 67. On the other hand, if it has some cameo contrast on the obverse and on the reverse, it'll get a cameo grade. If it's like that coin Jackie just showed you. If it has that kind of frost on both the obverse and reverse. On the other hand, if you get one of the first strikes off the die, take a look at this coin. This is a 72S, and this is a 6/8 star, because the obverse has what we call a deep cameo or ultra cameo obverse. You look at that, look how frosted it is. Compared to that 71S, I mean, this thing is just ultimate. But then you flip it over, and there's nothing there as far as frost. It's, brilliant. It's one-sided. Now, if it had frost like that on the reverse, it would be a deep cameo. Here's a deep cameo. Again, here's a blow-up in the PCGS grading set. Their deep cameo looks something like this. But it would be that way on both obverse and reverse. Now, folks, what makes the 71S and 72S so special is that they were the first Kennedy half-dollars struck on clad planchets. Up through 1970, the half-dollars were struck on silver planchets. Silver planchet was a little bit softer than the clad planchet in 1971. So what happened is, because of the way they prepared cameo dies back then, and it was a very different process compared to today. Because of the delicate nature of those cameo dies, when they were used to strike these Kennedy dollars with the clad planchets, the dies, cameo dies wore very quickly, and as a result, very few cameos were struck in 71 and 72. They didn't begin striking more cameos until 73, a lot more cameos until 73, when they introduced a new kind of process to create cameo coins. In 1973, to create a cameo coin, they actually began to sandblast the die. And then they would buff the fields, and then they would actually use a chrome plating process to give that die extra durability. And they began that using that technology in 1973. They didn't really get it perfected, though, until the late 70s. So, and by 1990, and then you still had packaging problems where the packaging, the coins would tone, and you'd get coins that were beautiful, deep cameos, but they would tone in the packaging. 1990, they really got it all sorted out, where here's a 1990 set. If you went to a coin shop or a coin show, and you went to buy 20 1990 proof sets, every one would likely look like that. Beautiful cameo. Here's a set that's 25 years old, and the coins look like they were struck yesterday. They're all beautiful, incredible, deep cameos. When Jackie flips it around, you can see that the reverse is as nice as the obverse. They're all like this, and that's because of the technology that the mint uses today to make the coins. This chrome, this sandblasting and chrome plating technology, where they can strike hundreds and hundreds of beautiful deep cameos before the dies would begin to wear. And then as soon as they would begin to wear, it's economical for them to replace the die with a new die, because this technology allows them to strike so many more cameo coins. Before 1973, they didn't have that technology. The gentleman who instructed me and taught me about this was a very nice man. I give him attribution in all my books. His name was Don Weaver, and he ended up, he started out as just a general helper at the U.S. Mint at the proof facility, but he ended up as the chief of the coining division. And he told me that back then, you know, they tried to make cameo proof coins, but the way they did it back then was to take the die and dip it in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And they called it pickling, okay? They pickled the die, and then they would take the die out and buff the fields. And they put the die in place, and the first coin struck off that die would have this beautiful cameo transferred to the coin blank. Unfortunately, these cameo dies, these acid-dipped cameo dies, were very delicate. And that acid etching, you can imagine, would wear very quickly. When you had about 200 tons of die pressure to strike a $50, you can imagine how quickly that acid-etched cameo effect would wear smooth until the coins were brilliant. So most 1971s, being that they were struck on these hard-clad planchets, are brilliant proofs. And I brought some 1971 sets with me today so you could see these Kennedy $50. Here's your typical 1971 proof Kennedy. And Jackie, if you could put that 1990 next to it so the viewers can see the difference, it's just night and day. You know, it's night and day. That's why what I have today is so special. We've got these coins in proof 67 star cameo and proof 68 star cameo. Now, what is a star cameo? A star cameo is a coin that has an ultra cameo obverse and a reverse that, in NGC's opinion, just misses ultra cameo. Now, in my opinion, they undergrade these coins. Jackie, if you could show them one of these 7-star cameos up close, because to me, folks, these are ultra cameo obverse and reverse. But, you know, you get a great price because, I mean, star cameos are rare. You take a look at this 71S. They've only graded 98 in proof 67 star cameo. 98. Now, star cameo, because when you flip it over, you're going to see a nice cameo. It's really nice. It's amazing. I would have graded it ultra cameo. And the 72S, 7-star cameo. 72S, they've only graded 114 in 7-star cameo. Amazing ultra obverse. And then again, you flip it over. Amazing reverse. And then in the row above, I have these star cameos in proof 68. The 71S's, only 207 graded in 6/8 star cameo. You can see that 72S, and then we have the 71S's. That's amazing. Look at that coin. Jackie, could you take, where is that 71S, so the viewers can see the obverse and reverse? This is just incredible quality, folks. Now, they call it star cameo. It looks fully ultra cameo. Take a look at it. Beautiful, beautiful reverse frost. To show you how rare these coins are, here are the first 6 years of the Kennedy series, the ultra cameo populations, okay? You've got the first year of the series, the 1964 Kennedy. Okay, 297 graded in 6/7, 341 in 6/8, 111 in 6/9, 68, 69, 70, all are a little easier to get. Then you get to the clad 71 and 72, and all of a sudden this huge drop. That's why a 71, if you get a 71 and 9 Ultra, it's like a $3,500, $4,000 coin. Now, the 71s and 72s I have for you today, folks. Here's how rare they are. You're going to love the price on these. Call in now. I've got the 71S's in 6/7 star cameo. 98 graded, 6/7 star cameo, $69. The 72S's in 6/7 star cameo, $39. And if you buy the pair, you can own both for only $99. Now, if you want these coins in 6/8 star cameo, there's the 71S 68 star cameo, $109. And the 72S is only $59. And if you want to own the pair, folks, you can own the pair in 68 star cameo for only $159. Call in now. These coins are really rare with this kind of ultra cameo contrast obverse, reverses that border on ultra cameo. A lot of these coins to me would be ultra cameo. Again, if we can show them the populations on these one last time, just so the viewers can see how rare these are in this incredible star cameo condition. Again, the 71S's in 6/7 star cameo, $69. The 72s in 6/7 star cameo, only $39. And the pair in 7 star cameo, both the 71 and the 72, only $99. It's a $99 special, folks. And then I have these in 6/8 star cameo. I've taken me over a year to put these together. These are so rare in this condition. The 71s in 6/8 star cameo, $109. The 72S's, $59. And the pair for only $159 while they last. A great, great opportunity to get 2 of the toughest Kennedy dates in cameo condition, in proof cameo condition, in the entire series. If we include the special mint set coins, the special mint set coins are the toughest of all, but those aren't proofs. If we're talking about proofs, 71S's and 72S's are among the key dates, up there in rarity with the accented hair and then the Type 2 in 1964. These are among the 4 rarest dates in this extraordinary cameo condition. Yeah, the 71S again, in the 71S in Ultra Cameo, NGC and PCGS combined, all grades, they've only graded a couple hundred coins, but it's 200 or 300 coins, all grades. And these coins are really, really close to that. Proof 67 star cameo. 67 Ultra Cameo would be about a $200, $300 coin. A 68 Ultra Cameo would be a $500, $600 coin at the very least for the 71S. So we got 1 set sold in 68. Another set sold, also looks like it's a 68. Thank you very much. All right. Jackie's again going to show you a close-up of one of these. Again, to get a star cameo, it's got to have an ultra-heavy obverse and a reverse. Which one sold there? Another 71S, thank you. That is so rare like that. Again, only 207 graded. Beautiful cameo obverse, but again, the 71S is notorious, and the 72s, for not having any cameo contrast on the reverse. You'd see the coins with, you'd find it with a nice cameo obverse, but then there'd be nothing on the reverse. And here you've got a 71S with a beautiful, beautiful cameo reverse. It's just stunning. I mean, it's a great, this is why they are so rare. Only 207 graded in 6/8 star cameo. Another set of 2 and 6/8 star. Who got that set? Mr. S. in Connecticut. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. S. in Connecticut. All right, my daughter went to school in Connecticut, New London, Connecticut College. A 6/8 star, a set, or another 6/8 star cameo set. Great set. I mean, you can't beat this, folks, for the money. Both these coins so rare, and you get the pair for only $159. $159 for the set. Set in 6/7 star, okay. Okay, I'm going to give this just about one more minute. We're selling quite a few of these, and again, I have another set of 6/8 star. You know, I have limited quantities. We're getting a lot of calls in. Don't want to oversell any of these because it's just so hard to get it with cameo contrast like this on the opposite. Look at that piece. It looks like a modern proof. Very conservatively graded by NGC. You ask yourself, why isn't that an ultra cameo? So 2 more 6/8 star sets. Okay, thank you. You know, I almost forgot. How could I forget this, Jackie? 3 or 4 of these sets. Take a look at this. I apologize for I completely slipped my mind. Like 4 or 5 71S's and 6/9 star, and the same number of 72S's and 6/9 star, only 95 graded. Of the 71S's, the 71S's in 6/9 star, if you could take a look at those, they're $795. I apologize for not, I completely forgot we had these two these coins in 6/9 star. We just have a few of these, though, in 6/9 star. These are, again, the 71S 6/9 star, the key date, $795. That's T6938. T6938. And then the 72S, T6939, $229. This is the best quality I have. I just have a few of these. The pair, $990 for the pair of these, okay? Just have a few of these in 6. It is so hard to get these in 6. I mean, it's virtually impossible. It's the best quality I have in these 2 dates. 6/9 star cameo, $990. A call out on these when we sell these few sets that I have in 6/9 star cameo. You get to see a close-up of one of these. This is just ultimate, folks. Again, a 71S and 6/9 Ultra Cameo is a $3,500, $4,000 coin. Here you got a 69. Look at this, 71S. Flawless 6/9 star cameo, $795. Only 95 examples graded. 95 examples. I've got 4 of them here today. Okay, we just sold one 71S and 6/9 star for $795, so that means we've got 3 of those left. And then the 72S you see here, a set of 2 and 6/9 star, okay? And there's a 72S. Only 198 graded of the 72S in 6/9 star for only $990 for the pair. Again, the 71S, 95 graded total. T6938, that coin is $795. The 72S, T6939, only 198 of those graded. That coin is $229. But if you get the pair, you can get the pair for only $990. Wow. Why not Ultra Cameo? That's just a mind-boggling coin. Another set of 2. Thank you, Christy. Okay. So we're gonna getting low on those coins. I'm going to do the last call. Looks like we only have one left of the 71 and 72s in 6/9 star. We have a handful of the 6/7 and 6/8 stars left. The first time I've ever been able to offer these two key dates in this condition. Two key dates with this level of extraordinary cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse for both the dates. If I ever get a 71S in Ultra Cameo, 6/7, 6/8, 6/9, you know, when I get those grades, I will have them out here. You can rest assured of that. But this is just extraordinary for these two key dates in the series. Again, these were the first clad Kennedy half dollars. These harder planchets just wore those delicate acid etched dies very quickly, so very, very few superb cameos were struck. And that's why these coins are as rare as they are. We've had a great response. I want to thank everybody for picking one of these up. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Please stay tuned. I will be back very shortly. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be right back.
James Gerstel, this is Rare Collectibles TV. I'm really excited, more excited than usual, because this is a monumental event right here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to ask you a question. If you had a chance to go back in time and beat everybody out for a coin that you always wanted, maybe that you even own already, maybe one of the most popular coins in your coin collection, or maybe one of your favorite coins, like so many millions of people. The coin I'm talking about is the 1964 Kennedy half dollar, the Kennedy half dollar. Now, the 1964 Kennedy half dollar, everybody knows this, came about because of the tragic assassination of John F. Kennedy on November 22nd of 1963. But what a lot of people don't know is the backstory of how the Kennedy half dollar was put into production to honor the fallen president, and stands to this day as a memorial to John F. Kennedy's assassination. For those of us who were around at the time when Kennedy was assassinated, and you look back on it, it was a tragic time. Numismatics has a way of preserving history like no other way of recording it, because it's placed on precious metal. An event is struck on precious metal to endure throughout all of time, to become part of history. That's what numismatics and history have. They bring together a historic time in our past, never to be forgotten. And that's what the Kennedy half dollar is. Today, just like in 1964, every single time there is a Kennedy half dollar that appears anywhere, it seems like it is scooped up immediately by collectors. Because that day, over 50 years ago, over 55 years ago, has never left our consciousness. It's part of the history, one of the defining events of the United States of America. Now, why am I babbling on about this? Because you've seen Kennedy half dollars before. This network is famous for some of the greatest Kennedy half dollars. But here is an opportunity to buy not just a Kennedy half dollar, but a lineage, to be able to trace it perhaps to the very beginning. And here's what I mean by this, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to start out with a headline, because let me ask you a question again. If you had the chance to go back to 1964 and be in the front of the line when the Kennedy half dollars were first being released at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., and ladies and gentlemen, that event where thousands of people lined up in front of the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., and the date was March the 24th of 1964. That is when the very first Kennedy half dollars were released to the general public. And you could stand in line, and many people did, for hours. And there was a limit of how many coins you could get. Just 2 rolls, 40 coins. That was it. Thousands and thousands of people lined up to get these coins. And by the time the day was over, the coins were gone, but the people were not. Now, I want you to take a look at why the Kennedy half dollar is so popular. Take a look at the mintage. The most prolific half dollar in the history of the United States of America is the Kennedy half dollar. Over 429 million coins were struck. And they had to keep striking them to fill the demand well into 1965. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was the first year of issue for the Kennedy half dollar and is 90% silver. Only for 1 year as a regular issue. In 1965, the silver content was lowered, and by 1971, there was no silver in the coin at all, but that did not stop collectors from still wanting the Kennedy half dollar. But there is no more collected Kennedy half dollar than that first year of issue. Take a look at the second line of that table, because it's really historic. First day of issue hoard. The first day of issue hoard was a discovery bag. A bag of $1,000 face containing 2,000 Kennedy half dollars. And as you can see, the percentage of the hoard as the percentage of the total mintage of the Kennedy half dollar is, well, to say minuscule would be kind of an understatement, because you can see there, it looks like it equals about less than 1/2 of 1,000th of a percent. What does that have to do with Rare Collectibles TV? Well, it has everything to do with Rare Collectibles TV. Here's a headline from a coin publication. Now, this was a proud moment for Rare Collectibles TV because it says right here that NGC certifies bag of first day of issue 1964D Kennedy half dollars for Rare Collectibles TV. And you can see the image right there of the bucket that the bag came in. I had mentioned a little bit earlier the date of March the 24th of 1964. And the reason why that was so important to collectors is because that was actually the official day of the launch of the Kennedy half dollar. History can get a little muddled sometimes, right? Because this bag that was discovered, that Rare Collectibles TV discovered, actually had the original label on it that was dated not March the 24th, but take a look at that. That says March the 19th, 1964. So let's do a little bit more investigation, shall we? Folks, I want to tell you this is something special. This is something nowhere else in the world you're going to be able to get. There are only 2,000 of these coins. And I want you to see a little article about the release of March the 24th, 1964, of what was, according to some people, the very first issues of the Kennedy half dollar. Now, take a look at this, because this is really amazing. It starts off with a little letter, and it says, very top, Kennedy sold for $18,000 at a 1969 auction. And the question is, wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And the answer, and this is a coin publication, by the way, yes, it was a remarkable sum for a coin that was just 5 years old. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope postmarked March 24th, 1964. This was the new Kennedy half dollars. First day of issue. So the coin sold for $18,000 in an auction. Now, if you go to the very bottom, the person who bought the coin said, just that top paragraph there, said that he was prepared to go to 30 or even more to land this special bag. And you know what was more amazing? In 1967, when the coin first auctioned off, it sold for $2,000, which was a huge sum in 1967. By 1969, 2 years later, $18,000. Now, I don't want to burst those folks' bubbles, but ladies and gentlemen, the bag that we discovered is dated March 19th. So Have you seen the video? Have you seen NGC, the president of NGC, Mark Salzberg, opening up this tin, taking out the bag, looking at the tag? A mint sewn bag, not just sealed by the mint, no, sewn on a sewing machine. So, an opportunity to buy what history may well reflect as the first bag of Kennedy half dollars. To this day, it's the earliest one ever discovered. Not March the 24th, March 19th. Aho. Now, you're going to get an opportunity to get your hands on one of these coins, if you so choose, or more, to land a piece of history. And like I said, what would you give to go to the front of the line of March the 24th of 1964 at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., to get your hands on some of the first Kennedy half dollars ever issued? $18,000 maybe? Right now, here, certified, you got to take a look at these, because we're at $579, and these coins are Mint State 63s, ladies and gentlemen. And with that will come a certificate attesting to the discovery bag with an image on there of it, giving you an archive, giving you a lineage, giving you history in your hands. MS-63, discovery bag, 1964, first day of issue, Kennedy half dollars, $579. Now, if you're ever going to scream, if you're ever going to do somersaults for a coin, this is going to be it. Because this is an opportunity to get to the front of the line, and not for $18,000 either. This is an or $2,000. This is an opportunity at $579. I want you to take a look at just how the grading went for this one and only discovery bag. 2,000 coins, that's it. So 2,000 coins in the bag. Now, there are only 4 Mint State 66s. And today, those 4 coins, they're in the hands of collectors. I got to tell you, I don't think those collectors would sell those coins for $20,000 or $30,000 a piece. A piece. They're extremely valuable. They're the only ones. The MS-65, there you have it again. They're the only ones, 136 coins. The Mint State 64s, and we are featuring right now Mint State 63s, of which there were only 448 out of the 2,000 coins graded. Now, the rest of the coins were graded Choice BU and BU. As a designated numeric grade, you can see how the bag shook out. So I'm really pleased to bring you this coin at an unbelievable price. Now, there have been some very famous Kennedy half dollar. When the Kennedy half dollar was first issued, there was a rare variety known as an accented hair. And the accented hairs, well, everybody says there's between 100,000 and 200,000 accented hair Kennedy half dollars. It's a very rare coin. That coin in the highest grade attainable is 15 grand easily, if you could ever find one. In 1964, somebody discovered a very rare special mint set Kennedy half dollar, 1964. And look what that coin sold for. $108,000 at auction. That was an auction where there was a gavel and people raising their hands, and the coin started really, really low and went all the way up to $108,000. And that was the final hammered price. When you have a bag of Kennedy half dollars that had not been opened until NGC popped the lid on that tin, took that bag out, took that mint sewn thread off, opened up the seal, and there were the coins inside. And lo and behold, all of them were brand new Kennedy half dollars. The world had never seen this bag of Kennedy half dollars since the day it was put away. To land this bag, Rare Collectibles TV pretty much had to do numismatic miracles to get it. And we did it. And I just want to give you a little idea of why the coin is so valuable and so popular. So I started to look through the archives of the U.S. government And I found, dated April 30th of 1964, a letter from the acting superintendent of the United States Mint, Miss Eva B. Adams. And what she was saying was there had been a telephone call requesting the designs for the new Kennedy half dollar. And so, also, they wanted Frank Gasparo, who created the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar, and Gilroy Roberts, who created the obverse, to pen a letter going over and recounting their recollections of the creation of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. And as I was reading, I noticed the date at the top of this letter was April the 29th of 1964. So all of this history, all of it is after this discovery bag. So this could be the earliest known Kennedy half dollars. Now, when we look at recorded history, it certainly seems to be stacking up that way. So I want to read just a little bit of Gilroy Roberts' letter, basically to the entire world, of his recollections of creating the Kennedy half dollar. And he starts out by saying, shortly after the tragedy of President Kennedy's death, November 22nd, 1963, the director of the Mint telephoned us at the Philadelphia Mint and explained that there was consideration of issuing a coin to honor the fallen president. And it says here that there's serious consideration being given to placing President Kennedy's portrait on a new design U.S. silver coin. And so they began to discuss, and they talked about the Washington quarter and other coins. They involved the former First Lady, Jackie Kennedy. She actually made the decision that perhaps it's not a good idea to remove Washington from the quarter, or to remove Lincoln from the cent, or to remove any of the presidents. But there was one man, Benjamin Franklin, one of our founding fathers, but never a president, on the half dollar. So the decision was made to remove Franklin and place Kennedy on a brand new issue. And that's how the Kennedy half dollar was born. The designs, and you know, this is the ironic part of the design of the Kennedy half dollar. There is an image of JFK sitting in the Oval Office with two members of the inaugural committee, and he is actually approving his inaugural medal. And as it stands, the design of the inaugural medal was identical to the portrait on the Kennedy half dollar. And a little bit of reworking made the reverse, with the Great Seal of the Presidency, the full image on the coin on the reverse. And that reverse from the inaugural medal was used on the Kennedy half dollar. How ironic that John F. Kennedy himself, in a way, approved the design for the Kennedy half dollar. So the Kennedy half dollar was born in haste, but it was sculpted in artistry. It was sculpted for history. Very rarely will a design be rushed into production as quickly as this coin was. 5 days later, the design was complete and the task at hand had begun. To begin making all of the artwork, all of the dies, getting the plangents together to begin striking these coins. Millions and millions of Kennedy half dollars have been sold to collectors all over the world. But there is only one bag dated March the 19th of 1964 that NGC has certified as the discovery bag. This is a moment in numismatic history that will never be repeated. Never. So Gilroy Roberts penned a letter that was 2 pages long, mentioning here that Mrs. Kennedy's suggestions were carried out on the intermediate size, and another trial die was made for the obverse. And here is a letter also by Frank Gasparo, and this one is dated April 29th of 1964 as well. And it has his recollections on creating the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar. And he goes on to say here that shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a living and significant memorial to his memory. the Kennedy half dollar. So when you look at history, this is one of the most historic issues ever to come to market. There is only one opportunity. There were only 2,000 coins. This is happenstance. This is luck. This bag happened to be sitting for generations undisturbed until it was discovered. And lo and behold, it would have been something amazing to discover a mint-sealed Kennedy half-dollar bag dated 1964, no matter when it was discovered. But to discover a bag with the tag on it and the date from the U.S. Mint of March the 19th of 1964 is more historic than any dollar amount can ever convey. Frank Gasparo, the designer of the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar, Gilroy Roberts, the designer of the obverse, used their artistic abilities, used their technique to rush into production what turned out to be one of the classic coins in history. And I'll ask you again, in 1969, somebody paid at auction $18,000 for a coin that was actually released after that auction, that predate, that great event. It even gets better than this, ladies and gentlemen, because John F. Kennedy was not just a president who was tragically assassinated, but he was really the father of the United States of America's efforts. Well, you could even say, if it wasn't for John F. Kennedy, there would have been no Apollo 11. There would have been no landing on the moon. In 1961, when John F. Kennedy appeared before Congress requesting billions of dollars to send a man to the moon and return him safely to Earth before the decade of the 60s was out, that was John F. Kennedy, the father of the space program, the father of the United States landing on the moon. One of the greatest events in the history of mankind. And because of John F. Kennedy's connection to the landing on the moon, we thought we would couple the beginning, John F. Kennedy, and everything that was to come after, and the culmination of landing on the moon July 20th, 1969. And to honor that connection of history, here's what we're going to do. In 2019, the U.S. Mint issued the one and only Apollo half-dollar coin, a very special coin. Images on this coin were actually taken from photographs that were taken on the moon. The footprint, that's Buzz Aldrin's footprint. The shot that Neil Armstrong took of Buzz Aldrin that actually reflects Neil Armstrong. He got into every picture. Actually, there were only 2 pictures of Neil Armstrong on the moon. Did you know that? That one right there reflecting off of Buzz Aldrin's visor, and another kind of obscure one where you're standing near the lunar lander. He wasn't even looking at the camera. Those are the only 2 images. These are remembered forever on coins, special coins. You'll note that this coin is a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's the highest grade attainable. Now I want you to take a look at another one. Look at that coin right there. A perfect graded 70, $229. I fought for this coin to be included, to make this a bookended set. The beginning of, really, the quest for space and the ending of the triumphant landing on the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting one of the rarest Kennedy half dollars, certainly one of the most historic, maybe the most historic. There is no other Kennedy half dollar that you could trace its history all the way back to the beginning, like this one right here. No, absolutely not. $579. Now, I got to tell you, this coin right here that is now going to make this a 2-coin set is included. $579. And let me tell you, folks, this is not a raw coin. This isn't all scratched up in some piece that you would never want to own. This is the highest grade attainable. This is a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. There are many of our competitors selling that coin right there. You can see one right there at $229. I'm offering one of the rarest Kennedys ever and one of the greatest half dollars ever, and it's a numismatic coin, and the whole kit and caboodle is $579. Now, here's where I get to get all numismatic, right? Because that coin that we are now making a set, I want you to take a look at the mintage of that coin. The final mintages are in, ladies and gentlemen, and they are ultra numismatic. 218,000 is it. And by the way, that's the entire mintage. Forget the coins that graded in the absolute highest grade, a perfect proof 70. We're doing it all for $579. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason for that is you can see every one of those other great United States commemorative half-dollar issues. The Congress coin from 1989, $299. Wait till you see that one. George Washington, 1982, commemorating the 250th anniversary of George Washington's birth, $373. The 1994 World Cup, remember when the World Cup soccer was here in America, 1994? Here's one in a perfect proof 70, like ours, $1,250. And I point that out because look at the mintage of the coin. Over 609,000 coins were issued. If you want one in a perfect grade, it's going to cost you over $1,200. The 2019 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 landing with a special die, curved on one side, concaved on the other, 218,000 mintage. You are getting not just a rare Kennedy half dollar, historic, undervalued, one of a kind. Nobody else has them anywhere. And you're getting them both $579. I am just surrounded by all these great facts of history, and I just wish I could talk and talk and talk forever. But it's going to have to be with the camera off because they're making me wrap this up. And I just want to say to all of you collectors out there, what you are witnessing right there, ladies and gentlemen, what you see before your eyes are the Kennedy half dollar from the NGC certified Discovery bag, first day of issue of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, a monumental event, a monumental network, and I want to thank all of you collectors out there for tuning in and invite you to keep watching.
'20 has been an unprecedented year, and collectibles and numismatics were no different. Thanks to changes coming to the American Silver Eagle design in 2021 with a new design for the reverse, and the coronavirus pandemic making gold and silver coins more popular than they've ever been, we're seeing more people than ever getting into coin collecting. So, with so much going on, there have been a couple of releases that kind of snuck under the radar and that didn't get quite as much attention as they deserved, in my opinion. One of the big stories was the West Point Mint being forced to shut down temporarily due to the COVID-19 outbreak and temporarily transfer the production of Silver Eagles to the Philadelphia and San Francisco mints. I mean, that was exciting. It was almost like a treasure hunt as we track down Silver Eagle boxes to figure out which mint they came from. But this Silver Eagle that I have here today is something else. This is completely different. This is a coin that was struck back in 2017, but it was locked away in the West Point Mint for 3 years. So let's go all the way back to the 1980s. At the time, one of the issues was what to do with the Defense National Stockpile. The stockpile stores and secures raw materials like diamonds, iridium, platinum, and other valuable resources that would be needed for a war effort if it ever came. For a long time, however, presidents had wanted to sell off the silver in the Defense National Stockpile since we produce so much of it here in the U.S., and there wasn't really a need to hoard it. But there was a lot of opposition to this plan because if they just dumped all this silver into the market, it would exceed demand and cause prices to fall and harm the silver mining industry. So instead, they decided to sell this silver in the form of bullion coinage, which people could use as investments, and there was actually pretty strong demand for it. Now, at the time, they weren't even considering the collectible aspects of this coin, so we're lucky that they produced such an incredible design to go along with this coin. So, on July 9th, 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act into law, beginning the American Silver Eagle series the very next year. The first Silver Eagle was struck in San Francisco on October 29th, 1986, and since then, its popularity has just skyrocketed. For over 34 years, the Silver Eagle has been one of the best ways for Americans to safely purchase silver mined here in the United States, as well as giving collectors like us an incredible coin to pursue. When you get into all the different strikes and finishes and versions that they've added to the Silver Eagle, the proofs, the reverse proofs, the burnished, enhanced finishes, you've got a coin that you can spend years looking for the perfect example to add to your collection. Now today, the Silver Eagle is easily the most popular coin in America and worldwide, exceeding even the famous Morgan dollar. So, how did this particular coin come about? Well, every year, like most businesses, the U.S. Mint does an audit of its inventory. 2020, they found a hoard of American Silver Eagles that were backdated from 2017. It's important to remember that a hoard release such as this doesn't happen often. I mean, this is a rare opportunity we have here. The usual protocol is that when a hoard like this is discovered, the coins would be melted down and used to strike coins from the current year. But because demand for precious metals is just so incredibly high right now, David Ryder, the director of the U.S. Mint, decided to sell the coins from the hoard. Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we focus on the numismatic and collectible value of a coin rather than, its bullion value, which is why this particular example is just so interesting. This is only the second American Silver Eagle to be released this way as part of a hoard release from the West Point Mint. The first was in 2019 when a hoard of 2016 W Silver Eagles were discovered and sold. These coins were hugely popular among collectors. We sold as many of these coins as we could get our hands on. Most numismatic experts, including those at NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, are considering this hoard release its own separate issue, which is why it has this unique 2020 West Point Mint hoard pedigree. Coins from this release are listed separately in population reports and numismatic publications. These 2017 Silver Eagles are from the proof issue, so they're much rarer and more desirable from a collector standpoint than the Mint State bullion issue. The Mint has to strike these coins individually, and there's just so much more effort and cost that goes into making these coins. The blank planchets that these coins are struck on have to be polished by hand. They're chemically treated to ensure that they're clean and ready for minting. Every proof coin is struck twice, at least twice during the minting process to make sure that the devices are just razor sharp. All of this effort pays off though, because you get just the most beautiful coins that can be produced with today's technology. If you look closely, you can even see that pattern on Lady Liberty's dress. On the obverse, it's actually the stars and stripes of Old Glory. So how incredible is that? Proof coins are exceptionally popular among collectors because of that rarity, but even more because of the incredible eye appeal that comes with these mirrored fields and those gorgeous frosted devices. Another thing that makes a coin a great collectible piece is if it has a small population. For 2017 W here, there were only about 151,000 examples found in the 2020 hoard. However, many of the Silver Eagles from this hoard were sold to bullion dealers who didn't realize, the pedigree they were dealing with. They didn't realize the importance of this. And sadly, once that coin left the mint and has gone into private hands, to one of these private dealers, the pedigree's lost forever, since there's no physical way on the coin to tell if it was from this hoard or not. This means that the coins you see here now are among the few that got sent directly to NGC, who made sure they were properly handled and certified before going out to the general public. Now, of course, a big part of why the Silver Eagle is so popular among collectors is because of its design. On the obverse, you have that classic walking Liberty design, which was originally used on the $50 all the way back beginning in 1916. This design was created by Adolph Weinman, a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. And it's remembered as being a coin ahead of its time. The obverse showcases a glorious full-body rendition of Lady Liberty, wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag. She strides forward towards the rising sun of a new day with an outstretched arm that beckons in hope and freedom. It's just a truly stunning coin design. It's an inspiration, a guiding light. It's almost as if this design was struck specifically to help us through difficult times. And you have to remember, this coin was used during World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, some of the most challenging ordeals our country has ever endured. And especially today, times like today, we really need a beacon of hope like this coin design. But when you look at that design of Lady Liberty striding towards a new day, you just can't help but feel a little bit uplifted, as if it's just reminding you that a new day will come. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the time, back in 1916, the Mint had a hard time striking the Walking Liberty design, and there aren't too many issues where the obverse really comes into sharp detail like these coins today. That's why it's so great that when John Mercanti adapted the design for the Silver Eagle in 1986, he was able to fully realize Weinman's work with the new technology and techniques that saw every last detail fully and beautifully struck just the way they deserve to be. When you turn the coin over, you get to look at that gorgeous reverse designed by John Mercanti with that famous heraldic eagle design. As the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Mercanti produced over 100 different coin and metal designs. I mean, the guy's just prolific. And his work is considered some of the best ever produced by a chief engraver. The reverse he design captures all the classic elements of American coinage. You've got that majestic bald eagle with its wings outstretched, with the olive branch and arrows in its talons, the shield protecting its chest, and of course our motto, E pluribus unum, one among many. When you look at that reverse, you can see every tiny little detail, from the patterns in the eagle's feathers to the creases in the leaves on the olive branch. It's just a testament, not just to Mercanti's craftsmanship, but also the precision and engineering of the machinery and the other Mint employees that are used to strike these coins. This is just a piece of art that could go in a museum, but it actually fits in your pocket. One reason why this coin is so great is that we have John Mercanti's signature on the label. This is not a facsimile, it's not a reproduction. This was hand signed by John Mercanti in person, and every one of these coins that you see here has his signature. And if you look at that label, you also see that piece of art depicting President Ronald Reagan. Reagan was the one that signed the American Eagle program into law with that Liberty Coin Act. And this piece of art is a way to pay tribute to him. This pop art label is actually based off of a bas-relief sculpture of Reagan that was created by none other than John Mercanti himself, meaning that this label for this coin is even a work of art. And this label, signed by John Mercanti, hand signed with that Ronald Reagan artwork, that image of Reagan that was designed by John Mercanti. This label is exclusive to Rare Collectibles TV. You cannot get this label anywhere else. And I liken it to framing a picture, a painting, a work of art. I love that you have this wonderful coin that's a work of art by Mercanti, and it has his signature on it, just like you would want on any other type of work of art. So I love that. Now, if you follow numismatic news at all, then you'll know that the Mercanti reverse will be getting phased out in 2021 with a new design for the reverse. This means that American Silver Eagles with the Mercanti reverse are going to become increasingly more difficult to acquire in the future and increasingly more desirable as collectibles as a result. Now, this may be your last opportunity to acquire one of these rare hoard release coins with that stunning design on the reverse. All right, let me show you a few charts here, just to give you an idea how much rarer these proof coins are than the bullion strikes or the business strikes. Here we go. This one shows just for 2017. Now, keep in mind, the regular bullion issue strike, they struck about 18 million coins. The proofs, like I said, are made specifically for collectors. There's so much more work for the mint to make these coins. They only released about 440 coins. Now, this mintage here is only the initial release. This is not the coins from this hoard. This hoard is even more rare than this. There's only about 150,000 coins from this hoard. So you see how much rarer, like this coin just gets increasingly more rare than the other 2017 Silver Eagle issues. Now, even overall for the entire series, it's such a tiny fraction of coins. From 1986 to 2020, there's been over 500 million, 534 million bullion issue, business strike, the normal regular mint state strike Silver Eagle. 534 million. The proofs, there's only been 27 million. I mean, that comes down to, easily less than 1 million coins a year. When we look year by year at the regular brilliant proof coins, this gives you an idea of the mintage. So first year, this was a brand new coin. People went crazy. Everybody needed to buy, 1, 2, 10. There was 1.5 million of these sold to collectors. As the years go on, you see there were some decreasing mintages here. It's only over 1 million for 2 years, so they're all pretty low mintages. You get down here, we're under 500,000 by the time we get to the bottom of this chart. Now we get to the second page where you find this issue. This is exciting because you see we're getting all these low mintage coins here, some very rare key dates, 93p, 94p, famous key date coins in the Proof Silver Eagle series. Now we get down to the coins in this hoard. For just a standard Ultra Cameo Proof Silver Eagle, we all know about that 95W. That was a special release. You had to buy that in a set of gold coins. Very, very few of those struck 30,000 coins. When we look here, though, this coin we have here today, this West Point Hoard release, only 151,000 coins. The third lowest mintage, the third lowest number of coins released for any proof issue, a standard, brilliant proof issue coin, the third lowest in the series. So you can see just how rare these coins are. One of the rarest coins in the most popular format, the proof format of the Silver Eagle, the most popular coin series. Silver Eagles are just that hugely popular because they're so beautiful, they're so big, just has everything going for it as a collectible. Now let me show you what some of these coins from this West Point hoard. I mean, so few people have these, and when you can find them, they bring hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Here's one, just under $600, $599 for one. Here's one. This is also signed by John Mercanti. I prefer our label with the artwork designed by John Mercanti as well. This one, $325. Here's another one. Again, beautiful coin, signed by John Mercanti, designed by John Mercanti. So you're really getting two pieces of John Mercanti's artwork here with his signature. This one, $300 for that. Here's another one, just under $300. So these coins you see, they're selling from $300 to $600 elsewhere. Right now, with our exclusive label, unavailable anywhere else, right now, we're offering this incredible coin for just $199.95. Don't forget, these aren't the bullion coins we're talking about. These are proof coins. These are coins that require specially polished dies to strike. They're sorted individually by machines and robots. This ensures they don't abrade, they don't get bag marks from bumping into other coins. It means that these examples are the best possible quality coins that the mint can strike. And we have them here in the best possible condition. These coins that we have to offer have all been graded. They've been certified. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo by NGC, a perfect grade on the Sheldon scale. You can look at these coins under 5 times magnification and they still look flawless. If you want to purchase several of these and give them to your kids or your grandkids or whoever you want, we're also offering a set of 5 of these coins for just $985. Like I said, these are proof coins. These coins are struck multiple times under extra pressure from polished dies, polished planchets. The mint does so many extra steps, so much extra effort, work, and expense to make the best possible coins using today's technology. Now, of course, all this effort means that the mint strikes way fewer proof coins than they do for the typical mint state variety. 2020 West Point Mint Hoard Pedigree. There's only about 150,000 coins from this hoard. And if you want a set of 10, if you want 10 of these unbelievable coins, it's just $1,950. For the set of 10, you can also do a 2-payment option, 2 installments of just $975 each. You put half down now, your set stays in our vault, you pay the other half in 30 days, and you'll receive 10 of these 2017 W West Point Hoard Release American Silver Eagles. Now, if you're new to collecting, coins are graded using what we call the Sheldon scale to determine their quality. On this scale, a 1 means the coin is just so worn down, you can barely tell what kind of coin it is. A score of 70, on the other hand, is the highest grade possible. And it means that the coin is absolutely perfect. One of the great things about collecting American Silver Eagles, unlike classic era coins like the Morgan dollar, is that in the modern era, you can actually build a collection of coins graded perfect, proof 70, if you have the patience and the desire to do so. But if you look back, coins like the Morgan dollar and the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, I mean, I love these coins, some of my favorite coins. But coins like these, mint state 70 examples just don't exist. They don't even exist because the technology just wasn't there yet to produce a flawless coin. But today's technology at the mint, they are able to do this. The West Point Mint only released 440,596 examples of the 2017 W American Silver Eagle in the proof format. That's actually one of the lowest mintages for any proof American Silver Eagle. For comparison, the mint struck over 18 million mint state bullion issue Silver Eagles in that same year. So this was a pretty small issue. And then the population gets even smaller when you remember that these examples are from the hoard release. So they discovered roughly 151,447 Silver Eagles in this hoard. But many of these were sold to bullion dealers who didn't understand the importance of these coins. And once a coin like that gets sold, there's no knowing if it actually was from this hoard or not. So that pedigree's lost forever. Only 18,138 2017 W Silver Eagles from this hoard have been certified and received this historic pedigree. So between the hoard release pedigree and being a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, you're getting both an incredible coin with incredible eye appeal and a fascinating backstory to go with it. When you consider the number of American Silver Eagles that have been struck since 1986, only 0.4%, 0.4% have ever been graded in Proof 70 condition. You see why coins like these are just so popular with collectors and numismatists. The American Silver Eagle is just a perfect coin for collectors. You know, when you consider the huge size of this full ounce of silver, the purity, the pure 999 silver coins composition, the beauty of its design, you know, this is just the most popular coin series in the world. This is our generation's Morgan dollar. And there's never been a coin in such high demand. Now, we have this historic hoard release coming at a time where interest in rare coins has never been higher. For just $199.95, you can have one of these 2017 W 2020 West Point Hoard Release American Silver Eagles with Rare Collectibles TV's exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, hand-signed by John Mercanti himself in flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. Or you can spend just $985 and get 5 of these gorgeous coins, or just $1,950 to get 10 of these coins. And don't forget, we do have a 2-payment option with 2 installments of $975 each as an option as well. I hope you are able to add one of the most historical, low mintage coins from one of the most popular series in all of collectibles to your collection today. Mint director David Ryder decided to release this hoard only because of the unprecedented demand for precious coins like this, and I think numismatists will be talking about this hoard release for years to come. I'm Jack McNamara, and thank you so much for joining me. Take care, stay safe.
And welcome on in. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Of course, I'm James Gerstel, and I want to introduce you to 2 really valuable coins. We have a special set of very early $5 gold half eagles. These date from shortly after the discovery of gold in California in 1849. These are some of the earliest $5 gold half eagles you're ever going to come across. This is a monumental deal. These coins are extremely difficult to get. Wait till you see the amount of coins that have been graded by the major grading services since the advent of grading by PCGS and NGC in the mid-1980s. Shockingly low figures. Now, when you see these figures, the first thing that's going to pop into your head is those are actual rare coins. That's really rare $5 gold. Some of the rarest you're ever going to see. The dates I'm talking about are 1851 and 1852, and the mint that struck these coins was the Mother Mint in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. These coins are extremely fine in condition. Not just good or about good or even fine. Extremely fine. And the reason why I am so excited about having coins of this era, of this vintage, to be in extremely fine condition Oftentimes when you watch our show, we talk about the great melts that took place during the 1930s, between 1933 and 1939, the great melts that the government conducted during the Great Depression. But I want you to take a look at why these coins and this presentation are so exciting and the coins are so valuable. Look at the grade right there, XF40, extremely fine with a numerical grade of 40. For the 1851, only 55 coins in the history of grading. And the 1852, only 73. And look at the totals. The examples graded in all grades, from lowest to highest.